With Kola tanking the Steel Slaughterer, the pressure on the team lessened significantly. Kola only needed 3 healers to stabilize his HP, so everyone else could deal with the 6 Steel Guardians and the remaining Steel Watchers without needing to push themselves too much. To ordinary players, the level 42 Lord-ranked Steel Guardians might be a nightmare, but to Shurfeng's team of top-tier experts, they weren't a problem. Any MT on the team could tank a Lord effortlessly on their own. Moreover, they only needed 1 healer to maintain their HPs. After the MTs stabilized their aggro on the bosses, the rest of the team dealt with the remaining 100 or so elite-ranked Steel Watchers. An ordinary expert player could defeat 2 or 3 elite monsters of the same level easily. As for this team, even the weakest among them could hold their own against a chieftain of the same level for a long time. Some were even capable of killing chieftains or resisting a lord of the same level by themselves. If not for the threat of the Grand Lord, the team would have only needed a dozen or so players to deal with the 100-plus elite monsters. At this moment, Yulan finally experienced what it felt like to have a powerful MT on the team. With a powerful MT, even a headache-inducing problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wings MT is amazing. Even without using a life-saving skill, he only took around minus 15,000 damage after the Slaughterer skill hit him. Even Boss Wolf might have died instantly if he didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. How high is his defense? His HP is so high. It should be at least over 20,000. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were stunned by Kola's performance. Although Zero Wing is much stronger than we had expected, Raven is more capable than this. Bloodsucker had no intention of letting Zero Wing continue to occupy the spotlight. After all, their goal in coming here was to show Shurfeng their guild's strength. Following which, Bloodsucker led his party to attack a Steel Guardian. Generally, dealing with a Lord-ranked monster required a 20-man team of the same level. However, now that Turtledove single-handedly pinned down the Steel Guardian, Bloodsucker and his group of damage dealers could launch their attacks without holding back. Bloodsucker instantly appeared behind the Steel Guardian and used Chop on the Lord, his spear thrusting into the Lord's leg joint. Fully displaying the boundless strength of Berserkers, Bloodsucker's attack forced the Steel Guardian to one knee, a damage of over minus 8,000 points appearing above the Lord's head. Bloodsucker's attack had put an end to the Steel Guardian's offensive. Following which, the Berserker used Whirlwind Slash, his spear striking the Steel Guardian's other leg joint, dealing over minus 6,000 damage and causing the Lord to fall, face first, to the ground. Suddenly, a black figure appeared above the Steel Guardian's head. This figure was none other than Raven's Kirin. Kirin's daggers rapidly sliced the Steel Guardian's head as he descended, leaving 6 deep cuts, each causing over minus 2,000 damage or over minus 4,000 damage with a critical hit. Once Kirin landed, he spun and used Absolute Strike on the back of the Lord's head. Instantly, a black streak of light pierced through the back of the Steel Guardian's head, exiting between its brows and devouring over 13,000 HP. The other Raven members joined the fray, bombarding the Steel Guardian with attacks. Overall, Raven's Steel Guardian lost HP far faster than the Steel Guardian that Overwhelming Smile dealt with. Moreover, Raven's members disabled the Guardian with every attack. As a result, Turtledove had an easy time tanking the Lord, so much so that she no longer required the help of a healer. However, Owl did not lag behind Raven in the least. The adventurer team's 14 members fought 2 Steel Guardians simultaneously. White Knight's Steel Guardian, in particular, lost HP faster than Raven's target. White Knight's normal arrow attacks could deal over minus 3,000 damage to the Steel Guardian. When he used skills such as Burst Arrow, his attacks easily dealt over minus 10,000 damage, over minus 20,000 damage if it were a critical hit. Moreover, his attack speed was on par with an assassin's. With Owl and Raven's members taking action, 3 Steel Guardians were dealt with. As for Zero Wing's members, they focused on the Steel Slaughterer. The situation left Yulan speechless. Shurfeng's side had dealt with 80% of the battle, leaving her side with very little room to display their strength. Her side only needed to deal with 3 Steel Guardians and the remaining Watchers. Yulan even began to suspect that, even if her team of 50 stood idle, Shurfeng's side could finish the battle by themselves. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 Steel Guardians and the 100-plus Steel Watchers were dead. In contrast, Shurfeng's entire team was also alive and well. Now only the Steel Slaughterer remained. As the team began to think that they would easily pass the stage, the Steel Slaughterer stomped its feet. With a loud boom, the ground shattered. The following impact sent everyone flying. Although the players only received between -1,000 and -4,000 damage, they were all thrown 50 yards away from the Grand Lord. The Steel Slaughterer then raised its hands. A gigantic, blue magic array formed in the sky, countless arcs of lightning gathering at the Slaughterer's hands. Anything these blue arcs touched instantly turned into ash. As if Armageddon had arrived, the team could feel a deathly aura loom over them. The boss is going to activate a team wipe skill. All MTs, stand at the forefront and activate your life-saving skills. Everyone else, stand behind the MTs. Drink a magic resistance potion. Guardian Knights, activate your magic resistance aura. Shurfeng ordered, showing no signs of panic. After the monsters around the Steel Slaughterer died, the Grand Lord would activate a powerful AoE skill called Thunder Destruction. The skill's range covered the temple and its grounds, so it was impossible to dodge. Their only option was to survive it. On the other hand, if a team focused on the Steel Slaughterer without finishing off the other monsters, when the Grand Lord's HP fell below 70%, it would still use this move. After receiving this skill, the team would either be dead or crippled. Facing the lords and elites after that would only end with their deaths. Hearing Shurfeng's command, everyone flew into action. All 10 MTs stood in front of the team and activated either Shield Wall or Protection Blessing. As for the clerics and oracles standing at the rear, they cast their respective shields on the MTs. Simultaneously, everyone drank a basic magic resistance potion. Although the potion did not provide much magic resistance, it was better than none at all. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterer''s fists hammered the ground. Immediately, blue ripples spread out from the Grand Lord. The collision from a single blue ripple forced the MTs back by 5 or 6 steps, shattering the support barriers around them and dealing around -8,000 damage to each. As for the others, the attack sent them flying. However, they received much less damage, only around -4,000. Quickly, heal everyone, Shurfeng shouted. The Steel Slaughterer''s attack would only happen once, but multiple times. As soon as the healers finished casting the first wave of heals, the second shockwave struck, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Only after the sixth shockwave did the Slaughterer''s attack end. However, because of this shockwave attack, nearly half of the team members had died. As for the MTs standing on the front line, only 5 of the 10 were still alive. At this moment, everyone finally realized that they had greatly underestimated Grand Lords. A Grand Lord's AoE skills were far more powerful than an ordinary Great Lord. If not for Shurfeng's quick thinking, they might have team wiped. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterer split into 2, transforming into a silvery white and a pitch-black Steel Slaughterer. The team was flabbergasted. They now had to face 2 Grand Lords. That's a doppelganger skill. This will be tough. Bloodsucker frowned when the Steel Slaughterer split into 2. He had a bad feeling about this. One of the worst kinds of skills players could come across when fighting bosses were doppelganger skills, particularly doppelgangers like this that did not have weakened attributes. The only saving grace was that such doppelgangers usually shared HP. Overall, however, the boss would be far more difficult to deal with than if it simply gone berserk and gained a huge boost to its attributes. Now that nearly half of their team was dead, their likelihood of defeating the 2 Grand Lords was very low. First of all, they only had half of their MTs. Secondly, the Grand Lord's overall combat power had not simply doubled. If the 2 Grand Lords superimposed their attacks, they would deal double the damage. Against such a powerful attack, even an MT like Kola would die without every healer focused on him. If these Grand Lords use that shockwave move again, we might as well give up. Yulon frowned, her willowy brows meeting, as she looked at the 2 Steel Slaughterers. She had never imagined that this Grand Lord would be so difficult to deal with. Guild leader, what should we do? Should we activate our berserk skills? Aqua Rose sent Shurfeng a whisper. Kola, tank the white one. Turtledove, you'll assist him. The other 3 MTs will be responsible for pinning down the black one. Keep them 50 yards away from each other. All healers, stand in a triangular position to the 2 bosses and stand as far away as you can to heal the MTs. Feng commanded calmly. The Steel Slaughterer was an important stage boss. The system would not allow players to clear the entrance trial so easily. Moreover, as Yulan had guessed, when the Steel Slaughterer's HP fell below 30%, both Grand Lords would still use Thunder Destruction again. The skill wouldn't be any weaker than the previous attack, either. In the past, before players had discovered an appropriate countermeasure, many expert teams had fallen to this move. Although nobody knew the reason behind Feng's command, they moved according to his orders without hesitation. After all, it was only thanks to Feng's guidance that they had come this far. Very quickly, everyone fell into position. Cola still had a relatively easy time dealing with the White Steel Slaughterer, receiving only 5,000 or 6,000 damage from each of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Even when a skill struck him, he only lost around 15,000 HP. When he had the buffs from Clerics and Oracle Shields when he received an attack, he received even less damage. On the Black Steel Slaughter side, however, Moonlight Knight, the lead MT for that doppelganger, teetered between life and death. Moonlight Knight lost over 8,000 HP due to a normal attack. Unfortunately, the Guardian Knight only had slightly over 19,000 HP. That was close to 3,000 points less than Cola. If he received one of the Grand Lord's skills without any buffs, he would die instantly. Although Moonlight Knight relied on his techniques and positioning to evade the Black Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the Grand Lord's speed and strength was overwhelming. Moreover, the boss's attacks covered a wide area. It was very difficult to bridge the gap with techniques and positioning alone. After all, the Guardian Knight class did not boast high agility. It was mainly a meat shield. Fortunately, with 3 MTs taking turns tanking the boss, they could somehow avoid fatalities. Everyone, focus your attacks on the white boss, Feng shouted. Under Feng's command, the team launched their skills at the White Steel Slaughterer. However, the Grand Lord's defense was quite high. Its innate magic resistance was also high due to it being an elemental being. The majority of the team members only dealt around -2,000 damage, -4,000 with critical hits. Even Bloodsucker and Kirin, powerful DPS players who wielded epic weapons, only dealt around -4,000 to -5,000 damage with their skills. As for White Knight, his overall damage was slightly higher than Bloodsucker. However, compared to White Knight and Bloodsucker, Feng's and Fire Dance's damages were shocking. Epic weapon wielders like White Knight and Bloodsucker already dealt awe-inspiring damage, yet Feng and Fire Dance surpassed them by a large margin. Upon arriving behind the Steel Slaughterer, Feng brandished Killing Ray. Immediately, damages of over -6,000 points appeared above the boss's head, one after another. Moreover, every hit was a critical normal attack. When Feng used a skill, his damage soared to 10 or 20,000. His performance was dazzling. The various players wouldn't be terribly surprised if only Feng's performance were so magnificent. Yet Fire Dance, who fought beside him, also resembled a humanoid lord. With an overwhelming lead, these two occupied the first and second place in the boss's damage rankings. Among them, Feng only held first place with a small lead. Although Fire Dance possessed the fragmented legendary weapon 1,000 transformations, Feng's Abyssal Blade and Heavenly Dragon's Breath had both improved. Including the gap between their techniques and skills, Fire Dance had no advantage over Feng. Moreover, they both possessed extremely high strength attributes. When the two of them attacked, they matched their attacks to strike a single location. One person's strength might not cause a significant impact, but with their strengths combined, their attacks affected the Steel Slaughterer. Unfortunately, such combination attacks were difficult to achieve. If both individuals had not reached a certain combat standard, accomplishing such a feat was practically impossible. Overall, Feng and Fire Dance's occasional combination attacks against the Steel Slaughterer's joints had greatly lessened the burden on Cola and Turtledove. The healers could now split their concentration and focus more on the MTs on the other side. How are they accomplishing this? Am I seeing things? They can actually combine their attacks to shake such a powerful Grand Lord. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Shifeng and Fire Dance's attack rhythms, which closely resembled each other's. They had never imagined that players could use this method to deal with bosses. Although they, as experts, could also match their attack rhythms with others, Shifeng and Fire Dance's achievement was not that simple. These two were even capable of accurately striking the same position as if they had discussed this beforehand. In addition, they were fought impressively fast, which increased the feat's difficulty exponentially. The intricate control required to combine two sources of strength could easily cause an expert to go mad. This was no longer a lack of techniques. This feat required two people to possess a relatively high synchronization rate with each other. However, what everyone did not know was that, during their daytime training sessions in the real world, Shifeng often sparred with Fire Dance. Hence, they were very familiar with each other's attack patterns. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to cooperate this seamlessly. How high are their attributes? Bloodsucker and White Knight had not only noticed the two players' perfect coordination. They were actually more curious about Shifeng and Fire Dance's basic attributes. Without sufficient strength, even if Shifeng and Fire Dance could combine their attacks, they would not shake the Steel Slaughterer. Previously, Bloodsucker had thought that Shifeng and Fire Dance was only slightly stronger than him in terms of attributes. After witnessing this, however, he finally understood just how wide the gap was between them. As for White Knight, he was curious about the Guild Zero Wing. After witnessing Black Flame's performance, he had already begun to reevaluate his opinion of the upstart guild. Yet another two monsters had emerged from Zero Wing. Feng Shenyang has truly doomed Underworld. Yolan's eyes twitched as she watched the team's damage statistics against the boss. Even now, Feng Shenyang wanted to annihilate Zero Wing and replace it as White River City's overlord. After watching this, however, Yulan realized how foolish the man's actions were. Previously, she had not had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's top experts. Now she understood. She also how wide the gap was between Zero Wing's main force and hers, which she formed with Underworld's connections. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had not feared the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and later dared to offend King's return. Now, it seemed that Zero Wing's main force was no weaker than the main force of God's domain's major powers. One would even be hard-pressed to find frightening damage dealers such as Shifeng and Fire Dance on those teams, not to mention a powerful MT like Cola. With such a composition, they could collect top-tier equipment as fast as those major powers. Following which, the Steel Slaughterer's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, its HP fell to 30%. Suddenly, the Steel Slaughterers on both sides stomped the ground, forcing the players away. "We're doomed!" Everyone knew that the battle was over when they saw the Grand Lords prepare to use Thunder Destruction simultaneously. One boss using this skill had already left them standing at death's door. If both bosses used this skill simultaneously, the stack damage would undoubtedly blast them through that door. Everyone, hide beside the white boss. Moonlight, you three hide beside the black boss. You'll be responsible for tanking the boss. Blackie, give Moonlight Knight Guardian of Light. Cola, activate Dragon Scale Body. Shifeng shouted. Guardian of Light could reduce the damage the target received as well as heal the target. Meanwhile, Dragon Scale Body would increase Cola's defense by 200%, HP by 300% and recovery ability by 500%. After activating Protection Blessing as well, Cola could even survive without any healing. The Black Steel Slaughterer was simply too far away. It was impossible for the other three MTs to reach the White Slaughterer in time. Hence, he had to leave the MTs with Moonlight Knight to fend for themselves. Fortunately, they had a skill like Guardian of Light so they could save at least one of them. Otherwise, without anybody tanking the Black Steel Slaughterer, the two Grand Lords would obliterate the team. After Shifeng issued his orders, everyone burst into action. Shortly after, both Steel Slaughterers activated Thunder Destruction. The power their skills contained was no weaker than the last time. The only difference was that each Steel Slaughterer only launched 3 shockwave attacks instead of 6. Huh? What's going on? Everyone was confused when they noticed that no one had died. They should have received 6 damages. This time, however, they had only suffered 3. Moreover, none of the Black Slaughterer's shockwaves had hit them. As for Moonlight Nightside, all 3 MTs had survived. Did the shockwaves offset each other? Yulan suddenly thought of their positions. They just so happened to be standing in line with the 2 Steel Slaughterers. With this, the shockwaves the Black Slaughterer had released had been offset by the White Slaughterers before any had reached them. They hadn't suffered any damage from the Black Slaughterer's attacks. Yulan wasn't the only one who had realized what had just happened. Bloodsucker and White Knight had reached the same conclusion. They all turned to Shifeng, who was reorganizing the team's formations, every one of them wondering just how smart Shifeng was to think of such a solution so quickly. If they had been in charge, they would have only been able to wait for their deaths. After the Steel Slaughterer's attacks, the 2 Grand Lords did not use any powerful AoE skills. In less than 10 minutes, both bosses died by Shifeng's hands, granting everyone an abundance of EXP. Even after they shared the EXP, several of Overwhelming Smile's level 38 members rose to level 39. Shifeng's experience bar had also risen by nearly 6%. Compared to killing an ordinary Grand Lord, the Steel Slaughterer provided far more EXP. Meanwhile, due to divine providence, the Steel Slaughterer dropped over a dozen items. As the Steel Slaughterers crumbled into a pile of scrap metal, the temple's locked iron doors opened. It's finally dead. I was nearly out of mana. We won? Just like that. This is so awesome. Nobody will believe us when we tell them we defeated a level 44 Grand Lord. This was not the first time Zero Wings members had faced down a Grand Lord. However, this was the first time for Overwhelming Smiles members. They had even shrunk back in fear even against a level 40 Grand Lord, not to mention a level 44 Grand Lord. Hence, how could they contain their excitement? Currently, very few teams in God's domain were capable of killing a Grand Lord. This is the first time I have killed a Grand Lord so easily. If we had to rely on Raven's main force, we would have lost at least 80% of the team. We might have even suffered multiple team wipes. Masked Angel sighed in amazement as he sat on the ground. Raven's other members nodded their agreement. Although they had killed Grand Lords before, they usually paid a high price to do so. Generally, they suffered multiple team wipes before finally succeeding. Moreover, their team usually only had around a dozen or so people alive at the end of the raid. This was the first time they had killed a Great Lord so easily. Bloodsucker's gaze drifted towards Shifeng, who was occupied with picking up the loot, and he smiled bitterly. Originally, he had wanted to prove Raven's strength to Zero Wing. In the end, he and Kirin were the only members of their guild to rank within the top 10 on the team's damage stats against the boss. He ranked 6th, while Kirin ranked 10th. As for everyone else in their party of 6, they ranked beyond the 20th place. It was difficult to boast about such results. With his DPS statistics, he could rank within the top 5 among Raven's main force, yet he only ranked 6th on this team, showing that there were 5 people stronger than himself. The most laughable aspect was the massive gap between 2nd and 3rd place. White Knight, who ranked 3rd among the team, had only dealt slightly over half of Fire Dance's total damage. Aside from them, Aqua Rose ranked 4th on the team, while one of Owl's female elementalists named Frozen Dream ranked 5th. With such an outcome, just how was he supposed to negotiate for a better deal with Shifeng? When fighting the next boss, drink an intermediate boiling blood potion and raise your damage ranks. I don't want to be at a disadvantage during out negotiations. Bloodsucker whispered to his party members. The intermediate blood boiling potion could increase a player's damage by 20% for 10 minutes. It was not available on the market and could only be obtained by killing certain special field bosses. It was extremely rare. Boss Blood, are you sure that you want to use such a precious potion here? Our guild only has a dozen or so of these potions, Kirin asked worriedly. This time, as a precaution, the guild had given each of them a bottle. Even when the guild had raided Grand Lords, they had refused to use it. Do you think we can top the damage charts if we don't use this potion? Bloodsucker retorted, smiling bitterly. Truthfully, he did not want to use the potion either. He had thought that he and Kirin would rank among the top 5 players in terms of damage, while the rest of his party would rank within the top 20, yet they had not, and now their reputation was in ruins. As the healers revived the dead, Feng organized the loot he had collected. Leader, did they drop something good? Kola asked excitedly when he noticed Feng's smile. The other Zero Wing members turned to Feng as well. They all knew Feng's personality. Items that they considered top tier were ordinary in Feng's eyes. Items that could garner Feng's interest were precious first-class items. Not bad. The boss dropped a piece of growth-type equipment. Feng chuckled as he shared the equipment's attributes in the team chat. Steel crown. Helmet, plate armor, bronze rank, level 40, level 90 defense plus 1,374, level 40, strength plus 31, endurance plus 30, agility plus 22, additional passive skill 1 iron wall. After receiving an attack, user has a 5% chance to trigger iron wall, having the next damage received. Additional passive skill 2 King's Resolve. Halves mental suppression suffered by wielder and decrease all control effects by 1/3. Additional active skill Steel Impact. Increases strength by 300%, speed by 100%, and causes a powerful impact to a maximum of 3 targets. Impact interrupts targets, knocks them back by 10 yards, and places them in a fainted state for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. This crown was crafted by Titan craftsman Phyros. However, the crown's power has been severely weakened due to evil power pollution. To purify this evil power, one needs a large number of magic crystals and EXP. Can be purified 5 times. First purification requires 100 magic crystals and 200 million EXP. Every member of the team unconsciously gasped when they saw the steel crown's attributes. The crown was a treasure for MTs. The item's 2 passive skills could significantly reduce the burden on MTs when facing bosses. As for the Steel Impact skill, it could be useful during crucial moments to prolong or interrupt a boss's channeling before it executed a powerful skill. With the 300% strength increase, an MT could easily take on a Grand Lord of the same level for a few moments. Furthermore, as the Steel Crown was growth-type equipment, both the crown's basic attributes and the skills would improve as the crown was purified. This helmet can practically rival epic equipment. Masked Angel drooled as he gazed at the steel crown. The steel crown did not have a class restriction. Any plate-wearing class could use it. However, it was most suited for an MT. This item was fully capable of raising an MT standards to a whole new level. The team's 10 MTs stared at the steel crown in Feng's hands. However, Feng had already discussed the matter of the boss's loot. Among Zero Wing's side, Raven's members had opted out of the loot. As for Owl's members, as they were returning a favor, Feng would pay them with coins. Beyond that, Feng and Yulan had agreed to take turns choosing items from the loot. The team with the highest damage would choose first. Now that Zero Wing's group had an absolute lead in terms of damage, Feng got the first pick. Overwhelming Smiles members could only watch on with envy. However, Yulan did not find this outcome unfair. After all, they had relied on Zero Wing to kill the Steel Slaughterer. Among the loot, the Steel Crown was undoubtedly the most precious. However, there were many good items among the loot. 4 pieces of level 40 Dark Gold equipment had dropped. Currently, level 40 Dark Gold equipment was the best available outside of epic equipment. Tier 2 magic scrolls and rare potions also dropped. Even after splitting the loot, each side would reap a considerable harvest. Turtledove. Where this, Feng handed the steel crown to the female knight Turtledove. Turtledove was somewhat hesitant. Among the guild's MTs, both Kola and Yi Wumian were stronger than her. Logically, one of them should have received the crown. She already wore a pair of epic ranked boots. If she received another piece of growth-type equipment now, it would be somewhat unfair to Kola and Yi Wumian. Those two are using sets, so they can't wear the crown. Moreover, the steel crown is only bronze rank right now. Although your attributes will decrease slightly after equipping it, you will improve overall. You'll have an easier time dealing with the bosses later on, Feng said, chuckling. That's right. Turtledove, just take it. Both Kola and Yi Wumian nodded in agreement. In reality, Turtledove's techniques were already quite impressive. She was definitely the third-ranking MT in the guild. She just had slightly weaker equipment. If Turtledove improved her equipment, tanking bosses would become much easier. All right then. After some thought, Turtledove accepted Shurfang's offer. She was moved as well, and she inwardly swore not to let anyone down. After Turtledove equipped the steel crown, although her basic attributes had decreased slightly, her aura instantly changed. 5 ocean blue gems adorned the silver crown, which gave Turtledove a royal air. Moreover, Turtledove appeared far more relaxed. Clearly, the mental suppression around the temple released its grip on Turtledove. This crown is amazing. Wearing it actually calmed me down. With this, I don't have to worry about mental suppression against a high-tiered boss anymore. After equipping the steel crown, Turtledove felt a pleasant sensation wash over her body, her mind becoming much clearer than before. However, the greatest change she sensed was her body's flexibility. Her previous helmet could not compare to the steel crown. Growth-type equipment is similar to an extraordinary item. Aside from providing a huge boost to one's basic attributes, it generally provides some hidden effects, Shurfang explained. God's Domain was a constantly evolving virtual reality game. During the game's initial stages, epic items were only slightly stronger than dark gold items in terms of attributes. However, as God's Domain evolved, epic items' true power would reveal itself, little by little. God's Domain had already undergone its 4th evolution. Certain epic items would start to display extraordinary hidden effects that would allow players to display more of their combat power. After the team rested, Shurfang led them into the temple. A long, narrow hallway, which led to a plaza, waited beyond the thick, iron doors. There were no intersections along the hallway. Various statues decorated the spacious plaza. The plaza also contained swarms of monsters. These monsters were covered in sharp, black scales. They had crescent-shaped heads and no eyes. However, rows of jagged, sharp teeth filled their mouths. Their 4 limbs looked more like daggers than actual limbs, and wherever these monsters passed, they left deep furrows in the ground. Silver versions of these pitch-black monsters also wandered the plaza. In terms of size, however, the silver monsters were nearly 3 times larger than their black brothers. Clearly, they would be more difficult to deal with than their smaller counterparts. Corrosive Beast, Dark Creature, Elite, Level 42 HP 150, 000. Corrosive Beast King, Dark Creature, Lord, Level 43 HP 8, 000, 000/8, 000, 000. The plaza seemed to be these corrosive beasts' nest. There were more than 10,000 monsters wandering around. Just looking at them sent a chill down one's spine. Meanwhile, a gigantic teleportation magic array occupied the plaza's center. If they wanted to proceed through the trial, the teleportation array was their only option. Why are there so many monsters? Do we have to clear all of them? Yulan frowned as she watched the disgusting corrosive beasts. With a rough glance, she could see over 10,000 monsters in the plaza. Among them, several hundred were silver corrosive beast kings. Taking out these monsters would be a massive undertaking. Yulan wasn't the only one who with a headache. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen so many lords in one place. These players even suspected that every one of these monsters would swarm them the moment they descended the staircase. The thought of facing hundreds of lords made everyone more than a little tense. There was no way they would survive so many. As their team stood there, shocked over the sight of so many powerful monsters, a pair of steel doors on the other end of the plaza opened, and a group of players emerged. Why are there other people here? Yulan muttered in surprise as she watched the players from across the plaza. It seems you're not the only one who obtained a Titan City pass. We need to move faster now. Although Shurfang found the situation strange, he was not particularly shocked. The Holy City of Titan's entrance trial was not a dungeon. It was just an extremely dangerous special map. In addition, it was categorized by levels, with every 10 levels sharing one map. Players between level 36 and level 45 would share one map, and players between level 46 and level 55 would share a different map. Any player who obtained the pass could venture here. God's Domain was massive, And with so many players, it'd be surprising if no other top-tier players managed to find their own pass. Unfortunately, the other party was clearly a powerful team, based on the fact that they had come this far, and Sherfong didn't want to benefit another team in the entrance trial. The trial's 4 paths had 3 main stages, with each having a different challenge set for the first stage. However, all 4 paths would converge here for the second stage. The 4 paths also shared the same final challenge. The first team to clear the final stage would gain an additional benefit: reputation for the holy city of Titan. It was usually extremely difficult to raise one's Titan city reputation, so this was a massive benefit for the first team that cleared the trial. At the same time as Sherfeng and the others discovered those players, that group of players had also discovered Sherfeng's group. "Boss Peerless, there's another team over there. Should we get rid of them?" A level 40, burly assassin suggested, making the gesture of slitting one's throat while he stared at Sherfeng and his team. "Ignore them. We'll decide what to do after we pass through this area. It won't be too late to get rid of them if we meet them later." Peerless, the group's leader, said as he waved his hand at the assassin. "Get ready. We need to clear this area quickly." "Understood." As if this were not their first time here, the team burst into action. "Leader, the other team is making its move." Aqua Rose asked softly, "Should we watch them for a moment first?" Naturally, Sherfeng understood Aqua Rose's concern. With their team strength, taking on 7 or 8 lords at once might be easy, but against several hundred lords, even Sherfeng felt powerless. Hence, their best option was to observe the other group as they cleared this stage. This way, they would increase their chances of clearing the stage as well. However, Sherfeng had no intentions of letting the other side get ahead of him. Titan City's reputation was on the line, and he must have it. Although there were a lot of monsters in the plaza, their numbers weren't the largest cause for his headache. The corrosive beasts had an extremely abominable ability which could rapidly deplete players' durability. With this ability, it was impossible to defeat them all before their equipment broke. "MTs and plate armor classes, gather around me," Sherfeng said. He then revealed a large number of strengthening devices. "Each of you, take 2 of these strengthening devices. After using them, 30 of you will form a protective circle while the other melees will serve as replacements when needed. All ranged DPS and healers will stand in the middle. We'll charge for the teleportation array." As soon as Sherfeng said so, everyone understood his plan. They didn't actually need to kill all of these monsters. Rather, they needed to reach the teleportation magic array. Unfortunately, while this task might be easy for MTs, it was very difficult for melee classes. There were also countless corrosive beasts. They were all bound to receive some damage. If the healers only had to focus on a few MTs, they could bear it. However, they had to keep as many as 30 people alive. There was also a fairly long distance between the staircase and the plaza center. If their healing failed to keep up with the damage the melee classes received, everyone would die before reaching the teleportation array. Sherfeng's decision was definitely risky. However, Yulan and the others could not think of a better plan. Hence, they had to put their faith in Sherfeng once more. Moreover, 2 groups of players were charging into the plaza. This would reduce the number of monsters they had to deal with. If they started moving after the other side had cleared the stage, it would be far more difficult to succeed. By the time everyone finished preparing, Sherfeng had noticed that the other team had begun to move. Immediately, he shouted, "Move out!" The instant the team rushed down the staircase, the nearby corrosive beasts noticed them. The monsters turned their heads towards Sherfeng's group one after another, and quickly, they swarmed towards the group like a tidal wave. The corrosive beasts were different from ordinary elite monsters. A layer of corrosive fluid coated their bodies. The corrosive fluid would reduce the durability of anything that touched it, whether it be weapons or equipment. If the equipment were secret silver rank or below, it would be rendered useless after receiving a few of the corrosive beast's hits. Even fine gold equipment would only last a few more hits, and only dark gold rank items could last any length of time. Now that they had entered the plaza, there was no turning back. Against the tidal wave of corrosive beasts, the team's only option was to reach the teleportation array within the shortest time possible. Shortly after the team met the corrosive beast army, although the elite monsters did not break through the team's defensive formation, after several bouts, everyone wore grim expressions. My weapon, my equipment, what are these monsters? Many of the players cried out in shock when they noticed their equipment and weapons' durability. Even after a brief moment of contact with the corrosive beasts, their dark gold weapons' durability had instantly decreased by 1 point. An ordinary dark gold weapon only had around 120 or so durability. Their dark gold equipment fared even worse. After receiving a few hits, their strengthening device's durability decreased by 1 point as well. It was obvious that, without the protection of the strengthening devices, their equipment would only last for a short time. Leader, look at that team. It seems that they came prepared, Fire Dance said as she pointed at the other team. As she was not standing in the other ring, attacking with her throwing knives, she could focus on their distant competition. That's a smart move. Shurfeng was slightly surprised when he turned to watch the other team. Instead of using a circular defensive formation as they had, the other team employed a V-shaped formation. Their most durable MTs served as the spearhead while the others followed closely behind. When the other team attacked, they would try to push the corrosive beasts standing before them away, forcing these monsters into the corrosive beasts behind them and buying some time. During this short period, the team pulled away from these monsters, with neither side having the opportunity to clash. In addition, the magical classes in the middle of the formation used one Tier 2 magic scroll after another. The magic scrolls they used all contained AoE spells. Whenever a corrosive beast king charged at the team, these magical classes used a series of magic scrolls to knock back the oncoming corrosive beasts and beast kings, allowing the team to move faster. Despite both sides starting towards the teleportation magic array at the same time, the other team was much faster. Boss Peerless, your method is really effective. We'll reach the teleportation array in half the time of our previous attempt. That's right. Boss Peerless is the best. We'll definitely clear the entrance trial. That team is pretty stupid. At this rate, we won't have to worry about them. Ha ha ha. I hope they can clear this stage, though. The fact that they reached this stage shows that their weapons and equipment are excellent. We might be able to earn some top-tier equipment. Everyone on Peerless' team chatted cheerfully among themselves. As both teams were fairly far apart, they couldn't tell who the other team was. However, as they had experienced the first stage's difficulty personal, they knew that the other team must possess high-quality weapons and equipment. Otherwise, reaching the second stage would have been impossible. Team leader Yifeng, we can't continue like this. These corrosive beasts are wearing out our equipment too quickly, Yulan said anxiously after examining the team's situation. Why don't we start using magic scrolls as well? The monster's corrosive ability was much stronger than she had expected. If not for the strengthening devices, their equipment would have long since broken. However, there was still a long distance to the teleportation array. Moreover, more corrosive beast kings approached. In the beginning, they only had to deal with 1 or 2 at a time. Now, over a dozen attacked simultaneously. They weren't even a third of the way, yet so many lords bombarded their team. Soon, they may have to face dozens of corrosive beast kings. The corrosive beast kings were many times stronger than the corrosive beasts. Not only were they stronger in terms of attributes, but their corrosive abilities were also stronger by a large margin. Even Kola, who used an epic shield, was having a difficult time against these lords. Currently, their only way to break through was to utilize the same method as the other team, which employed AoE magic scrolls. Although their team had not prepared to use these scrolls, they had brought some with them. Unfortunately, using large-scale destruction spells would only add to the chaos of their situation. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Even if they cleared out the monsters in an area with the spell, they would have to wait until the spell's effects were over before proceeding. In the end, the monsters they had left behind would catch up while they wasted time. No rush. We'll use them after we reach the halfway point. Shurfeng rejected Yolan's suggestion. Using magic scrolls with impact effects was certainly a method that many teams had employed in Shurfeng's previous life. However, the second stage had another hidden mechanism. When 2 or more teams were halfway to the plaza's center, they would awaken the slumbering king of corrosion, Selu. Now that the other team had passed the midway point, Shifeng did not want to do the same too soon. At the very least, they should wait until the other team completed 2/3 of their journey. This way, the king of corrosion would target that team rather than theirs, which had just entered the king's domain. Hearing Shifeng's rejection, Yulan was momentarily speechless. However, since Shifeng's leadership had already proven successful, it would not be wise to oppose his commands now. As time passed, more corrosive beast kings converged on both teams. In the blink of an eye, each team faced over 100 lords. Even Peerless' team began to slow due to the large number of monsters. However, when Peerless' team was a quarter of a distance away from the teleportation array, Shifeng and the others reached the halfway point. Immediately, a pillar of green light rose from the center of the plaza, releasing a dense, green fog. As this fog passed over the area, everything it touched heavily corroded, eroding hundreds and thousands of little holes across the ground. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. What's going on here? Peerless stared at the pillar of light, his expression twisting into something ugly. This was not his first time here. Rather, it was his third visit. The first time he had reached this plaza, his team had only crossed 2/3 of the distance before they fell under the overwhelming sea of monsters. On their second try, while they had forged through the stage after many difficulties, they had not encountered anything like this. As he stared at the pillar of green light, he involuntarily shivered, his mind continuously warning him that it was extremely dangerous to continue forward. As everyone was caught in their stupor, a ferocious monster that stood over 20 meters high emerged from the green light. This monster was nearly 3 times larger than the corrosive beast kings, and green scales covered its entire body. A green liquid seeped from the gaps between its scales. When the liquid touched the ground, it ate through the earth, creating a large hole. A green fog also circled the monster's humongous body. This was none other than the king of corrosion, Selu. Seeing this, everyone involuntarily gulped in fear. Why has such a monster appeared? Peerless' complexion paled as he stared Selu. The king of corrosion's sudden appearance cast a dark cloud over the two teams. Damn it! We must have triggered this monster because there are 2 teams here. Rage flared in Peerless' eyes as he turned to Zero Wing's team on the other side of the plaza, killing intent welling within him. However, it was too late to change anything. He had thought of taking care of Shifeng and his team after they had reached the 3rd stage, earning some weapons and equipment. However, he now regretted his decision to delay. The king of corrosion did not give the players any time to consider their situation. After examining its surroundings, it charged towards Peerless' team like a Mack truck. The ground trembled with each of Selu-Taiban's steps. As it moved, the corrosive fluid from its body ate large craters in the ground. Seeing these craters sent shivers down everyone's spines. Selu-Taiban, King of Corrosion. Dark Creature, Grand Lord, Level 45 HP 80. 000 000/80 000 000. Selu-Taiban's massive frame spoke of its immense power. However, after witnessing its exact strength, everyone was shocked. Selu-Taiban's attributes were far higher than the first stage's boss. No matter how they looked at it, the King of Corrosion possessed higher attributes than what any level 45 Grand Lord should have. Leader, what should we do? Should we continue forward? Aqua Rose began to despair after seeing the massive King of Corrosion. Selu-Taiban was just too strong. It was definitely the strongest boss within the level 40 range that she had ever seen. Is this a joke? Why does this stage have such a powerful boss? Bloodsucker's expression was particularly grim. Among the team, only White Knight and the other members of Owl remained relatively calm. After all, they had faced a dragon not long ago. The King of Corrosion was slightly weaker than the Tier 2 mutated dragon had been. However, they had only defeated the mutated dragon thanks to a monster like Black Flame. Without such a monster, defeating this boss was unlikely. At this time, Shifeng issued his commands in the team chat. Fire Dance, use the frost grenades to stop the corrosive beasts. Blackie, use Stars of Light to clear a path ahead. Everyone else, if you have AoE attack or control skills, now is the time to use them. While Psilocybin might not be a dragon, it was an archaic species. To put it simply, it was the descendant of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts were from the same life order as dragons, capable of killing gods. Although the blood of ferocious beasts flowing through Psilocybin's veins had been diluted over several generations, making the Grand Lord far weaker than a ferocious beast, ordinary monsters couldn't compete with its power. Tier 1 players could not take this boss down. At the very least, they needed Tier 2 players to have any chance against Psilocybin. Fortunately, defeating Psilocybin wasn't necessary to proceed to the next stage. Under Shurfeng's command, the team began to move like a well-oiled machine. Fire Dance and the other melee classes who were not fighting in the defensive ring threw one intermediate grenade after another, freezing the distant lords and elites before them. Blackie then used Stars of Light while Shurfeng used Firestorm. Yulon contributed as well as she used Thunder Beast's Descent. When the three large-scale destruction spells struck, light, flame, and lightning descended upon the plaza, looking as if doomsday were upon them. For a time, damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the frozen monsters' heads. In a few short seconds, over 1,000 corrosive beasts died, and a clearing appeared before Shurfeng's team. Everyone's experience bar soared rapidly, a few of the team's level 38 players reaching level 39. Some of Zero Wing's level 39 players rose level 40 as well. Due to the frost grenade's freezing effect, the monsters that were fortunate enough to be outside the AoE spell's range remained frozen. For a short time, no other corrosive beasts could fill the new clearing, which allowed Shurfeng and the others to proceed any resistance. Shortly after, the magical class players began to use magic scrolls to repel the incoming corrosive beasts. Not only did this speed up the team's advance, but it also significantly reduced their weapons and equipment's durability consumption. As Shurfeng's team began to spring, the other team grew desperate. Everyone, prepare for battle. Blade, get ready to use that Tier 3 magic scroll. No matter what, don't let that monster near us. Peerless knew that there was no point in regret now. He needed to deal with the problem before them quickly. If they could hold on until they reached the teleportation array, victory would be theirs. Boss, we had prepared that magic scroll for the third stage. If we use it now, a summoner in his mid-20s voiced his concern. Just use it. Fortunately, it isn't our only trump card for the third stage, Peerless growled as he gnashed his teeth. He didn't want to use the Tier 3 magic scroll either. Just before Psilocybin reached their team, the summoner named Blade used the Tier 3 magic scroll he held. Suddenly, a golden magic array appeared above them. A gigantic beast then descended from the array, knocking away the surrounding corrosive beasts. Blade, use the golden lion to lure the boss away, Peerless ordered. The king of corrosion was simply too dangerous. Even if it simply stood still and did nothing, the corrosive mist around it could claim their lives. They could only rely on the Tier 3 Great Lord they had summoned to hold it off. The golden lion, which stood over 10 meters tall, then pounced on Psilocybin. However, before it crashed into the king of corrosion, Psilocybin swiped its claws at the lion. Pong! The attack sent the lion flying, its massive frame crashing into a crowd of corrosive beasts. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. A single hit had sent a level 55, Tier 3 Great Lord flying. The Golden Lion was actually 10 levels higher than Psilocybin. Even if it weren't a match for the level 45 Grand Lord's strength, there should not be too much of a difference. Yet, the one attack had thrown the Golden Lion over 30 yards. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, the Golden Lion had attracted Psilocybin's attention. Rather than stomping towards Peerless' team, the King of Corrosion approached the fallen lion, one step at a time. Seeing the boss change targets, Peerless and his team released a sigh of relief. Taking this opportunity, they made a mad dash for the teleportation array. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion wasn't doing well as the King of Corrosion trampled upon its body, its HP decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Peerless and his companions shuddered in fear as they watched. As the Golden Lion's HP plummeted, Peerless' team sped towards the teleportation array, When the Golden Lion had less than 10% of its HP remaining, Peerless and the others were finally inside the teleportation array. Damn it! Damn this thing. It made me waste a Tier 3 summoning scroll. A cold glint flashed in Peerless' eyes as he glared at the Golden Lion, which was on its last breath. He had hoped to take the lion with them through the second stage. However, that was no longer possible. This had severely disrupted his plans. He shouted sternly, "Blade, remove the summoning. I want those people to die." Understood. The summoner understood Peerless' intentions. While it was no longer possible to leave with the Golden Lion, that did not mean they should let others take advantage of it. Immediately, he cancelled the summoning. Shifeng's team still had to cross another quarter of a distance or so to reach the teleportation array. With the King of Corrosion's strength, that was more than enough time to annihilate the team. Sure enough, the moment the Golden Lion vanished, Selu Taiban's gaze shifted to Shifeng and his players. "We are letting them off too easy." Blade clicked his tongue as he watched Shifeng's team. "Boss Peerless, should we activate the teleportation array now?" "Wait a moment. I want to watch the King of Corrosion kill them." Peerless shook his head. The entrance trial's third stage was not any easier than the second. It would be far more difficult to proceed without the Tier 3 summoning scroll. He wanted to kill Shifeng and his companions himself. However, he was satisfied with the knowledge that the King of Corrosion would massacre them. Selu Taiban's corrosive fluid could cause a tremendous amount of damage to one's equipment. It might even destroy the other team's weapons and equipment. This was a better outcome than killing them and taking a single item from each. Hearing Peerless' words, his people turned to watch Shifeng's team with anticipation. Selu Taiban's movement speed was very high. Before Shifeng and the others had crossed 100 yards, the King of Corrosion was less than 50 yards away from the team. They couldn't help their panic as the boss approached. The Grand Lord's pummeling of a level 55 Great Lord was still fresh in their minds. If even a Tier 3 Great Lord could not hold off this boss, players such as themselves had no hope. Even if all 10 of their MTs worked together, they couldn't defend against the King of Corrosion's attacks. "I'll deal with him. Everyone else hurry." Shifeng's lips hooked up into a smile as he watched the incoming Selu Taiban. Others might not know the King of Corrosion's power, but he did. Although Selu Taiban was an archaic species, it had a fatal weakness. It couldn't respond to sudden changes very well. Even a slight turn required it to waste roughly 2 seconds. Expert players would have plenty of time to dodge its attacks. However, they first had to draw the King of Corrosion's aggro. Shifeng instantly appeared before the King of Corrosion. Seeing this, Selu Taiban swiped its claws at Shifeng. However, Shifeng easily evaded its attack using silent steps, instantly appearing behind the King of Corrosion. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a massive white beam bombarded the back of Selu Taiban's neck. Minus 23,187. So tough. Shifeng clicked his tongue. Dragon Breath multiplied his damage by 10. Yet when the skill struck one of the King of Corrosion's vulnerable spots, it only dealt around 20,000 damage. If an ordinary expert attacked the Grand Lord, they would probably only deal a few hundred damage. Shifeng's attack immediately drew Selu Taiban's attention, following which the King of Corrosion tried to turn to attack Shifeng. However, Selu Taiban was very slow when turning, shifting its body step by step. This gave Shifeng ample time to activate Windwalk and leave his current position. As for the corrosive beasts and corrosive beast kings blocking his way, they were no threat. "You're quite durable. Unfortunately, this Grand Lord isn't that easy to deal with. You're just wasting your time." Peerless sneered as he watched Shifeng. In the face of absolute power, techniques were useless. Even if Shifeng bought his team some time, it wouldn't be enough to reach the teleportation array. Roar! Selu Taiban roared his fury as it chased Shifeng. In the blink of an eye, the King of Corrosion had moved away from Shifeng's team, the team sighing in relief. A moment later, however, tension gripped their hearts once more. Selu Taiban was simply too fast. Even after Shifeng activated Windwalk, he could not match the King of Corrosion's speed. If he allowed the Grand Lord to catch up to him, he wouldn't have a skill like silent steps to help him avoid another attack. After Shurfeng crossed about 20 yards, Selu Taiban had caught up to him. Selu Taiban's claws transformed into afterimages as it swiped at Shurfeng, a sonic boom blasting through the air. Parry. Pong. Like a bullet, Shurfeng was thrown over 30 yards, his body slamming into the ground. The impact even created a large crater around Shurfeng's body. As expected of an archaic species, although its strength is lower than the mutated dragons, it is still stronger than an ordinary Grand Lord. Once Shurfeng stood back up, he felt as if every bone in his body was about to pop out of its socket. His arms were numb after taking the King of Corrosion's hit. If he had not used parry to block the attack, he would have been dead by now. Seeing Shurfeng's HP remain static, Selu Taiban flew into a rage. Taking 2 steps forward, it instantly arrived before Shurfeng and stomped on the tiny swordsman. Seeing the mountain-sized foot descending towards him, Shurfeng stopped holding back. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Thunder God's Descent. The 2 skills instantly increased Shurfeng's strength attribute by 150%, HP by 500%, defense by 300%, agility by 60%, movement speed and attack speed by 150%, and damage by 50%. He also received a 50% damage reduction. Shurfeng's HP climbed to 122,800. As for his defense, even Kola couldn't match his. After receiving these massive buffs, Shurfeng swung Killing Ray towards the King of Corrosion's feet. Chop! 3 arcs of blue light gathered at a single point, tearing space itself apart. This spatial tear then extended towards Selu Taiban's feet. Boom! The powerful shockwave from the impact knocked the surrounding corrosive beasts back. Suddenly, there were no monsters within 20 yards of the King of Corrosion. Is he an NPC? When the dust settled, everyone's jaws hit the floor as they stared at the shockwave's epicenter. No one could believe their eyes. Shurfeng had actually blocked the King of Corrosion's powerful attack. Moreover, he had caused Selu Taiban to shudder slightly. Although Shurfeng was buried up to his knees, he had only received around -7,000 damage from the attack. To Shurfeng's over 120,000 HP, this damage was nothing. The upgraded Heavenly Dragon's Breath is wonderful. I won't even have to activate twofold Berserk at this rate. Shurfeng flexed his muscles, joints popping. Although he felt somewhat stiff, overall, Shurfeng's combat power had not been affected. When he had faced the mutated dragon, he had been suffering a weakened soul state, reducing his attributes by nearly half. He had relied on dragon's domination to overcome the mutant. Now that his soul had recovered, although his strength was still not a match for the King of Corrosion even after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the gap was not as wide as it had been. In addition, with his extremely high skill completion rate, he wouldn't have a problem defending against the Grand Lord's normal attacks. However, his sacred sword, Killing Ray, was the main reason that he could contend with Selu Taiban. Killing Ray increased his damage by 100% against dark creatures. However, just after Shurfeng pulled his legs out of the ground, the enraged King of Corrosion swung its claws at him once more as if it were trying to swat a fly. Just in time. Let's see how you fare against this. Shurfeng did not dodge the attack. Instead, he used his sure-kill skill, Flame Burst. A miniature sun then collided with Selu Taiban's claws. The instant Selu Taiban's claws met the scorching light, a tear appeared on its originally impenetrable green hand. The corrosive gas that surrounded its body also began to vanish. Boom! As an explosion shook the area, Selu Taiban's attack was repelled. In contrast, Shurfeng only took a step back, not receiving any damage. He blocked it. How is that possible? Neither Peerless Team nor Zero Wings Team could believe their eyes. The King of Corrosion was capable of overwhelming a level 55 Great Lord. Moreover, the last time Shurfeng had blocked the Grand Lord's attack, he had received quite a bit of damage. Now, however, he actually stood there unscathed. They felt as if they had just watched someone block an oncoming train with one hand. Boss Blood, I don't even think Guild Leader Bloodfang is a match for Yifeng's strength, Kirin said in shock as he stared at Shurfeng. Indeed, purely in terms of strength, he has surpassed our guild leader. Bloodsucker said with a serious glint in his gaze. The Strength 0 wing displayed before them had already surpassed the information they had on the guild. After Shifeng successfully repelled one of Selu Taiban's attacks, the King of Corrosion launched a series of attacks. Shifeng used Killing Ray once more to repel the Grand Lord's attacks. Boom! 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 Shifeng blocked every one of Selu Taiban's attacks. The combination of fire and the sacred sword is amazing. Shifeng smiled. Aside from its slow-turning speed, Selu Taiban had another small weakness, fire. Fire attacks would deal double the damage against the Grand Lord. As a result, the combination of both bonuses allowed Shifeng to match the King of Corrosion's strength. Unfortunately, Flame Burst's uses were limited. He could not stand against the King of Corrosion for long. However, Shifeng had no intentions waiting for his death. He had deliberately caused the King of Corrosion to appear. If he had wanted to play it safe, he could have allowed Peerless' team to reach the third stage first. Selu Taiban was the only reason he had not. In the past, many teams had reached the entrance trial's second stage. Many teams often challenged the trial at the same time. Initially, when players encountered the King of Corrosion, they had treated it as if it were undefeatable. They only attempted to shake the boss off and proceed to the next stage. However, as players reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they started to raid the King of Corrosion for its loot. In the end, when a team of players finally killed Selu Taiban, the Grand Lord had dropped a treasure that nobody had expected. The Holy City's emblem. Every guild in God's domain had treasured this item. Even after 10 years, the Holy City of Titan's passes were extremely rare. Countless guilds had sought the pass as players could not enter Titan City without it. However, the Holy City's emblem could also transfer players to Titan City. Unfortunately, it could only transfer 10 players. However, unlike the Titan City Pass, the Holy City's emblem was not a consumable. It could be used indefinitely. Moreover, the emblem could send players to the Holy City directly. They didn't need to challenge the entrance trial. Now that there were 2 teams in the second stage, Shifeng wouldn't pass up this opportunity. The King of Corrosion was not undefeatable. In the past, through countless teams' experimentation, players finally discovered an effective way to defeat Selu Taiban. With his current team's strength, if they used that method, they could do the same. Following which, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and flew towards the teleportation magic array. Realizing where Shifeng was flying to, Selu Taiban also dashed towards the teleportation array. "Boss, that person's flying towards us. We need to leave. If that monster charges over here, it'll be difficult to escape," Blade hurriedly advised. Although corrosive beasts would not approach the teleportation array, there was no guarantee that the King of Corrosion would not. On the off chance that it entered the teleportation array, the consequences would be unimaginable. Peerless gnashed his teeth. However, he still gave the command to leave, saying, "Let's go." Although he was reluctant, he had to admit that Shifeng and his team were far stronger than he had expected. If they clashed, they might fail the trial again. This was their final chance. There was no room for failure. Following which, Peerless and his team activated the teleportation magic array, transforming into a beam of light and disappearing from the plaza. Shortly after Peerless' team left, Shifeng entered the teleportation array as well. Just as Peerless had guessed, the enraged King of Corrosion ignored the teleportation array and charged onto the platform. However, before Selu Taiban reached the array center where Shifeng stood, Shifeng reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation array. The teleportation array instantly transformed into a magic barrier. The green mist around Selu Taiban began to scatter. Its basic attributes also plummeted. The Grand Lord's HP, which had been 80 million, fell to 60 million. In the past, nobody had thought that the teleportation array in the plaza center could do such a thing. Everyone had only thought of using brute strength to kill the King of Corrosion. As long as the magic barrier was active, the King of Corrosion could not leave the area. Of course, players couldn't use the teleportation array either. This was the equivalent of sealing off their own path of retreat, and unless they defeated the King of Corrosion, there was no way to proceed to the third stage. Now that the King of Corrosion had been weakened, even without Flame Burst, Feng only received around -3,000 damage from clashing with the Grand Lord. However, Feng no longer faced Selu Taiban's attacks head-on. Rather, he evaded the boss's normal attacks. After the Heavenly Dragon's power ended, Feng activated the Power of Darkness, increasing his attributes by 60%. He then used the Aura of Water's activatable skill, Life Bloom. With the skill's powerful healing, he could last against the King of Corrosion until his entire team had entered the magic barrier. Cola, activate the Power of Darkness and tank it. Everyone else, add support from the sides. Once Cola's Berserk skill ends, Yi Wumian, activate yours and replace Cola. Turtle Dove will be next. Feng issued his commands once his team had entered the barrier. Yulan, use your large-scale buff spell. Everyone else, watch the boss's tail. On Feng's command, before they could even catch a breather, they began to move once more. Cola immediately activated the Power of Darkness and used Justice Bash on the King of Corrosion's feet. He followed up with a Shield of Vengeance, drawing Selu Taiban's aggro. Yulan also utilized her large-scale buff spell, Angel's Blessing. Suddenly, a harp-wielding, golden angel appeared in the sky. As the angel began to sing, a golden barrier enveloped every member of the team. Not only did the golden barrier increase everyone's attributes by 20%, but it also gave them a divine shield buff, reducing the damage they took by 20%. Both buffs lasted for 30 minutes. Although everyone's attributes had risen significantly, their damage against the King of Corrosion was still quite low, with most attacks dealing around -1,000 or so damage. Only Elementalists could deal almost -3,000 damage with Fire-type spells. However, Selu Taiban had 60 million HP. Its battle recovery alone healed it for 600,000 HP every 5 seconds. Raiding the King of Corrosion was far more difficult than they had imagined. The team members finally realized just how terrifying Feng was to hold off the Grand Lord for as long as he had. Even after Selu Taiban had been weakened, it dealt over -10,000 damage to Cola despite the Guardian Knight's active Berserk skill. Fortunately, Cola now had 40,000 HP. Without the Berserk skill, the single attack would have dropped his HP to a critical state. If it had been a critical hit, he would have died instantly. Skill incoming. Melee players move back. Cola, focus on your positioning. Feng warned the MT when he saw the King of Corrosion's raised claws release a green glow. Although Feng had warned his team the moment he noticed the Grand Lord prepare the skill, Selu Taiban didn't need long to launch it. When the Grand Lord's claws descended, many were still within 10 yards of it. Boom! The earth shattered. Everyone within 20 yards was thrown into a fainted state. In addition, green mist surfaced from the affected area. All players within the green mist lost 10,000 HP every second. Although some players had dispelled their fainted debuff immediately, they had failed to escape the area in time. In the blink of an eye, the mist claimed 3 lives. What a powerful skill! Although 5 healers focused on him, Cola only had around 14,000 HP by the time he broke through the green mist. Even the healers couldn't keep up with his diminishing HP. Meanwhile, his strengthening device's durability had fallen by 20 points. The mist's corrosive power was staggering. After Selu Taiban finished executing its skill, it searched for a new target. Its eyes then fell upon one of the healers standing in the rear. It started to turn and tried to charge towards the healer. The boss is changing targets. MTs, block it, Feng shouted. Every so often, the King of Corrosion would choose a random target within 50 yards to attack, and for 4 seconds it would become immune to aggro-pulling skills such as Mach. During these 4 seconds, players could only do their best to hinder the Grand Lord. Although 4 seconds might seem like a short time to Selu Taiban, it was more than enough to cross 50 yards. After Feng issued his orders, Turtledove executed Steel Impact and smashed her shield into the King of Corrosion. Pong! After a 300% boost to her strength attribute surpassed even Feng's while the Swordsman had Heavenly Dragon's power active. As a result, the attack forced the King of Corrosion back by 2 steps, a damage of over -10,000 points appearing above its head. Shock and admiration filled the team when they saw the Grand Lord stumble back. This move had delayed Selu Taiban for 2 seconds. After including the 10 MT's blockade, the team foiled the King of Corrosion's attempt to eliminate one of the healers. Taking this opportunity, everyone bombarded the Grand Lord with attacks. Multiple damages appeared above Selu Taiban's head. However, the King of Corrosion's defense was simply too high. Even Fire Dance had only dealt around -1,300 damage with each normal attack, while her skills dealt around -3,000 damage. This damage was not nearly as eye-catching as what she had dealt to the Steel Slaughterer. As for Shifeng, with the Sacred Sword doubling his damage and the effects of Power of Darkness and Angel's Blessing, every attack dealt around -10,000 damage. If he scored a critical hit, he dealt around -20,000 damage. As time passed and Kola's Berserk skill ended, Yiwumian activated his Power of Darkness and replaced Kola. After Yiwumian was done, Turtledove took his place. During this time, Selu Taiban managed to kill another dozen or so players. As for the King of Corrosion itself, its HP had fallen to 30%. A big one is coming. Everyone stand together. Healers, don't hold back. Heal everyone. Shifeng ordered a halt to his team's attacks as he gathered them together when he noticed the Grand Lord shrink. When its HP fell to 30%, Selu Taiban would randomly launch powerful AoE attacks around itself. Every player within range would share the damage from these attacks. If only one person were within a targeted area, the attack would even deal enough damage to kill Shifeng with Heavenly Dragon's power active. Hence, everyone needed to stand together to receive this attack. After the team had huddled together, pillars of green light began to descend from the sky, one after another. These pillars created large craters when they struck the ground. It was clear that these players would die if they were stuck. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's team received a blast. Everyone lost over 10,000 HP on the spot. Before the healers could restore their HP, another pillar struck the team. The players lost another 10,000 HP. The pillars of light descended for over 20 seconds. Throughout this time, a total of 5 pillars bombarded Shifeng's team. Many had died partway. In the end, less than 50 people remained. Unfortunately, while Selu Taiban cast its skill, its HP had recovered, climbing from 30% to 50%. It now had 30 million HP remaining. Despair gripped everyone's hearts. They had fewer than 50 players standing now. Moreover, the surviving members were worse for wear, yet they still needed to burn away 30 million HP from the King of Corrosion. Had they not activated their Berserk skills, the Pillars of Light would have killed them. If the King of Corrosion used this move again, their deaths would be imminent. Don't panic. The boss is now weakened, Shifeng said as he pointed to the King of Corrosion. Selu Taiban kneeled on the ground, a tired expression on its face. Seeing this renewed everyone's confidence. Immediately, everyone launched a bombardment at the Grand Lord. Sure enough, as Shifeng had said, everyone's attacks were now dealing 50% more damage to the King of Corrosion. Moreover, both the Grand Lord's strength and speed had decreased by 30%. This significantly reduced the burden on the MTs. Selu Taiban's HP rapidly fell. In just a few moments, its HP dropped from 50% to 30%. Soon, it fell from 30% to 10%. However, as time passed, the King of Corrosion slowly regained its vigor. Don't hold back. Throw everything you have at it, Shifeng anxiously shouted. The King of Corrosion was too difficult to deal with. By the time Selu Taiban had 6% HP remaining, it had recovered from its weakened state. Despite having used their Berserk skills, the team had failed to finish off the Grand Lord while it had been weakened. Now that their Berserk skills were no longer an option, it was practically impossible to defeat the recovered King of Corrosion. Suddenly, Kola activated Dragonscale Body and ran in for a final bout. Shifeng also activated Blade Liberation, his attributes instantly doubling. With the Sacred Sword's effect, each of his attacks dealt over -20,000 damage. The others began to activate all sorts of magic scrolls as well, bombarding the King of Corrosion with various spells. Once Selu Taiban's HP fell to 5%, it started to attack players randomly. To make things worse, none of their aggro-pulling skills were effective. As a result, the team rapidly lost players. When there were only 20 or so players remaining, Psilocybin's HP finally reached 1%. Watching their teammates die, one after another, the survivors grew anxious. However, although everyone used every skill they had against the King of Corrosion, the effects were minimal. They had long since exhausted their options, so their damage was now limited. When there were only 14 players standing, Shurfeng's flame burst finished its cooldown. Using silent steps, he arrived behind Psilocybin's neck. He then began brandishing Killing Ray. 15 dazzling white lights flared. The King of Corrosion's final 300,000 HP vanished instantly, its massive frame crashing before the team. Seeing the King of Corrosion fall to the ground, the survivors released a sigh of relief. A moment later, everyone burst into cheers. Psilocybin's death allowed the survivors' levels to increase rapidly. For example, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, who were level 40, reached level 42. Yulan also climbed from level 39 to level 42. As for Shurfeng, White Knight, and Frozen Dream, they shot from level 42 to level 43. So much EXP. The corners of Bloodsucker's lips twitched slightly when he saw 2 consecutive lights wrap around his body, his level rising to 42. The King of Corrosion had nearly annihilated them. Not a single MT on the team was still alive. Among the healers, only Violet Cloud still stood. Without any life-saving skills, the King of Corrosion could kill a player with each attack. The battle's intensity had left a lingering fear among the survivors. Rest up, Violet. After you recover your mana, revive the other healers. Shurfeng ordered after glancing over everyone. The King of Corrosion's might hadn't particularly surprised him. After all, Psilocybin was an archaic species. In fact, this outcome had been excellent since he hadn't used his trump cards. If they had been any other team, Psilocybin's ultimate attack would have annihilated them. They would not have survived until the Grand Lord entered a weakened state. The King of Corrosion didn't drop much after it died. Even after Shurfeng had used Divine Providence, it had only dropped 9 items and some coins. Among the items, 5 were materials. After splitting the coins among the team, each person only obtained around 40 silver. They did not even have enough to pay for their repair fees. However, among the loot, Shurfeng only had eyes for a flashing, silver emblem. This was none other than the Holy City's emblem. With this emblem, he didn't have to worry about finding a pass to the Holy City in the future. Of the 3 remaining items, 1 was a piece of growth-type equipment, 1 was a piece of epic equipment, and the last was a miniature ballista design. Solovia's blade, two-handed sword. Bronze rank, level 40th level 100 equipment requirement. Strength 700 attack power plus 944. Level 40. Strength plus 52. Endurance plus 61 attack speed plus 3 ignore levels plus 7. When attacking, 20% chance to deal 2.1 times damage and inflict the bleeding debuff on target for 12 seconds. Additional passive skill monstrous strength. When attacking, there is a chance to increase strength by 60% for 5 seconds. Additional active skill Blood of Fury. The lower the wielder's HP is, the higher their damage and attack speed become to a maximum of 70% for 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 hours. This sword belonged to Titan's Grand Marshal Solovia. However, due to contamination by the power of darkness, purifying the item will require a large number of magic crystals and EXP. First purification requires 200 magic crystals and 400 million EXP. This sword, which had once been used by a Grand Marshal of Titan City, caused the team's berserkers to drool. The weapon even tempted Bloodsucker. Although his current weapon was epic rank, when comparing additional skills, Solovia's blade was much suited for berserkers. Solovia's blade was almost tailor-made for the class. Unfortunately, purifying the weapon 5 times would require a lot of magic crystals and EXP. The other epic item also left everyone speechless. Ring of Corrosion, ring, epic rank, level 40, level 90 equipment requirement. Agility 400, intelligence 200, strength plus 38, agility plus 42, endurance plus 26, intelligence plus 31, level 40, ignore levels plus 10. When equipped, Increase all attributes by 10%. Poison resistance plus 20 magic resistance plus 10. Additional passive skill corrosion. Allows wielders' attacks to weaken opponents' defense and magic resistance by 50% and inflicts a poison debuff, causing damage every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. Debuff can stack up to 5 times. Additional active skill. Poisonous miasma. Release a poisonous mist in a radius of 20 yards, causing damage equal to 500% of wielder's main attribute every second. Enemies within this poisonous mist suffer a 10% defense and magic resistance decrease for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Ornaments were already extremely rare in God's domain, much less an epic ranked ring. A ring that improved a player's DPS was even rarer. Overall, the Ring of Corrosion was even more valuable than Solovia's blade. The instant Sherfong revealed the Ring of Corrosion's information, the players gasped. After everyone had revived, Sherfong looked to Yulan and asked, "I choose the Holy City's emblem. Which item will you choose?" Overwhelming Smiles members wished they could walk away with it all. The 2 items and the miniature ballista were extremely valuable items to a guild. As for the Holy City's emblem, Sherfong had not shared its attributes. He had specifically exercised his right to choose the first item to avoid revealing its information. Nobody called Sherfong out on his actions either. After all, they had only won this battle because of Sherfeng's commands. However, Yulan was somewhat hesitant, her gaze shifting back and forth between the 2 items and the miniature ballista. The miniature ballista was a powerful siege tool. Now that players were reaching higher levels, the various guilds had begun to prepare for conquering towns. They had already learned the benefits of mastering a town from the situation in Stone Forest Town. That little town raked in thousands of gold each day for 0 wing. Hence, the various large guilds prioritized capturing their own. However, producing the miniature ballista was very difficult. With lifestyle players' current abilities, it was almost impossible to manufacture. In the short term, choosing the 2 pieces of equipment would undoubtedly benefit her team. In the long run, however, the miniature ballista was more advantageous. As Yulan hesitated over her choice, Warwolf whispered to her, "Yulan, pick the 2 pieces of equipment. You still lack a powerful foundation. Although the miniature ballista is indeed valuable, it is not particularly useful right now." In the organization known as Underworld, Yulan was not yet an upper echelon. She also did not have a guild of her own. While the miniature ballista might profit a guild immensely, it was not particularly beneficial to an individual. If Yulan wanted to raise her position in the organization, then she needed a powerful team to support her. Hence, choosing Solovia's blade and the Ring of Corrosion was a wiser decision than choosing the miniature ballista. Moreover, if not for Sherfeng's help in the trial, they wouldn't have any of these items. "I'll pick the Ring of Corrosion." Yulan felt that Warwolf's opinion was quite reasonable. Although Underworld might be an organization, not everyone within the organization was of a single heart. While she might temporarily raise her position if she presented the miniature ballista, others could replace her at any time. "I'll pick the miniature ballista design." Then, Sherfong said without hesitation. He had plenty of methods to obtain top-tier weapons and equipment. Although he lacked epic weapons and equipment right now, as players reached higher levels, obtaining them would become easier. However, it was a different story for siege tool designs. These designs would also be difficult to find. They couldn't be obtained by simply killing a few powerful bosses. If he missed on this opportunity, he would definitely regret it. Moreover, Sherfong now had the Holy City's emblem. He no longer worried about nurturing advanced engineers. He could even nurture master engineers. It wouldn't be long before he could manufacture the miniature ballista. The thought of using the miniature ballista to capture a town excited Sherfong. After Sherfong finished distributing the items and everyone had rested, Sherfong reversed the flow of mana in the teleportation magic array once more. Suddenly, a small, golden teleportation magic array appeared a short distance away from the central array. The small teleportation array's golden glow scattered the surrounding corrosive beasts and corrosive beast kings. None of the monsters dared move closer than 300 yards from the teleportation array. "What's going on?" Feng frowned at the golden array with curiosity. As far as Feng knew, there should have only been one exit leading to the entrance trial's third stage. The golden teleportation array that had suddenly appeared was much stronger than the array in the center of the plaza. The mana density around each teleportation array made that obvious. With this new development, the team turned to Feng and asked, "Leader, should we go over and take a look?" Previously, they had watched Peerless' team use the central teleportation array to leave the plaza. Now that another had appeared, they didn't know whether or not that teleportation array was a trap. After all, this was their first time here. Could it be a special reward for the first kill? Feng felt that it was highly possible. When he had killed the King of Corrosion in the past, no such phenomenon had occurred. Of course, when he had killed Selu Taiban back then, other teams had raided the Grand Lord many times before. As for the golden teleportation array being a trap, it was unlikely. After all, revealing a trap after players had defeated the stage boss would be too fraudulent. The teleportation array was most likely a reward of some kind. Let's head over to investigate. In the end, Feng decided to examine it. Under Feng's command, the team approached the golden teleportation array. As no monsters dared move near to the array, they had an easy time reaching it. The instant Feng stepped into the teleportation array, his mind felt clearer than ever before. Moreover, a brimming with energy buff had appeared in his status window. The sound of a system notification suddenly reached his ears. "System, you have discovered the teleportation magic array to Titan Library. Sure enough, it's the first kill reward." Feng was ecstatic when he heard the system notification. There were two main benefits to visiting Titan City. The first was that lifestyle players could use the Titan workshops to improve their skills. The other was the Titan Library, which all players dreamed of exploring. Generally, for players seeking the Titan Library, they first needed to reach the third stage and then take the path to the library. However, while that path would also eventually lead players to Titan City, it was significantly more difficult than the path that led to Titan City directly. Players usually chose the latter option to ensure their Titan City entrance slots. Feng had never imagined that obtaining the King of Corrosion's first kill would garner such a benefit as well. Following which, Feng walked towards the teleportation array center and activated it. Everyone instantly transformed into streaks of golden light and vanished. After the team disappeared, the golden teleportation array faded as well, silence returning to the spacious plaza. The entrance trial's third stage consisted of narrow pathways. Barely 3 people could walk side by side down the pathways. Meanwhile, bottomless pits lined each pathway on either side. If a player fell off the pathway, it wouldn't even be possible to revive them. They would be instantly disqualified from the entrance trial. Aside from this dangerous pathway, there were large groups of bat monsters flying through the air that frequently screeched soundwave attacks. If players were not careful and failed to avoid these attacks, they may plunge to their deaths. When Peerless' team arrived here, they were immediately thrown into a bitter battle. The weakest bat monsters here were special elites, with many being chieftains. There were even level 45 Lord-ranked bat kings. When these bats caught players, they immediately threw them into the abyss. These bat monsters were far more difficult to deal with than the corrosive beasts. The fact that players would be disqualified if they fell off the pathway was particularly harsh. "Use the sound bombs," Peerless shouted when he saw bat monsters gather around them. Against ordinary monsters, the sound bombs weren't particularly effective. The bombs only made some noise to disturb monsters. However, against the bat monsters, the bomb's effect was massive. A single explosion would scare away these monsters, preventing them from approaching for a short time. Peerless had specifically prepared this item to deal with the bat monsters. During his second trial attempt, his team had been utterly helpless against the bat monsters. From time to time, the bat kings would fly past, grabbing and tossing their team members into the abyss. Before they had even reached the halfway point, the entire team had fallen to their deaths. Under Peerless' command, the team members took out their sound bombs and threw them at the clumped bat monsters. The explosions scared the incoming bats away. "Move faster. Use the sound bombs sparingly," Peerless shouted hurriedly. Although the sound bombs were impressively effective, they were extremely rare. Even utilizing their guild's strength, they had only managed to procure a small stock. If they did not conserve their bombs, they wouldn't make it through this tortuous abyss. Meanwhile, on the other path leading to Titan City, Shifeng and the others suddenly appeared before an ancient, towering fortress. The ancient fortress loomed over 1,000 meters high. The building itself looked like a mountain. Level 200 NPC guards stood before the fortress's iron gates. These two NPCs were over 10 meters tall. When these NPCs saw Shifeng and the others, they blocked the gates with their spears. This is the Great Titan Library. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. One of the NPC guards coldly informed the players as he swept a glance over Shifeng and the others. If you wish to enter, you need to pass our test. The team members were shocked when they saw the Titan Library. It was, by far, the largest library they had ever seen in God's domain. Players were not strangers to God's domain's libraries. It was especially true for magical class players. All magical class players who wanted to practice and improve their spellcasting techniques or learn new spells generally did so in a library. However, gaining entrance into NPC cities' libraries was a difficult feat. One typically needed to be a noble or a friend of the city's NPC nobles to gain access. Aside from allowing players to learn spells, libraries' greatest purpose was information gathering. In truth, players could find information on many quests in God's domain in libraries. For example, the information Yulan had regarding the holy city of Titan was available in libraries in NPC cities. However, the libraries in God's domain varied in size. Each library also contained different information. Hence, the various large guilds usually created their own intelligence departments specifically to gather information from various libraries and compile their own information databases. This made it easier for their guild members to find information on their quests. As for Shifeng, who had the Demon Hunter title, he was considered a world noble in God's domain. Hence, utilizing his privilege as a world noble, he had led Zero Wings members into God's domain's various libraries. Unfortunately, the Demon Hunter title only gave him access to libraries in ordinary NPC cities. It did not give him access to kingdoms and imperial capitals' libraries. Players had to rely on their own capabilities to gain entrance. Even so, the information Zero Wing had collected was even more comprehensive than first-rate guilds. "We will accept the test," Shifeng announced as he stepped forward. "Very well. You only have one chance. If you pass the test, you may learn from our library." When the team heard that they could enter the Titan Library if they passed the test, elation colored their expressions. The team's magical classes were particularly eager, their eyes alight as they hungered to enter the library as soon as possible. "Everyone, rest up. Make sure you are in peak condition before you challenge the test," Shifeng instructed his team. Each person only had one chance to pass the test. If they failed, they would not gain access to the library. They would only find another chance to take the test when they came through the trial again. However, it would be far more difficult to reach the Titan Library next time. While Shifeng was confident in leading everyone to Titan City, the same could not be said for the Titan Library. In the past, many independent players had chosen to take the library's test whenever they got their hands on a pass. However, since reaching the Titan Library was more difficult than the direct path to Titan City, very few players had passed the test. Even so, everyone wanted to try. This was all because players could learn extremely rare skills in the Titan Library. These rare skills could improve a player's combat power significantly. For example, Shifeng's Flame Burst was one such rare skill. Moreover, these skills generally did not require proficiency to level, only EXP. Hence, a player could dump a large sum of EXP into leveling these skills during a crucial moment with the hope of turning the situation around. Your test is simple. Because you are all Tier 1 classes, you just need to kill a chieftain of the same level within a certain time. If you fail to defeat your opponent within the given time, you fail the test. After the Titan NPC finished explaining, the spear in his hand trembled. Suddenly, a golden magic array with a 5-yard radius appeared a short distance away. "That is your arena. When you are ready to take the test, simply step into the array," the Titan NPC said as he pointed at the golden magic array. The NPC then fell silent as he resumed guarding the closed gates. As the team members listened to the test's rules, they frowned. Ordinary experts could not solo a chieftain of the same level, not to mention doing so within a limited time. Since the system had placed a time limit on the test, it was obvious that players would not have long. "Just enter the array when you're ready," Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw everyone's depressed expressions. In reality, Tier 1 players had a benefit when they came here. When Tier 2 players took the test, they had to solo a High Lord of the same level. That monster was 2 ranks higher. Compared to a High Lord, a chieftain seemed cute. After saying so, Shifeng entered the magic array. He then transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared. After watching Shifeng enter the test, the rest of the team stepped into the magic array as well. Even if they were not confident of succeeding, they had to try. After players entered the golden magic array, they were transported to a peculiar space. When Shifeng opened his eyes, he discovered that he had teleported to a wide, open prairie with no end in sight. Meanwhile, 200 yards away from him lay a flaming rhinoceros that was over 5 meters tall. Crimson Rhinoceros. Elemental being, Chieftain level 43 HP 400. 000/400. 000. The library's test monster had far less HP than an ordinary chieftain. The point of this test was to see if players could face these monsters head-on. As Shifeng prepared to approach the rhinoceros, he heard the sound of a system notification. "System, you have 10 minutes to complete the battle. If you cannot finish the battle within the allotted time, you will be automatically transferred out of this instance." The system's giving players 10 minutes? It sure is favoring Tier 1 players. Shifeng could not help but sigh. When Tier 2 players challenged the test, they only had 20 minutes. However, their monster was a High Lord. Wasting no time, Shifeng walked towards the Crimson Rhinoceros. When Shifeng was only 70 yards away from the Crimson Rhinoceros, the chieftain discovered his presence. Immediately, it snorted scorching flames from its nostrils and stomped the ground angrily. It then charged at Shifeng. When it moved, it thundered like a speeding truck. Seeing this, Shifeng activated Flame Burst. With light steps, he easily evaded the Crimson Rhinoceros's charge and slashed the chieftain's back. Pong! The attack sent the rhinoceros flying over a dozen yards. When it slammed into the ground, it released a pained cry. A damage of -28,167 points appeared above its head. Shifeng then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Crimson Rhinoceros. He brandished his swords at the chieftain, every slash leaving a deep cut. Suddenly, Shifeng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect. Combined with Flame Burst's effect, the attack dealt -67,846 damage. Before Shifeng had used all of Flame Burst's attack counts, the Crimson Rhinoceros burst into flames, disappearing from the prairie and leaving behind a black iron token. The token was the required proof he needed to enter the Titan library. System, congratulations! You have killed the Crimson Rhinoceros. Time remaining, 9 minutes 52 seconds. System, you will return in 5 seconds. Please prepare. After Shifeng picked up the token, he quietly waited for his teleportation away from this map. To him, the library's test was not a challenge in the least. He had long since surpassed chieftains of the same level in terms of strength. Even without any special techniques, he could easily kill an ordinary chieftain of the same level, not to mention one with weakened HP. In front of the Titan library, many members were still preparing themselves mentally. When a figure suddenly appeared in the golden array, they turned to look. What? Someone has finished already? It's only been a few seconds. Did the monster kill them? Those who hadn't taken the test yet grew even more nervous. However, when Shifeng emerged, their jaws dropped. Isn't he too fast? None of them doubted that Shifeng had passed the test. If he couldn't do it, no one could. However, he had cleared the test astonishingly fast. Not even 20 seconds had passed since he had entered the array. That was a chieftain they were talking about. A party dungeon's boss. This wasn't some ordinary monster they usually farmed. Why haven't you guys taken the test yet? Feng glanced over the group before the gates. There were over 24 players who had yet to take the exam, and they were all Yulan's subordinates. He then advised them, "Relax. The test isn't as difficult as you imagine. Although the monster is indeed a chieftain, its HP has been reduced." Yulan's subordinates were speechless. Even with reduced HP, a chieftain was still a chieftain, yet Feng talked as if it was some random mob that was too easy to slaughter. Shortly after Feng had returned, Fire Dance stepped out of the magic array as well, following which one player after another emerged. "Why are there so many people ahead of me?" When Bloodsucker returned, he saw a large group already standing before the iron gates. Even Violet Cloud was among them. He was confused. He could accept monster-like damage dealers such as Feng, Fire Dance, and White Knight completing the test faster than him. But Violet Cloud was a cleric. She was a mere healer. As more people returned from their tests, the difference between Zero Wing's side and Overwhelming Smile's side became glaringly obvious. In the end, 21 of the 30 Zero Wing members had cleared the test. As for Overwhelming Smile's 50 members, only 15 had passed. All of Owl and Raven's members had cleared the test. Why does Zero Wing have so many experts? Yulan was shocked when she saw how many players from Zero Wing's side had passed. Although she knew that there was a huge gap between their teams, she had not realized how massive that gap was. Yulan wasn't the only person caught by surprise. Even an expert like Warwolf was astonished. They had formed their team by poaching experts from various sources. Overall, their team could rival even first-rate guilds' main forces. On the other hand, Zero Wing had only developed in Starmoon Kingdom, yet regarding the quality and quantity of experts, Zero Wing's team was far greatly superior to theirs. Since everyone has finished the test, those who did not pass will wait by the entrance. Those who passed can head inside, Feng said as looked over the team. He had sensed Yulan and her group's confusion. However, he simply smiled at their actions. He then arranged for everyone to enter the library. Naturally, it was impossible for Zero Wing to surpass first-rate guilds in terms of quantity of experts. First-rate guilds had been developing in the virtual gaming world for a long time. In addition, these guilds weren't limited to developing in just one country, but multiple. In terms of member count, they exceeded Zero Wing by many times. Zero Wing was no match for them. Zero Wing's only advantage over these guilds was their number of top-tier experts. This was also why Feng wanted to develop in other countries. There were only so many top-tier experts in Starmoon Kingdom. Unless they nurtured their own, they couldn't continue to build their forces of top-tier experts. Furthermore, they needed to recruit far more elite and ordinary expert players. Following which, under Feng's lead, all those who passed their tests began entering the Titan Library one after another. The Titan Library was relatively ancient in God's domain. It was far older than any kingdom or empire's library. Those libraries could not compare to the information it contained. Suddenly, a gray-robed man with a blurred face appeared before the team and said, "Young adventurers, welcome to the Titan Library. I am Warren, the manager here." Warren was not a Titan. He was the same size as an ordinary human. As if he were a robot, he spoke without emotion. However, the instant this man appeared, everyone felt as if they were suffocating. Warren's powerful aura rendered these players helpless. Although they couldn't accurately guess the library manager's strength, they did not doubt that the man could end their lives as easily as blowing out a candle. Feng, however, knew exactly how powerful Warren was. He was a Tier 5 Grand Wizard. Moreover, Warren wasn't an ordinary Tier 5 class. He was a Grand Wizard who had mastered all 4 major elements. A Grand Wizard with mastery over 2 elements was already impressive. Tier 5 players generally only mastered 1 element, and it was exceedingly difficult to master another. In Feng's previous life, disaster had befallen Titan City, and it was only thanks to manager Warren that this disaster had been mitigated. Warren had fought 3 Tier 5 abyssal monsters. Normally, it would take a small army of Tier 5 players to defeat just 1 Tier 5 abyssal monster. Yet Warren had single-handedly defeated all 3. The news had spread through God's domain like wildfire. It was also then that players had realized just how frightening a Grand Wizard, who had mastered all 4 major elements, was, "Now that you have come this far, you are allowed to search for one skill book to learn from." The Titan Library has stood for many years and has collected various skill books from all across God's domain. One can even find legendary Tier 6 skill books on these shelves. However, you only have 3 hours to find a skill book, and you only have 3 opportunities to learn from this library throughout your lifetime. There are also various restrictions in the library. The stronger the skill book is, the stronger the restriction will be. What kind of skill book you obtain will depend on your own abilities. Do not waste time out of greed over a powerful skill, Warren explained slowly. Hearing this, the player's eyes lit up with excitement. In God's domain, a skill's rarity increased with levels and tiers. Currently, even Tier 2 skill books were beyond players, let alone Tier 6. Only someone like Shurfeng understood how precious a Tier 6 skill book was. Its value could even rival that of a fragmented legendary item. Tier 5 skills and spells weren't easy to obtain either. One had to be lucky to find one. Even after reaching Tier 4 and 5, many players in the past had only possessed a few skills or spells of the same tier. Meanwhile, Titan Library just happened to allow players access to these rare skills and spells. Hence, players constantly fought to challenge the Titan Library's test. Unfortunately, very few players had ever come this far. This opportunity to grasp a high-tiered skill or spell was far more valuable than an epic weapon. Warren had vanished after he finished his explanation of the library. Without wasting any time, Shurfeng and the others split up to search for their own skill books. The Titan Library was colossal and had many sections. Finding a suitable high-tiered skill book within 3 hours would not be easy. Hence, they needed to cherish every second they had. Following which, Shurfeng dashed towards the section for melee skills. In the Titan Library, skill and spell books were not categorized by class. Rather, they fell into 4 main groups: melee skills, ranged skills, healing spells, and destruction spells. Melee players like Shurfeng had to head towards the melee skill section. Of course, one could also choose a skill from the ranged skill section. Once Shurfeng reached the melee skill section, he delved deeper into the section. Every library section was divided further into 4 areas: the outer area, the inner area, the central area, and the core. There were thousands of skill books in the outer area. Shurfeng could waste his 3 hours just skimming through those books. Meanwhile, as one ventured closer to each section's center, they would find fewer and higher quality skill books. However, based on what Shurfeng had heard in his previous life, even the core housed over 100 skill books. The Titan Library's wealth of information would shock any player. As Shurfeng left the outer area and approached the inner area, a barrier appeared, blocking his path. The barrier against Tier 1 classes is stronger than I expected. Shurfeng lifted a hand to the invisible wall. The wall acted like a massive repulsion field that enclosed the 3 innermost areas. Players could not force their way in. This was also why Warren had warned them not to be greedy. There were too many skill and spell books in the Titan Library, and it was very difficult to find a book that suited each player within a limited time. If they focused on breaking through these invisible barriers, they might leave empty-handed. Players could not rely on their strength to break through the library's barriers. They could, however, rely on techniques. Upon reaching the repulsion field, players' every aspect would be suppressed to a certain extent. Even Tier 4 and Tier 5 players were not exempt. Inside the repulsion field, there were countless air currents. These air currents would barrage anyone within the field. If players did not respond appropriately, they would be thrown from the repulsion field. As Shurfeng entered the field, many others also began to move. None of them were interested in the outer area skill books. However, the moment these people entered the repulsion field, they slowed to a crawl as if they had been submerged in mud. With their speed crippled, several streams of air rushed at them. Failing to dodge in time, these people were expelled from the repulsion field. One of Raven's members, Masked Angel, rushed into the repulsion field. "You think you can stop me with this little trick?" Once Masked Angel stepped into the repulsion field, he sneered as he pushed further into the inner area with long strides. Over 100 yards of repulsion field separated the outer and inner area. Masked Angel quickly crossed over a dozen yards through the field, moving as if the air currents were non-existent. Amazing! A few people who had been thrown from the repulsion field exclaimed. When they had entered the repulsion field, they hadn't been able to move normally at all, yet Masked Angel did not seem to have any issues. As a few streams of violent air tore towards Masked Angel, he dodged everyone with a mysterious footwork technique. He then continued forward. What? How are his movements so smooth? Does the suppression strength depend on the player? That shouldn't be the case. These players watched Masked Angel reach the halfway point with envy. As long as Masked Angel passed through this restricted area, he could search the inner area's skill books. Even a fool could guess the difference between the outer area's skill books and those in the inner area. They had already flipped through a few skill books in the outer area, and all they found were Tier 1 and Tier 2 books. While these skill books were very valuable, they would be of little use in the future. Only the inner area skill books could give them an edge as they leveled. As expected of an expert of Raven, he discerned the repulsion field's rules as soon as he entered. Shifeng was not particularly surprised when he saw Masked Angel move through the repulsion field with ease. After all, Masked Angel was a refinement realm expert. The resistance players encountered in the repulsion field was not monotonous. Rather, it changed randomly. Players might encounter weaker resistance in some areas and stronger resistance in others. It was like firing an automatic machine gun from a long distance. One or multiple bullets might cross some areas, while others wouldn't see any bullets. If someone attempted to charge through the repulsion field while ignoring this fact, they would quickly be expelled to the outer area. However, if one knew where the bullets would fly, traversing the repulsion field would be a simple matter. Unfortunately, adapting to the various resistances wasn't so simple. Once Masked Angel had ventured over 50 yards through the repulsion field, his expression darkened. He also began to stiffen. More air currents began to assault him simultaneously, going from the initial 3 to 5 to 7 or 8. The repulsion field began to grow more difficult. Finally, when Masked Angel was 70 yards deep, an air current struck him and threw him from the field. The spectating players in the outer area were dumbfounded. Masked Angel had been doing fine up until this point. Why had he been suddenly thrown from the field? Why did the difficulty increase so dramatically? Masked Angel's expression had twisted into something ugly. Do they even want us to pass through this thing? Others might not have realized what had just happened, but he was very aware. The moment he reached the 50-yard mark, the repulsion field rapidly grew stronger, going from strong to weak and weak to strong more quickly. Even Masked Angel found it difficult to cope with the changes. Furthermore, he faced far more attacks, making it more difficult to follow the resistance change. In the end, even after drastic evasive maneuvers, he had been removed from the field. After Masked Angel had been thrown out, Shifeng entered the repulsion field. To others, it might be difficult to cope with the constantly changing resistance, but to Shifeng it was a walk in the park. He didn't even need to employ any techniques to avoid the incoming currents. Impossible! Masked Angel was momentarily stunned. It looked as if Shifeng strolled casually down a road. Even after the 50-yard mark, Shifeng continued comfortably. After a short moment, he had left the repulsion field behind and reached the inner area. What Masked Angel did not know, however, was that neither the resistance's strength nor the air current's attacks were effective against Shifeng's perception. After reaching the inner area, Shifeng casually browsed a few skill books. He did not hurry towards the central area. The barrier between the inner area and central area was many times stronger than the barrier separating the outer and inner areas. This barrier had even troubled God's domain's apex experts of the past. Extremely rare Tier 4 skills could be found in abundance in the inner area. Shifeng could also see plenty of Tier 3 Surekill skills. These Surekill skills were similar to Shifeng's Flame Burst. Flame Burst was a Tier 2 Surekill skill that players could learn at Tier 0. Meanwhile, the skill could be upgraded by sacrificing EXP. However, it could only reach Tier 2. Even with this limitation, though, its advantages were obvious. Learning Flame Burst did not require a particular tier. It did not require skill proficiency either. Surekill skills were extremely rare in God's domain, much less a Tier 3 surekill skill. In the auction house, it would sell for more than an epic item. After all, many players in God's domain would hit their limit after reaching Tier 3. It was incredibly difficult to advance. For these players, their Tier 3 surekill skills would never grow old, allowing them to hold their top ranks among Tier 3 players. However, this would not satisfy Shurfeng. He still had plenty of time. He could attempt to reach the section's central area. God's domain's apex experts dreamed of the Titan Library's central area. Not only did the central area house Tier 5 skill books, but it also held Tier 4 surekill skills. However, as the difficulty of reaching the Titan Library increased as one moved up in tiers, very few apex experts could make it into the library in the first place, not to mention the central area. Since he was already here, he had to try. If it really were not possible to proceed further, he would simply choose a Tier 3 surekill skill that was suitable, following which Shurfeng arrived before the next barrier. Unlike the inner area, there was no powerful repulsion field preventing him from reaching the central area. Instead, everything before him was shrouded in darkness. He could not see inside the central area whatsoever. Suddenly, someone flew out of the darkness and slammed into the ground. This person was none other than Raven's bloodsucker. However, Bloodsucker was extremely pale, his face empty of blood. He seemed sapped of all energy. He looked like as if he had just fought through a long life-or-death battle, completely exhausted. "You need to be careful. It's very dangerous in there." Bloodsucker smiled bitterly as Shurfeng walking over. "I'll be logging out to rest now." As soon as Bloodsucker finished speaking, he logged out of the game. "Is the mental burden really so heavy?" Shurfeng frowned as he watched Bloodsucker vanish. After having observed Bloodsucker for a time, Shurfeng was certain that the man was a Void Realm expert. Even in a super guild, he would be an apex existence. This was also why Bloodsucker had been so confident when he had promoted his skills. To pass the Titan Library's inner test, a player had to rely on their techniques. Their skills and equipment wouldn't help them in the least. Shurfeng found it hard to imagine how difficult it was to reach the central area for an expert like Bloodsucker to be rendered helpless. When a player overdrew on their mental strength, they generally had to rest for 3 to 5 hours to recover. Even if one used an S-rank nutrient fluid to aid in their recovery, they would need to spend roughly an hour in the real world to recover fully. However, players were only given 3 hours to choose a skill book in the Titan Library. If Bloodsucker rested for an hour in the real world, he would not have enough time to challenge the barrier between the inner and central areas. "This test is vicious." Shurfeng clicked his tongue. If he failed once, he would lose a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. Moreover, even after recovering, he would only be able to choose a skill book from the inner area. If he did not rely on the S-rank nutrient fluid to recover, he would lose his opportunity to learn from any of the library's skill books. Only now did Shurfeng understand why so many Apex experts had faltered before reaching the central area. "Fortunately, I still have a few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Without them, I wouldn't qualify to challenge this test." Once Shurfeng adjusted his mindset, he stepped into the dark barrier. As soon as the darkness swallowed Shurfeng, he sensed something odd. Not only did the barrier rob him of his sight, but it had also rendered him deaf. Any expert's combat power would drop significantly if they lost their sight, not to mention losing both sight and hearing. With both senses suddenly muted, even staying calm would be a problem, not to mention fighting. Moreover, without being able to see or hear, one wouldn't even know what kind of danger they faced. Against the unknown, even an expert player's mental state would crumble. Fortunately, Shurfeng had experienced a similar situation in the battle tower. Although the circumstances hadn't been as severe, they were not that different. Hence, Shurfeng remained calm and in control. Although he had lost his sight and hearing, he still had his sense of touch and smell. Something's coming. After venturing a few steps into the darkness, he felt the air ripple against several areas of his body. However, these ripples were extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, he felt a pricking pain where he had felt the ripples. Something hit him and he was forced 3 steps back. following which Shifeng tried to advance once more. In the end, however, he met the same outcome. After a few steps, he felt weak ripples, followed by the pricking pain. Particularly in the areas he had felt the previous pain, this pain doubled. So that is how this works. It's no wonder why so many experts were helpless against this test. Shifeng smiled bitterly after a few more attempts. It was too difficult to sense an incoming attack by air currents alone. As a Void Realm expert, he perceived his surroundings by pushing his 5 senses to their very limits. However, if he relied only on his sense of touch, it would be very difficult to predict an attack. Even if he evaded the moment he perceived the needles, he couldn't dodge them. Moreover, the pain he felt each time was frustrating, disrupting his calm. Since I can't dodge them, I'll have to block them. Deciding so, Shifeng unsheathed his swords and advanced. After the previous attempts, he had a general grasp of the needle's attacks. Aside from powerful techniques and acute senses, the biggest reason why experts could become experts in the first place was their brain's processing speed and their ability to memorize something instantly. Once one strengthened their mind, their memorization and calculation would improve tremendously. They could then run through various simulations in their minds using what limited information they had. In this dark area, the needle attacks were not without a pattern. For each wave of attacks, the needles would target 3 to 5 locations. Based on where Shifeng had already been struck and how many times, a total of 12 locations on his body were being targeted. Although he could not be certain that the needles would only attack these 12 locations, knowing them was enough. As long as he defended these points, he couldn't be disqualified if he received a hit, even if he were hit elsewhere. At most, he would be forced to take 1 or 2 steps back and defend another location. Following which, Shifeng continued his advance, using his blades to form a barrier around himself as he repelled the needle attacks. Moreover, as he brandished his swords, Shifeng refined his sword's trajectories, little by little gradually reducing his excess movements and strengthening his defense. As Shifeng had speculated, there were more than 12 targets on his body. 14 areas were being targeted. These 14 points seemed to contain some kind of hidden meaning. As Shifeng improved his sword trajectories, the defensive range enlarged as well. Right now, he could block roughly 40% of all attacks aimed at him from the front. This sensation astonished Shifeng. He was also ecstatic over his growth. There were still many flaws in his sword trajectories, and his slashes were not as efficient as they could be. However, now that he could block 40% of the attacks coming from the front, he could theoretically block 20 of 50 targeted attacks launched from in front of him. After Shifeng had ventured 50 yards into the darkness, 6 to 8 attacks assaulted him simultaneously. The number of targets on his body also rose from 14 to 21. The sudden change disrupted Shifeng's rhythm, causing him to waver back and forth over the 50-yard mark. As attacks continuously struck his body, his pain grew more intense. The attacks were even painful enough to force a strong-willed person like Shifeng to grit his teeth. However, although the pain distracted him slightly, Shifeng's determination grew as he fought. Now that he had to block 21 points, his sword trajectories became more complex. After half an hour of refining his techniques and eliminating unnecessary movement, Shifeng finally pushed past the 50-yard mark. He could now block all of the needle attacks that assaulted him. When he had ventured past the 80-yard mark, the attack count increased once more, increasing to 14 to 18 attacks at a time. Furthermore, he now had to defend 32 points. Although he only had to block another 11 areas, the necessary sword trajectories multiplied by several times. Even Shifeng struggled to cope with this qualitative change. Even after refining his movements for over an hour, his techniques still had plenty of flaws. However, he could now block 60% of the attacks launched from his front. After several more failed attempts to perfect his sword trajectories, Shifeng decided to gamble. Rather than trying to block all 32 targeted points, he gave up his defense over a few that did not follow his trajectories. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he then attempted to cross the final 20 yards. In the end, with only 20 minutes of his 3 hours remaining, Shifeng finally broke through the darkness and reached the Titan Library's central area. Unlike the library's inner area, which contained many ancient bookshelves lined with books, The central area had various globes of blue water rotating around a 3-story-tall water globe. As soon as Shifeng set foot into the central area, he felt his consciousness waver. The constant pricking pain he had felt in the darkness had pushed him to his limits. The Titan Library really is a special place. Shifeng sat down and took several deep breaths. Although he was very tired, he was ecstatic. However, his excitement was not due to his success in reaching the central area. Rather, he was thrilled about what he had gained in the darkness. Never in his dreams had he thought that he would find a secret technique hidden in the darkness. The sword trajectories he had employed to defend the 32 targeted points was profound. It was even more astounding than an advanced combat technique. Shifeng had realized how frightening this secret technique was as he had continued to improve his sword's trajectories. If he could grasp this sword trajectory, his swordsmanship might even surpass Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. Not bad, young man. It's been a long time since someone's reached this area. Shortly after Shifeng had sat to rest, a figure appeared before him, praising Shifeng. Looking up, Shifeng discovered Warren, the library manager who had disappeared. "Since you've passed the test, follow me," Warren said before turning and walking towards the massive water globe. Hurriedly, Shifeng rose from the floor and followed the manager. Although dodging the needle attacks had taken its toll, he had not yet exceeded his mental endurance. He didn't need to rest immediately as Bloodsucker had. After reaching the transparent globe, Warren began to recite an incantation. The massive globe slowly descended from the air. Despite standing over a dozen yards away, Shifeng could feel the daunting mana radiating from the globe. This mana was far purer than that within the 7 luminaries crystal. Furthermore, the mana that the globe released into the air did not scatter. If the globe exploded, Shifeng did not doubt that the explosion would obliterate the Titan Library. Go on. This is where the most precious skills the Titan Library has collected over the years have been contained, Warren urged. Of course, you may also challenge the library's core, but be warned. Throughout the past several hundred years, only 7 have reached the core and left to tell the tale. Lord Warren, I've decided to choose a skill book here, Shifeng declared without hesitation. He had been lucky to reach the central area. As for whether that luck would carry him to the core, Shifeng did not even dare to wonder. As far as he knew, only 5 players had entered the Titan Library's core in the past. Every single one of those players had been a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. With his current strength, his chances were close to, if not non-existent. In all honesty, Shifeng had considered trying. Unfortunately, his time was running out. On the off chance that he overextended his mental endurance and was forced to log out to rest, he might even drown in his regrets. A wise decision. Warren nodded pleasantly. The magic barriers inside the Titan Library are the blood and sweat of the 10 saints. That is especially the case for the magic barrier that protects the core. Without standing in the same realm as the 10 saints, challengers have no chance of success. Had you attempted to challenge the barrier, you would have been disqualified. Shifeng rolled his eyes at the manager. You're only telling me that now? Following which, Shifeng disappeared into the massive water globe. Upon entering the globe, a list of books appeared before Shifeng. Every skill book listed was either a Tier 5 skill or a Tier 4 surekill skill. The list contained hundreds of them. Shifeng's eyes drifted to the Tier 4 surekill skills without even glancing at the Tier 5 skill books. Although Tier 5 skills were much stronger than Tier 4 surekill skills, one could only learn the former after reaching Tier 5. To his present self, a Tier 5 skill book would be as useless as a very expensive paperweight. It was not nearly as practical as a Tier 4 surekill skill. There were a total of 133 Tier 4 surekill skill books on the list, and Shifeng rejoiced at the sight. If he could learn them all, every Tier 4 player would be no more than a punching bag. There was a wide variety of skills to choose from. Some were single-target skills like Flame Burst, while others were AoE skills like Skywheel Sword. There were also control skills like Abyssal Bind and Abyssal Curse. There were even extremely precious Berserk skills and support skills. These skills covered nearly every aspect and were more than enough for players to compensate for their shortcomings. After much contemplation, Feng decided to search through the AoE skills. While single-target skills and berserk skills could elevate a player's combat power tremendously, AoE skills were far more effective in group battles and grinding. Feng was currently in a rush to reach level 50. An AoE skill was, without a doubt, his best choice. There were a total of 5 AoE attack skills. Some dealt physical damage, while others dealt magical damage. Some even dealt a mix of each. Having both would be the best choice. Feng dismissed the first 2 varieties. While the pros of a physical or magical skill were obvious, the cons were just as clear. If he encountered a monster that countered either type of damage, the skill would lose its effectiveness. Take Firestorm for example. If he used the skill against a fire-type monster or an elemental being, the skill wouldn't help him. Rather than risk such a specialized skill, it was safer to pick one that dealt both types of damage. After excluding the specialized skills, Feng was left with 2 books. The first book contained the skill Divine Punishment. When activated, the skill dealt a combination of physical and holy damage to monsters in a targeted area. The skill covered 20 yards in every direction and had a cooldown of 10 minutes. The other skill was Lightning Edge. Upon activation, it would deal a mix of physical and lightning damage to monsters in a cone. The skill had an initial coverage of 30 yards and a cooldown of 15 minutes. Countless players in God's domain dreamed of obtaining both skill books. Feng found himself in a bit of a bind. Holy damage would be twice as effective against dark creatures. In addition to his sacred sword, he would be a nightmare to dark creatures if he chose Divine Punishment. The only downside was the skill's limited range. As for Lightning Edge, it was suitable for kiting monsters. Noticing that he was running out of time, after a moment of hesitation, Feng chose Lightning Edge. He had chosen this to help him level faster. Following which, Feng clicked to learn Lightning Edge. As soon as he did, a stream of energy emerged from the water around him and surged into his body. System: congratulations! You have learned Lightning Edge. Lightning Edge, action type, Tier 0 Level 1, requires 200,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0 Level 2. Channeling time: 0.5 seconds, deals 300% physical and 300% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 30 yards. Duration: 3 seconds cooldown, 15 minutes, as expected of a Tier 4 Surekill skill. Its starting damage and required EXP are double that of Flame Bursts. If it reaches Tier 1, it will likely be even stronger than Firestorm. Feng was elated when he saw the skill's information. He immediately decided to upgrade Lightning Edge's level. Feng was currently level 43. However, even after upgrading Lightning Edge to Tier 1, Level 1, he remained at level 43. However, upon reaching Tier 1, the required EXP to upgrade the skill and the skills might have undergone a qualitative change. Lightning Edge, action type Tier 1, Level 1 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1. Level 2, channeling time: 0.5 seconds, deals 700% physical and 700% lightning damage in a cone in front of user. Initial coverage range is 50 yards. Duration: 5 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes. Feng had intended to upgrade the skill further. Unfortunately, doing so would drop him to level 42, which would, in turn, decrease his overall attributes and affect his performance when they attempted the entrance trial's final stretch. Hence, he decided to hold off for now. After Feng learned Lightning Edge, Warren transported him out of the library, returning him to the entrance. Everyone else from Zero Wing's team who had entered the library had already learned a skill or spell and already returned to the entrance. They all looked ecstatic. The number of skills and spells the Titan library contained was simply mind-blowing, and their rarity was equally staggering. Despite most of the players only being capable of choosing a skill from the outer area, they had still boosted their combat powers significantly. Look at how excited you all are. What kind of powerful skills did you guys learn? Feng asked, a soft chuckle escaping from his lips. Leader, did you know that Sister Aqua reached the inner area? She learned a large-scale destruction spell. Violet did as well and learned an AoE healing spell. As for Sister Fire, although she didn't learn an AoE skill from the inner area, she learned a powerful control and weakening skill. Even a boss won't be able to shrug off the skill's effects, Cola enthusiastically explained. The skills one could learn in the outer and inner areas were worlds apart. In the outer area, one could only learn rare Tier 2 skills, while in the inner area, one could learn Tier 3 surekill skills. There was simply no comparing the two. Furthermore, the skills Aqua Rose and the others had learned in the inner area would be of immense help to their current team. It was especially true for Violet Cloud's AoE healing spell. At present, all skills the various healing classes could learn were single-target healing spells. There was not a single AoE healing spell available for their low tier. Now that Violet Cloud had learned one, she could act as multiple healers. When they raided dungeons in the future, they could afford to bring fewer healers and more damage dealers. Excluding Shurfeng, 14 people had reached the library's inner area. Among them, 3 belonged to Zero Wing, 3 belonged to Raven, 5 belonged to Owl, and 3 belonged to Overwhelming Smile. This outcome stunned Zero Wing's members. While Aqua Rose and the others, more or less, knew the identities of Raven's members, Owl's members were complete strangers. Yet among the team of 14 players, 5 had reached the inner area. The small team's strength was astounding. Where did the guild leader meet these people? Aqua Rose was deeply shocked as she watched White Knight and his companions. There are so many experts in just a team of 14 people. After the team's performance in the Titan Library, Aqua Rose finally understood how strong White Knight and the others were. As for Yulan, who rested by the side, her expression suggested that she had finally come to understand the guild known as Zero Wing. She knew how difficult it was to venture from the outer area to the inner area. Even after trying her hardest, she barely broke through the barrier. As for the other 2 players on her team who had reached the inner area, they were Warwolf and Soaring Snake. Everyone else had only made it to the 80-yard mark. Although she did not know how far Shurfeng had progressed, reaching the inner area should have been a walk in the park for him. With this, of Zero Wing's 50 people, 12 had managed to reach the inner area. The team's strength was intimidating. Yulan even suspected that, even if she scoured Starmoon Kingdom and combined the strength of every guild within its borders, she wouldn't form a team as powerful as Zero Wings. Since everyone has gathered, let's proceed to the trial's final stage, Shurfeng declared after confirming that everyone was present. He then led the team to a teleportation array a short distance away from the Titan Library. Be careful. Healers, focus on those who are taking damage. MTs, hold down the monsters. Do not let them get away. Peerless, who ventured through the gray fog, sternly commanded his people through the team chat. Initially, he had thought he would be welcomed by the sight of Titan City's gates upon overcoming the abyssal path. However, he had never imagined that they would escape the wolf's lair only to walk straight into a lion's den. Inside this gray fog, their visibility was reduced to 10 yards. In addition, monsters would randomly assault them from time to time. To make matters worse, the fog did not affect these monsters. Even with 40 yards between them, these monsters discovered them and attacked immediately. These monsters attacked with bows and arrows, and after firing a volley, they would change their positions. Moreover, the monsters always targeted the cloth armor classes. If they did not defeat these archers as quickly as possible, the noise of battle would attract more enemies. Before realizing this, their team had suffered. Moreover, the players whom these monsters killed could not be revived. Their losses in this gray fog were permanent. They only had 89 players remaining now. If they lost any more members, their hopes of reaching the final goal would be dashed. Shortly after Peerless issued his orders, another volley emerged from the fog around them. The arrows were extremely fast. With the low visibility, even the agility-based classes struggled to block or evade the attacks, not to mention the targeted cloth wearers. Immediately, a white-robed cleric transformed into a hedgehog, his HP plummeting to 0 in an instant. The cleric did not even have a chance to heal himself. Charge! Don't let those monsters get away! Peerless bellowed in rage. Over a dozen melee classes immediately dashed towards the arrow's origin. Shortly after these players vanished, however, the others heard a pained scream. A few of these melee players had died instantly. 3 MTs had even been thrown back to the team, their slamming into the ground before Peerless. All 3 MTs only had a strand of HP. What happened? Peerless demanded through the team chat. The monsters they had previously faced had only been level 45 elites. Every one of these players could easily dispatch one of the monsters with help, yet not only had a few people instantly died, but their heavily armored MTs had also been thrown such a long distance. There was definitely something off here. Boss! It's a boss! One of the swordsmen, who had previously charged forward, stuttered a reply. Wait, there are 3. Before the swordsman could finish his words, his name in the team status window faded to gray, signifying that this player had died. However, the swordsman wasn't the only one dead player. Those who had charged with him had died as well. Before Peerless could respond, 3 tall figures suddenly emerged from the fog, accompanied by over 100 bow-wielding, 4-armed demonic monsters. Every player on the team tensed, feeling stifled. Of the 3 bosses before them, one was a Grand Lord, while the other 2 were Great Lords. With this combination before them, the players crumbled in despair. As the 2 sides threw themselves into the battle, a golden radiance suddenly dispersed the dense fog. People then began to appear one after another. How? Peerless' jaw nearly hit the ground when he saw the distant figures. These figures were none other than the members of Shurfeng's team, who he had seen before. However, unlike their battered players, Shurfeng's team appeared unharmed, every member brimming with energy as they stood on the path towards Titan City. As the golden light appeared, it returned visibility to the foggy valley. Shurfeng and his team's sudden arrival left Peerless' team speechless. How are they here? This question echoed in everyone's minds. It was an irrefutable fact that they had progressed through the 3rd stage faster and more successful than they had during their previous attempt. Yet Shurfeng's team had still managed to get ahead of them. The most infuriating part was that, now that they had aggroed the 3 bosses, Shurfeng's team could simply head up the mountain and reach Titan City without issues. However, before Peerless and his team could figure out what they should do next, the 3 bosses charged at them. 3-headed demonic ape king, dark creature, Grand Lord, level 45, HP 70, 000, 000/70, 000, 000, 2-headed demonic ape, dark creature, Great Lord, level 45, HP 30, 000, 000/30, 000, 000. Even a team of 1,000 elite players would have no hope against a Grand Lord and 2 Great Lords, much less a 100-man team. Realizing how grim their situation was, Peerless clenched his jaw and commanded, "Activate the barrier! Everyone else, follow me." 15 players immediately gathered and began to form a magic barrier that trapped the 3 bosses, preventing the monsters from pursuing the rest of their team. As they did so, Peerless his other members towards Shurfeng. His intentions were obvious. He wanted to drag Shurfeng and his people into the fight, using the opportunity to escape. "Leader, those people are heading towards us. It seems they're trying to drag us down with them." Aqua Rose giggled softly as she watched Peerless' team rush towards them. "Let's get rid of them, lest they hinder us later." Needless to say, Shurfeng also knew what Peerless and his team planned. Wait a minute. That is Peerless, one of Pantheon's elders. Initially, Yulan had agreed with Shurfeng's decision. However, upon taking a closer look and recognizing the other team's leader as Peerless, she hesitated. Pantheon was a super guild. Although Pantheon's headquarters was nowhere near Starmoon Kingdom and it couldn't affect the kingdom's affairs, a few of Underworld's upper echelons had been buttering up the super guild. If they killed Pantheon's members now, a simple inquiry would reveal her as a member of Underworld. When that happened, she would invoke her upper echelon's ire. This was also why she was so desperately trying to strengthen her foundations. With a powerful team, her position in Underworld would not be at risk if she angered a few of the organization's upper echelons. "Will it inconvenience you?" Noticing Yolan's hesitation, Shurfeng more or less understood how much influence a super guild had. It will impact the organization's plans, Yulan replied honestly. Feebly, she continued, if team leader Yifeng attacks that team, I'm afraid that my side can't help. That's fine. You guys can stay here and watch. Shifeng dismissed Yulan's concerns. Following which, Shifeng led his team to welcome Peerless and the others. Zero Wing sure is ruthless. They don't even hesitate against a super guild. It seems like the rumors of Zero Wing provoking King's return are true. Overwhelming Smiles members watched with admiration. Everyone had been dumbfounded when Zero Wing had provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Afterward, the guild had picked a fight with King's return. Now, Zero Wing's members had, without hesitation, decided to strike against Pantheon's members. If they were any other first-rate guild, they would have already cowered in fear. The Titan City Pass was extremely valuable. Based on how prepared Peerless and the other Pantheon members appeared to be, it was obvious how much the Super Guild valued the holy city of Titan. If Shifeng and his players killed Peerless' team, Pantheon would undoubtedly hold a grudge against Zero Wing. Boss Peerless, those people are heading this way. From the looks of it, I think they're trying to block our path. Perfect. They've ruined my plans once already. Now I'll teach them to fear Pantheon. When the bosses get here, head up the mountain. Joy fluttered in Peerless' eyes as he watched Shifeng's team approach. Had Shifeng led his team up the mountain, he would have escaped the looming disaster of the three bosses. However, now that they were coming to him, he could use this chance to relieve some stress. Both teams fell into formation and prepared for battle. Boss Peerless. I think I've seen those players before. The swordsman leading the charge looks like Yifeng from the Azura battle team. Those are Zero Wing's members. Yifeng? Didn't he defeat that old monster from the Battle Wolves? When only 100 yards separated the two teams, Pantheon's members realized who they were facing. Tension sang through them as they prepared for a gruesome battle, no longer taking this fight so lightly. They also discovered something shocking. Shifeng and his team's levels. Every player was above level 40, while some had even reached level 43. It was impossible to find such a high-leveled team, even in God's domain's empires. As the teams grew closer, although Peerless' side had the numerical advantage, his team members' expressions were grim. Previously, as both teams had been too far from each other, they hadn't noticed anything special about Zero Wing's team. However, as they closed the distance, fear began to grip their hearts. Shifeng, White Knight, Fire Dance, and a few others leading the team, in particular, radiated an even stronger pressure than a lord. Why do they have so many experts? Peerless frowned, shock filling his gaze. Among Zero Wing's 50-man team, at least 9 of them felt threatening. Of the 9, he trembled in fear as the pressure of 4 specific players swept over him. He even began to wonder if he were facing another Super Guild's raid team. Why else would there be so many experts on a single team? I am Peerless, an elder from Pantheon. You must be Elder Yifeng from Zero Wing, correct? Why don't we work together to defeat the bosses? Peerless shouted his suggestion as he watched Shifeng. Although he was arrogant, he knew when the odds were against him. His current team stood no chance against Shifeng's people. If his team were annihilated now, they would lose their third chance of reaching Titan City. There was also no telling when their guild would obtain another pass, either. He did not wish to watch his hard-earned opportunity go to waste over a little squabble. Peerless' suggestion surprised Yulan and Overwhelming Smiles members. Am I hearing things? Pantheon's members are actually suggesting that we cooperate. I have heard that Peerless is a particularly arrogant elder in Pantheon. Not only does he lack respect for guild leaders from first-rate guilds, but he has also insulted them publicly. I must have misheard him. A commotion swept over Overwhelming Smiles members. Super guilds were the virtual gaming world's overlords. Normally, people would do everything they could to gain their favor, yet they rarely expressed goodwill. Suggesting cooperation was even more unlikely. Peerless and the others had already prepared to fight. However, they had suddenly suggested that the two teams work together. Even if news of this spread, no one would believe it. Peerless' sudden suggestion had stunned not only Yulan and her group, but it had also surprised Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. Aqua Rose had to admit that Peerless' suggestion was tempting. Both Pantheon and Zero Wings teams would struggle to take down 3 level 45 bosses simultaneously. If not dealt with properly, a team wipe would not be surprising. If the two teams joined hands, however, their chances of defeating the 3 bosses would increase tremendously. Although Aqua Rose was not at all familiar with the strength of Pantheon's team, the fact that they had made it this far proved that it should not be underestimated. Peerless also firmly believed that his proposal would interest Shifeng. After all, the team's ultimate goal was to enter Titan City. Moreover, more than one team could reach the Holy City as long as they cleared the entrance trial. There was no conflict between them in terms of profit. Moreover, befriending a super guild was far more beneficial than creating a new enemy. However, Shifeng replied with 3 indifferent words. No, thank you. After responding, Shifeng swung Killing Ray. Lightning Edge. After reaching Tier 1, Lightning Edge's range had extended to a maximum of 50 yards. The damage spread could envelop over half of Peerless' team. Strike after strike of blue lightning arced towards Pantheon's members. Shifeng's attributes were already exceptional. Even Cola could only endure a few of his normal attacks. In the blink of an eye, the lifeless bodies of over half of Peerless' team members fell to the ground. Even the MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only those who had been outside of Lightning Edge's attack range and those who possessed skills that provided a brief invulnerability had escaped with their lives. However, these players were only a minority of Peerless' team. After Lightning Edge ended, less than 10 players remained standing on Peerless' side. Lightning Edge was in no way weaker than a boss's team wipe skill. What is he doing? Yulan was flabbergasted. Initially, she had agreed with the proposed cooperation. Not only would this eliminate the possibility of earning Pantheon's ire, but they might also have the chance to form a friendship with the Super Guild. Both she and Zero Wing would benefit greatly from an amicable relationship with Pantheon. Furthermore, their chances of clearing the entrance trial would increase. Yet Shifeng had rejected the offer. Moreover, he annihilated the majority of Pantheon's members without a second thought. Yulan even began to wonder if Shifeng had some sort of unresolvable grudge against Pantheon. Shifeng's actions had even stunned Aqua Rose. Bloodsucker was gobsmacked as well. No matter what was said or done, these people were still Pantheon members, yet Shifeng had killed them without any hesitation. Shifeng's decisiveness to kill another player even made a dark player like Bloodsucker involuntarily tremble. He was now even more afraid of Shifeng than he was of a bloodthirsty killer such as himself. However, Shifeng did not bother to explain his decision. Or rather, he could not. Only the first team to enter the Holy City of Titan would be awarded reputation. He would not give up the guarantee of gaining the Holy City's reputation just to gain a dispensable partner, not to mention a partner that had initially planned to use his team to distract the bosses. In God's domain, only one's strength mattered. Everything else was secondary. I'll butcher you. A vein popped in Peerless' eyes when he saw his dead companions. If hatred were tangible, his would have drowned Shifeng. These players were the capital he needed to clear the entrance trial. Now Shifeng had annihilated them. Peerless then activated his berserk skill. He raised his silver greatsword and charged at Shifeng. However, before Peerless, whose body had grown slightly, could reach Shifeng, a figure appeared between them and forcibly stopped the berserker's charge. This person was none other than the Guardian Knight Turtledove. Scram! Peerless boiled with rage. He swore to himself that he would fight Shifeng to the end. Without hesitation, he sent a horizontal slash at the Guardian Knight in his way, intending to take advantage of his enhanced strength to send Turtledove flying. In response to the vicious attack, Turtledove swung her longsword to meet the berserker's blade, activating steel impact before the two weapons collided. Pong! The counterattack sent Peerless flying 10 yards away. It had also forced him into a fainted state. His 26,600 HP dropped by more than 3,000 as well. Turtledove's immense strength stunned Pantheon's members. They all knew just how powerful Peerless was. Although he could not compare to the battle wolf Sirius, he was one of Pantheon's apex experts who had reached the Void Realm. He even wore a piece of epic equipment, while the rest of his gear consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment. In terms of basic attributes, few people were capable of matching the Berserker. The Berserk skill Peerless had activated also boosted his strength, agility, and endurance. In this state, he could even stand against a high lord of the same level without giving way. Yet a tall, slender female guardian knight had sent him flying. Their shock was indescribable. "Boss Peerless, I'll help you." A level 40 burly assassin dashed forward to assist Peerless, who had removed the control effect plaguing him as soon as he had received it. However, before this level 40 assassin could reach the Berserker, numerous arrows flew towards him, forcing him to block the attacks. His actions, however, broke his stealth. "Isn't that Pantheon's 3 tigers? Why is he here?" Yulan was surprised upon seeing the assassin. It seems Pantheon really wants into Titan City. After this incident, Zero Wing and Pantheon will definitely be mortal enemies. The exposed assassin was 3 tigers, an apex expert from Pantheon. He was also the Super Guild's 5th-ranked assassin. His attacks were famed for their violence. Others often called him the manslaughtering tiger. However, the instant the manslaughtering tiger was exposed, he felt death loom over him. Hastily, he used wind steps and threw himself to the ground. Unknown to him, the sharp blade of a short sword had sliced across his back. If not for the brief invulnerability that his skill provided, the blade would have ripped through his body. What is that style of footwork? Even so close, I didn't detect her at all. 3 tigers felt his body grow cold when his gaze fell on Fire Dance, who had appeared behind him suddenly. If not for his ability to exert his 5 senses to their limits, which allowed him to sense the subtle fluctuations in the air as Fire Dance launched her attack, he would have fallen prey to the female assassin's attack. As expected, my void steps are still rough and crude. Fire Dance inwardly berated herself after 3 tigers dodged her blade. After evading Fire Dance's ambush, 3 tigers discovered an incoming volley. White Knight had fired these arrows and did so from the male assassin's blind spot. As a result, 3 tigers didn't notice them until it was too late. Damn it! Why are there so many experts? 3 tigers instinctively activated Vanish, repelling the arrows and remaining unharmed. He had just been forced to use 2 of his major life-saving skills in a row. 3 tigers had never experienced a situation like this since he had joined God's domain. However, shortly after 3 tigers vanished, he discovered that he could not move. Before he realized it, pitch-black walls rose from the ground and surrounding him. This attack was none other than Violet Cloud's Black Coffin, and she had timed the spell to activate just after Vanish's 1.3 seconds of invulnerability had ended. Peerless' sudden suggestion had stunned not only Yulan and her group, but it had also surprised Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. Aqua Rose had to admit that Peerless' suggestion was tempting. Both Pantheon and Zero Wing's teams would struggle to take down 3 level 45 bosses simultaneously. If not dealt with properly, a team wipe would not be surprising. If the 2 teams joined hands, however, their chances of defeating the 3 bosses would increase tremendously. Although Aqua Rose was not at all familiar with the strength of Pantheon's team, the fact that they had made it this far proved that it should not be underestimated. Peerless also firmly believed that his proposal would interest Shurfeng. After all, the team's ultimate goal was to enter Titan City. Moreover, more than one team could reach the Holy City as long as they cleared the entrance trial. There was no conflict between them in terms of profit. Moreover, befriending a super guild was far more beneficial than creating a new enemy. However, Shurfeng replied with 3 indifferent words. "No, thank you." After responding, Shurfeng swung Killing Ray. Lightning Edge. After reaching Tier 1, Lightning Edge's range had extended to a maximum of 50 yards. The damage spread could envelop over half of Peerless' team. Strike after strike of blue lightning arced towards Pantheon's members. Shurfeng's attributes were already exceptional. Even Kola could only endure a few of his normal attacks. In the blink of an eye, the lifeless bodies of over half of Peerless' team members fell to the ground. Even the MTs who had activated their life-saving skills had lost their lives. Only those who had been outside of Lightning Edge's attack range and those who possessed skills that provided a brief invulnerability had escaped with their lives. However, these players were only a minority of Peerless' team. After Lightning Edge ended, less than 10 players remained standing on Peerless' side. Lightning Edge was in no way weaker than a boss's team wipe skill. What is he doing? Yulan was flabbergasted. Initially, she had agreed with the proposed cooperation. Not only would this eliminate the possibility of earning Pantheon's ire, but they might also have the chance to form a friendship with the Super Guild. Both she and Zero Wing would benefit greatly from an amicable relationship with Pantheon. Furthermore, their chances of clearing the entrance trial would increase. Yet Shifeng had rejected the offer. Moreover, he annihilated the majority of Pantheon's members without a second thought. Yulan even began to wonder if Shifeng had some sort of unresolvable grudge against Pantheon. Shifeng's actions had even stunned Aqua Rose. Bloodsucker was gobsmacked as well. No matter what was said or done, these people were still Pantheon members, yet Shifeng had killed them without any hesitation. Shifeng's decisiveness to kill another player even made a dark player like Bloodsucker involuntarily tremble. He was now even more afraid of Shifeng than he was of a bloodthirsty killer such as himself. However, Shifeng did not bother to explain his decision. Or rather, he could not. Only the first team to enter the Holy City of Titan would be awarded reputation. He would not give up the guarantee of gaining the Holy City's reputation just to gain a dispensable partner, not to mention a partner that had initially planned to use his team to distract the bosses. In God's domain, only one's strength mattered. Everything else was secondary. "I'll butcher you." A vein popped in Peerless' eyes when he saw his dead companions. If hatred were tangible, his would have drowned Shifeng. These players were the capital he needed to clear the entrance trial. Now Shifeng had annihilated them. Peerless then activated his berserk skill. He raised his silver greatsword and charged at Shifeng. However, before Peerless, whose body had grown slightly, could reach Shifeng, a figure appeared between them and forcibly stopped the berserker's charge. This person was none other than the Guardian Knight Turtledove. Scram! Peerless boiled with rage. He swore to himself that he would fight Shifeng to the end. Without hesitation, he sent a horizontal slash at the Guardian Knight in his way, intending to take advantage of his enhanced strength to send Turtledove flying. In response to the vicious attack, Turtledove swung her longsword to meet the berserker's blade, activating steel impact before the two weapons collided. Pong! The counterattack sent Peerless flying 10 yards away. It had also forced him into a fainted state. His 26,600 HP dropped by more than 3,000 as well. Turtledove's immense strength stunned Pantheon's members. They all knew just how powerful Peerless was. Although he could not compare to the battle wolf Sirius, he was one of Pantheon's apex experts who had reached the Void Realm. He even wore a piece of epic equipment, while the rest of his gear consisted of level 40 dark gold equipment. In terms of basic attributes, few people were capable of matching the berserker. The berserk skill Peerless had activated also boosted his strength, agility, and endurance. In this state, he could even stand against a high lord of the same level without giving way. Yet a tall, slender female Guardian Knight had sent him flying. Their shock was indescribable. "Boss Peerless, I'll help you." A level 40 burly assassin dashed forward to assist Peerless, who had removed the control effect plaguing him as soon as he had received it. However, before this level 40 assassin could reach the berserker, numerous arrows flew towards him, forcing him to block the attacks. His actions, however, broke his stealth. "Isn't that Pantheon's 3 tigers? Why is he here?" Yulan was surprised upon seeing the assassin. It seems Pantheon really wants into Titan City. After this incident, Zero Wing and Pantheon will definitely be mortal enemies. The exposed assassin was 3 tigers, an apex expert from Pantheon. He was also the Super Guild's 5th-ranked assassin. His attacks were famed for their violence. Others often called him the manslaughtering tiger. However, the instant the manslaughtering tiger was exposed, he felt death loom over him. Hastily, he used wind steps and threw himself to the ground. Unknown to him, the sharp blade of a short sword had sliced across his back. If not for the brief invulnerability that his skill provided, the blade would have ripped through his body. What is that style of footwork? Even so close, I didn't detect her at all. Three Tigers felt his body grow cold when his gaze fell on Fire Dance, who had appeared behind him suddenly. If not for his ability to exert his five senses to their limits, which allowed him to sense the subtle fluctuations in the air as Fire Dance launched her attack, he would have fallen prey to the female assassin's attack. As expected, my void steps are still rough and crude. Fire Dance inwardly berated herself after Three Tigers dodged her blade. After evading Fire Dance's ambush, Three Tigers discovered an incoming volley. White Knight had fired these arrows and did so from the male assassin's blind spot. As a result, Three Tigers didn't notice them until it was too late. Damn it! Why are there so many experts? Three Tigers instinctively activated Vanish, repelling the arrows and remaining unharmed. He had just been forced to use two of his major life-saving skills in a row. Three Tigers had never experienced a situation like this since he had joined God's domain. However, shortly after Three Tigers vanished, he discovered that he could not move. Before he realized it, pitch-black walls rose from the ground and surrounding him. This attack was none other than Violet Cloud's Black Coffin, and she had timed the spell to activate just after Vanish's 1.3 seconds of invulnerability had ended. Suddenly, the three dead demonic ape king roared and stomped the ground violently. Boom! The ground shattered instantly, a shockwave spreading from the Grand Lord. Kola currently had less than 20,000 HP. Not wanting to risk his life, he activated Protection Blessing to reduce the AoE skill's damage. Even so, he still received close to minus 8,000 damage from the attack. Other players who stood within 60 yards of the three bosses also received varying damages, with the farthest players receiving the least amount of damage. Even so, the team's ranged players still received nearly minus 6,000 damage each. Immediately after using the skill, the Ape King slapped at Kola. The Guardian Knight hurriedly raised his shield to block the attack. The impact forced him back 3 steps before he stabilized himself. His HP dropped by almost another 5,000 points. In the blink of an eye, Kola had less than 5,000 HP remaining. If not for Protection Blessing, he would have died already. However, after the Ape King's attack, several heals blanketed Kola, one after another, raising his HP to just over 20,000. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had already circled to the Grand Lord's back. She then thrust 1,000 transformations into the dirt. Suddenly, water began to spew from the ground. Go! Fire Dance smoothly swung 1,000 transformations at the demonic Ape King. Water binding. The water that had pooled around the Ape King's feet transformed into a rope, binding the Grand Lord's limbs and body tightly. No matter how many times the Ape King broke the water rope, the latter always reformed around the Grand Lord's body, slowing the boss so much that it couldn't hit Kola properly. Even when the Ape King's attack struck Kola, it only dealt around 70% of its normal damage due to the watery restrictions. The Ape King was no longer a threat to Kola. What a powerful skill! It can even affect a great lord. Everyone was stunned when they saw the demonic Ape King's combat power decrease significantly. While everyone was still dazed, Fire Dance executed an even more surprising move. As Fire Dance swung her short sword through the air, a water whip emerged from the ground and lashed at the Ape King's fist. Boom! Although the whip shattered upon impact, the Ape King's attack had also stopped. Following which, Fire Dance swung again, summoning another water whip that lashed at the Ape King's back. A damage of over minus 10,000 points immediately appeared above the Grand Lord's head, stupefying her teammates. What skill is that? Yolan's mouth twitched involuntarily as she watched Fire Dance's attacks. Fire Dance stood still as she swung her 2 blades, yet she had restrained the demonic Ape King without help. Oddly enough, no one on the battlefield was more surprised than Fire Dance. She had never imagined that the skill she had learned in the Titan Library would be this powerful. She had only upgraded water binding to Tier 1, Level 1, yet the skill could already partially subdue a Grand Lord. If the skill were upgraded to Tier 2, it could suppress a Grand Lord completely. Good. Everyone, focus your full power on the Ape King. Shifeng excitedly ordered after watching Fire Dance's performance with her new skill. In God's domain, skills generally fell into three categories: attack skills, healing skills, and control skills. However, there were also domain skills. However, this type of skill was extremely rare, and players usually only discovered them after reaching Tier 4. This was also one of the reasons that there was such a huge strength gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes. However, the domain skill Fire Dance had learned also had a glaring flaw. The skill's user could not move while using skill. Moreover, the skill's duration wasn't very long. Based on Shifeng's guess, it would be a miracle if the skill lasted 10 minutes. Hence, they needed to deplete the Ape King's HP while Fire Dance was engaged with her skill. With Fire Dance's assistance, fighting the demonic Ape King became much easier. The Ape King's defense could not compare to the King of Corrosions. It was also a dark creature. As a result, even without activating a Berserk skill, Shifeng's attacks easily dealt around 20,000 to 30,000 damage. When Fire Dance's water binding ended, the demonic Ape King only had 50% of its HP remaining. As the Grand Lord's HP had dropped to 50%, Shifeng commanded, "All DPS, distance yourselves from the Ape King and attack the other two-headed apes. Healers, focus on your mana. Use a potion as soon as the cooldown is over. Don't try to conserve them." When the demonic Ape King's HP fell to 50%, it would target a random player, executing charge and forcing the player into a fainted state before launching a barrage of rapid attacks. The Grand Lord's charge was far more powerful than a Berserker's, and even an MT with an active life-saving skill had little hope of survival against such a vicious assault. Unless the targeted player had a skill such as the Elementalist's Ice Barrier that could grant them a long period of damage immunity, or they managed to dodge the Ape King before it reached them. Only death awaited the Grand Lord's victim. However, if players dealt with the two-headed demonic apes first, when the two Great Lords' HPs fell below the 70% threshold while the Grand Lord's HP was above that, the Great Lords would enter a berserk state, their damage and attack speed increasing by 30%. Hence, for safety's sake, after reducing the Ape King's HP to nearly 50%, he shifted the team's attention towards the two-headed apes. Once the two Great Lords were almost dead, they would then return to deal with the Grand Lord. However, to achieve all of this, the team's positioning and coordination needed to be precise. Moreover, as this would be a long battle, the healer's mana usage would be put to the test. As for the three-headed demonic Ape King situation, Shifeng had 4 other Guardian Knights support Kola. At Tier 1, Level 1, Protection Blessing had a cooldown of 3 minutes, 30 seconds. At higher levels, that cooldown would drop. As every member of the team was an expert, their skill levels were very high. Including Kola, all 5 of the team's Guardian Knight had roughly a 3-minute cooldown on their protection blessings. When Kola had taken on the demonic Ape King, Shifeng had used Life Bloom on the Guardian Knight. Life Bloom had a duration of 40 seconds and a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. After including the healing from 3 healers, Kola had been practically invincible during Life Bloom's duration. Once Life Bloom's cooldown ended, the other 4 Guardian Knights would take turns casting Protection Blessing on Kola. Protection Blessing had a duration of 20 seconds, so Kola only needed 3 to tide him over until Life Bloom was ready once more. With Protection Blessing, even without Shifeng's Life Bloom, Kola would not die. If necessary, Shifeng was also prepared to activate a life-saving skill to help Kola survive the Ape King's attacks, reducing the pressure on the Guardian Knight. With this, they formed a solid defensive cycle. Time passed quickly. The 3-headed demonic Ape King had been pinned down during the entire battle. As for the 2 level 45 Great Lords, they weren't a challenge for Shifeng's team in the least. Very quickly, the 2 Great Lords' HPs had dropped below the 5% threshold. Shifeng then delegated one party to pin the Great Lords while everyone else attacked the Ape King. When the demonic Ape King's HP fell below 50%, it finally activated its charge. Despite Shifeng's warning, the Ape King was simply too fast. In the end, the Ape King's targeted assassin had died instantly. During its charge, the Ape King also collided into 3 others, 2 of which died and 1 had been gravely injured. Unfortunately, the injured player was a shield warrior. Chills ran down the players' spines as they received a blow to their morale. As the Ape King's HP gradually decreased, the team lost members. By the time the Ape King had 10% HP remaining, only 64 team members were standing. Fortunately, the survivors familiarized themselves with the Ape King's charge, decreasing the number of fatalities with each subsequent charge. Roar! As these players wondered if victory were within sight, the demonic Ape King hammered on its chest as its entire body turned red. It was entering its berserk state. Its fist then slammed into Cola's shield, instantly burying Cola up to his waist in the ground. Even with protection blessing, Cola still received close to -9,000 damage. As a healing beam struck Cola from one side, the Ape King's next punch struck from the other. This time, the rest of Cola's body sunk into the ground, his HP instantly falling below 50%. As everyone thought that the Ape King would punch Cola again, the Grand Lord swung its arms at the nearby players. Immediately, several players transformed into streaks of white light and disappeared. The Ape King's strength left the players dumbfounded. The boss doesn't have a lot of HP left. Give it everything you've got. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Cola. Shurfeng hurriedly shouted. After saying so, Shurfeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Thunder God's descent before attacking the Ape King with everything he had. Fire Dance also used illusory power. At this moment, the team went into a frenzy as they desperately fought to kill the demonic Ape King. Many also began to hurl powerful magic scrolls at the Grand Lord. 7%, 5%, 3%, as the Ape King's HP decreased, the team dwindled. Very quickly, only 40 or so players remained standing. When the Grand Lord's HP fell below 1%, the team finished off the two Great Lords. However, even with less than 300,000 HP, the demonic Ape Kings might rain despair over the team. Even with Dragonscale body activated, the Ape King still killed Cola. Kill it! Shurfeng used Flame Burst. However, in its complete state, the demonic Ape King's defense was too high. Both Shurfeng and his doppelganger had only managed to deal a total of 120,000 damage. When the Ape King only had 100,000 HP remaining, there were less than 20 survivors. However, the most their attacks dealt was around -1,000 damage, with a majority of them only dealing hundreds of damage. The Ape King's last 100,000 HP felt like an insurmountable wall. When the Grand Lord only had 50,000 HP, only 10 players were still alive. Even White Knight was beginning to lose hope. Suddenly, the Ape King's gaze fell onto Shurfeng. Without hesitation, Shurfeng activated the aura of Earth's activatable skill, Absolute Defense. The Ape King's sudden punch sent Shurfeng flying over 30 yards away. Even Shurfeng shuddered when he felt the Grand Lord's tremendous strength. Fortunately, the Ape King could not penetrate Absolute Defense. Seeing Shurfeng survive its attack, the Ape King grew furious. It charged at Shurfeng before wailing on the Swordsman. However, throughout Absolute Defense's 5-second duration, the Ape King could do nothing to Shurfeng. All its rage-fueled attack did was buy more time for the team's other survivors. Suddenly, Shurfeng retrieved a pitch-black magic scroll from his bag. Sensing the horrific mana radiating from the ancient scroll, the Ape King shrunk back in fear, panic shining in its eyes. It seems that I will have to use this after all. Reluctance flashed in Shurfeng's eyes as he looked at the black scroll. He had obtained this from the epic treasure chest he got from Phoenix Rain. He had spent a lot of mana stones to open that epic chest, yet it had only contained 2 items. Among them, one had been the black scroll in his hands. The remaining team members noticed the scroll the moment Shurfeng took it from his bag. What's that? Why is it radiating so much mana? The instant the black scroll appeared, it released a daunting pressure. The flow of mana around them froze under this pressure. If it could display such power before its activation, it was hard to imagine just what kind of magic scroll it was. Even Yu'lon, Bloodsucker, and White Knight, people who knew a lot about God's domain, had never seen anything like this. In the end, we still have to use it? Aqua Rose sighed, clearly reluctant when she saw the scroll. In Zero Wing, only she and Shurfeng knew what items he had obtained from the epic treasure chest. In God's domain, even fine gold treasure chests were extremely rare. Generally, they were only found in special, hidden locations. As for dark gold treasure chests, it was unlikely for a player to stumble across one even in the most resource-rich hidden locations or ruins. Hence, one could just imagine how precious an epic treasure chest was. A magic scroll from an epic treasure chest would be just as extraordinary. Currently, the strongest known magic scrolls in God's domain were Tier 3 magic scrolls. However, the scroll in Shurfeng's hands was a Tier 4 magic scroll. However, this scroll was not why Shurfeng kept the epic treasure chest and the items he had obtained from it a secret. Rather, he had done so due to the other item the treasure chest had given him. The Beastmaster's Compendium. Although it was an ordinary parchment book, every guild dreamed of having their own. As guild players reached higher levels, their need for mounts would also increase by the day. Hence, the guild mount's importance was self-evident. However, nurturing guild mounts was more important. Common mounts could not satisfy the members of the various large guilds, yet upgrading a common guild mount was far from easy. Even if the base mount were a 5-star mount, players only had a 70% chance of upgrading it from common to bronze rank, a 30% chance to upgrade it to mysterious iron rank, and a 3% chance to upgrade it to secret silver rank. If the mount a guild captured was a 3-star mount or below, its upgrade chances were even lower. However, with the Beastmaster's Compendium, guilds could craft medicine that increased the promotion success rates. Moreover, the boost was quite high. Even a basic Beastmaster's potion could increase the success rate of upgrading a mount to bronze rank by 10%, mysterious iron rank by 5%, and secret silver rank by 1%. If others knew that Zero Wing possessed the Beastmaster's Compendium, every guild in God's domain would target them. Furthermore, to produce the basic Beastmaster's potion, one needed to become a master alchemist at the very least. Hence, they needed to keep the compendium a secret. When Aqua Rose had seen the Beastmaster's Compendium, she had been utterly stupefied. If Phoenix Rain had known that the epic treasure chest she had given away had not contained epic weapons or equipment, but the Beastmaster's Compendium instead, she would have even been content to wait 6 months before she could open it. After a pause, the demonic Ape King started to hammer its fists at Shurfeng in fear, the powerful impacts forming large crater that was 8 meters deep and 40 meters across. Because of this, the team's survivors were forced to attack the Grand Lord from a distance. It's no wonder why so many teams called it Hell's Gatekeeper. With this horrific strength, even a team of Tier 2 players wouldn't defeat it. Shurfeng muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. However, no matter how hard the Ape King struggled, it was for naught. Shurfeng only needed 1 second to activate the Tier 4 magic scroll, and absolute defense would last for another 2 seconds. The Ape King could not stop Shurfeng. Shurfeng unfurled the scroll and began to chant the recorded incantation. Immediately, everything within 300 yards of Shurfeng froze. Aqua Rose and the others, who stood some distance away, couldn't move at all. Only the demonic Ape King could move. However, the instant the Grand Lord saw Shurfeng unfurl the magic scroll, it turned and fled. Yulan and her companions were flabbergasted. A powerful monster like the demonic Ape King was actually running away from a magic scroll. No one would ever believe this. You want to escape? Shurfeng chuckled at the demonic Ape King, who was already 30 yards away from him. Can you get away, though? With Shurfeng at the spell's epicenter, black fog rose from the ground across 300 yards in every direction. The fog then flowed into every body in the area. As Aqua Rose and the others were allies, they did not feel affected by the black fog. However, as if it had been submerged in a muddy swamp, the fleeing Ape King slowed rapidly until it eventually stopped. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not move an inch. In the next moment, the black fog formed ropes that bound the Grand Lord's limbs and body. Isn't this the domain skill that I used earlier? When Fire Dance saw the familiar ropes, her water binding skill came to mind. Only water binding was significantly weaker than this black fog. Moreover, Shurfeng could move the black fog as he wished. The Tier 4 domain skill Dark Madness is superb. Shurfeng controlled the black fog as if it were an extension of himself. In the past, one such Tier 4 domain skill had been precisely the reason he had been forced to let a Tier 4 NPC rob him. Of course, not every Tier 4 class had a domain skill, However, any player, NPC, or monster that managed to grasp one would undoubtedly stand at the peak among Tier 4 classes. Let's test out its power. After activating Divine Providence, Shurfeng waved his hand at the demonic Ape King. Suddenly, 4 black whips appeared around the demonic Ape King. The whips then proceeded to batter the Ape King. The restrained Grand Lord couldn't defend itself against these whips at all. When the first whip struck the Ape King's tough hide, the Grand Lord's skin spit, revealing flesh. The Ape King cried in agony as a damage of over -30,000 appeared above its head. Before the third whip landed, the demonic Ape King's HP dropped to 0, its body falling lifelessly to the ground. So strong! That skill is terrifying! Yulon and the others gaped at the fallen Ape King. Even Bloodsucker and White Knight, who had fought through many large battles, were shocked. Their attacks had only dealt around -1,000 damage. Moreover, that was the damage of a critical hit. However, one Black Fog Whip had dealt over -30,000 damage with a single strike. After the demonic Ape King died, the survivors' levels soared. Shurfeng and his companions rose to level 44 on the spot, with some even closing in on level 45. The demonic Ape King had provided far more EXP than the King of Corrosion. However, the remaining team members were far more interested in the demonic Ape King's loot. Despite Shurfeng's divine providence, the demonic Ape King had dropped fewer items than the King of Corrosion. In total, the Grand Lord had only dropped 5 items and some gold coins. After the demonic Ape King died, the sound of a system notification entered the ears of the survivors simultaneously. System, congratulations! You have obtained the first kill of the 3-headed demonic Ape King. Rewarding Trials Hero title. This is the reward for getting the demonic Ape King's first kill? This was the first time Shurfeng heard of the title. He then clicked to check its information. Trials Hero title. When title is in use, reputation with the Holy City of Titan increased by 10%. Movement speed and all basic attributes increased by 20% while within the area of Titan City. A pity. Shurfeng could not help but sigh as he swept a glance at the 9 remaining players on the team. Including himself, only 4 of the survivors were Zero Wing members. The third stage of the entrance trial was different from the previous 2. The system directly disqualified any players killed here and sent them out of the trial. Hence, only the survivors received this title. Moreover, this was the reward for getting the first kill of the demonic Ape King. In the future, others wouldn't be able to obtain this title even if they killed the Grand Lord. With this title, they would have a much easier time should they attempt the entrance trial again in the future. A 20% increase in attributes was already equivalent to a mini Berserk skill. Excluding the effects of skills and equipment, even MTs like Yi Wumian and Turtledove could surpass Cola if they received such a huge boost. Unfortunately, only Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and Violet Cloud had managed to reach this point. There were no MTs among the survivors of Zero Wing. Even so, this was still a good outcome. The Trials Hero title increased its user's reputation by 10%. In Titan City, there was nothing that could be better than this reward. Following which, Shurfeng shifted his attention to the loot dropped by the demonic Ape King. As he appraised the items dropped one after another, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. Leader, how is it? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The demonic Ape King in its complete state was definitely the most horrific boss she had ever gone up against. Even the King of Corrosion they faced before was no comparison to it. If not for Shurfeng using the Tier 4 magic scroll in the end, they would have team-wiped for sure. They wouldn't have the luxury of sitting down and resting here right now. Much better than the King of Corrosions. Of the 5 items, 2 are growth-type equipment. Shurfeng chuckled. Life Talisman, Necklace, Bronze Rank, Level 40's Level 90. Equipment Requirement. Intelligence 300, Vitality 200. Intelligence plus 21, Vitality plus 27, Endurance plus 22, Level 40, comma. Casting speed increased by 10%, comma. Healing effects increased by 15%. Additional passive skill dash, Light of Life. Select up to 8 allies within a 30-yard radius and heal them for 30% of players' intelligence once every 3 seconds. Additional active skill dash, life connection. Select up to 5 allies, connecting and sharing their HPs. Life-connected targets receive a 20% increase in healing effects. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. A possession of the life priest Irene. The life talisman was made using the stone of life, which formed from the tears of the goddess of life. The life talisman contains immense life force. However, due to contamination by the power of darkness, it is greatly weakened. A large amount of magic crystals and EXP is needed to purify it. Can be purified 5 times. The first purification requires 200 magic crystals and 300 million EXP. Crimson Moon. Greatsword. Bronze rank. Level 40, level 100. Equipment requirement. Strength 600. Agility 400. Attack power plus 975. Level 40, Strength plus 102. Endurance plus 36. Ignore levels plus 5. When attacking, has a 30% chance to trigger boiling blood, increasing strength attribute by 500 points for 10 seconds, and a 15% chance to cause 200% damage. Additional passive skill dash, blood domain. Within a radius of 30 yards, the presence of any creatures with less than 50% HP will increase wielder's strength by 100%. One of Titan City's 31 holy weapons, its strength has been greatly weakened due to battle damage. Fortunately, the holy weapon's core remains intact. A large amount of magic crystals and EXP is needed to repair it. Can be repaired 5 times. The first repair requires 1,000 magic crystals and 500 million EXP. Everyone gasped upon reading the statistics of the items. Both pieces of growth-type equipment were clearly far from ordinary, particularly the greatsword Crimson Moon. Despite being only bronze rank, the strength attribute it provided surpassed even that of epic weapons. Crimson Moon was an entirely strength-oriented weapon made purely with destruction in mind. Strength-wise, not even Shurfeng's killing ray could compete with Crimson Moon. Most likely, only Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations was superior to it. However, the former was a fragmented legendary weapon, while the latter was currently still a bronze weapon. While these two items were indeed shocking, what truly grabbed Shurfeng's attention was a dilapidated crimson crystal ball. Despite its appearance, the crystal radiated faint divine might. Everything in the displayed information of the item was listed as unknown. The result was the same even after Shurfeng used omniscient eyes. However, Shurfeng knew what exactly this crystal was. This was no longer his first time to encounter such an item. God Crystal. This was something even a Tier 4 Sky Knight had died trying to obtain. It was simply not an item that ordinary mortals could control. If not for the God Crystal being damaged, causing it to lose most of its power, he wouldn't even be able to touch the crystal right now. Shurfeng had never imagined that he would encounter yet another God Crystal. The last time the blue crystal ball devoured a God Crystal, it had transformed into the legendary ranked Holy Grail. However, as the Holy Grail had been destroyed by the God of War, it was still in a damaged state right now. Even so, it was still a legendary item. The power it possessed was not something that a fragmented legendary item could compare to. One could see just how amazing a legendary item was from the fact that the current Holy Grail could upgrade an item up to a maximum of fragmented legendary rank. If he obtained this God Crystal, he would be able to repair the Holy Grail further. Obtaining growth-type equipment or an epic item would pale in comparison to being able to upgrade the power of a legendary item. The other 2 items that dropped, aside from the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment and the God Crystal, were extraordinary as well. One was a secret silver ranked summoning flute, while the other was a Tier 3 summoning scroll. Currently, even bronze mounts were extremely rare in God's domain, not to mention secret silver mounts. The latter was most likely much more valuable than even an epic item. As for the Tier 3 summoning scroll, even super guilds would only have a few of these things. Its rarity was even greater than epic items. There are a total of 5 items. It won't be possible to split them equally. How about we bid for the last item? Shurfeng suggested to Yulan. Every single one of the 5 items was extremely valuable to a guild. It was natural for neither side to be willing to let the other side get an additional item. Hence, bidding for the last item would be the fairest solution. No need. If not for team leader Yi Feng using that precious magic scroll this time, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Ape King. I'll let you choose 3 items first. Our side will be fine with taking the rest. Yulan shook her head, rejecting Shifeng's goodwill. After witnessing Zero Wing's strength, she put much more importance to forming a friendly relationship with Zero Wing than to gaining these items. Yulan's determined answer slightly surprised Bloodsucker. Of the 5 items, aside from the unknown, dilapidated crystal, the other 4 were priceless. One would be hard-pressed to find these items in Raven. The secret silver mount, in particular, was extraordinarily rare. Only super guilds or super first-rate guilds had any chance of getting their hands on 1 or 2. He had never imagined that Yulan would actually be so generous as to give Shifeng first pick of 3 items. While he could understand Yulan's train of thought, if the choice were his, letting Shifeng choose up to 3 items, rather than giving the swordsman the first 3 picks, would be the limit of his generosity. Among the 5 items, it went without saying which 3 were the most important. The 3 included the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment and the secret silver mount. They had no information on the dilapidated crystal whatsoever. One could not use it even if they obtained it. As for the Tier 3 summoning scroll, while it was very valuable, there was no guarantee that it could help defeat a boss or to obtain a growth-type or epic equipment. At best, it could aid in team battles between guilds or when raiding a town. However, Yulan's decision had not surprised War Wolf, who had also survived the tough battle. Outsiders had no idea about Underworld's internal situation or Yulan's current position within it. However, after witnessing Zero Wing's power, War Wolf was even more certain that they needed to strengthen their relationship with the guild. To elevate their fame and position in Underworld, many upper echelons had spent a lot of effort to curry favor with various super guilds. For example, the numerous Underworld upper echelons were trying to get close to Pantheon. Unfortunately, the guild wouldn't give Underworld the time of day. After all, Underworld was only a coalition of organizations with some influence and capital. It was slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate guild. However, the organization's authority was scattered, and it was much harder to unite its members under one banner than it was in a first-rate guild. Every upper echelon in the organization had their own motives, each trying to nurture their own forces and guilds. Overwhelming Smile was the combined effort of 4 Underworld upper echelons. Although Zero Wing could not compete with Pantheon in terms of background, the same could not be said for its main force. With such a powerful team, they could acquire top-tier weapons and equipment just as fast as any super guild. This was clear based on the equipment Zero Wing's members wore. Moreover, Zero Wing was situated in Star Moon Kingdom. If Overwhelming Smile could improve its relationship with Zero Wing, they might be able to ask Zero Wing's members for some help in the future. Perhaps they could assist each other when raiding monsters that one alone could not handle or trade raid information. After all, weren't Underworld's upper echelons trying to do the same with Pantheon for those very reasons? I'll take you up on that offer. Shifeng also understood Yulan's intentions. Without hesitation, he chose the God Crystal and the 2 pieces of growth-type equipment. As for the secret silver mount, it wasn't nearly as valuable as the growth-type equipment to Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Beastmaster's Compendium. As long as he had a sufficiently skillful master alchemist, it was only a matter of time before he nurtured the guild mount to secret silver rank. The Tier 3 summoning scroll held even less appeal to him. He had the Bible of Darkness. Once he was promoted to his Tier 2 class, he could easily summon Tier 3 demons. Even now, it was possible to summon a Tier 3 demon with Aqua Rose's Song of Beatrice. Although this Tier 3 demon would be weakened, they could use it as a meat shield. After both sides finished splitting the loot, Shifeng passed the life talisman to Violet Cloud. Violet Cloud was already a powerful healer, and after equipping the necklace, her healing abilities would rise further. Once the remaining team members had rested, Shifeng led them up the mountain. Although the group encountered many monsters on their way into Titan City, these monsters were no threat to Shifeng's team. After only 3 hours, these players arrived at the Holy City's entrance. Titan City's gates were 100 meters tall. The surrounding walls climbed to 300 meters. When Shifeng's group arrived before the city's entrance, they looked like ants. Many divine runes had been engraved into the massive steel gates. When Shifeng stepped within 500 yards of the gates, he felt an immense pressure wash over him. It felt as if these gates were the jaws of a gigantic monster. Clouds drifted above the city. However, these clouds were not ordinary. Rather, they consisted of mana. One could imagine just how dense the mana was in the holy city of Titan. The instant Shifeng's group arrived before the gates, one of the two 200-meter-tall Titan statues standing guard on either side moved. Outsiders, congratulations on reaching the holy city of Titan. For clearing the entrance trial, you will be awarded 100 entrance tokens. You may use these entrance tokens to teleport to Titan City's teleportation hall without undergoing a trial. Every token will grant you 3 days in Titan City. Use them well. After the Titan statue had spoken, it waved its arm and formed 100 black iron tokens before Shifeng and the others. If you wish to enter the city now, you may do so using teleportation array to the side without expending an entrance token. After the Titan statue fell silent, the team members heard the sound of 2 system notifications. System, congratulations! For being the first team to clear the entrance trial, you have been awarded 110 Titan City reputation points. System, congratulations! Your Titan City reputation has reached 100 points. Your status in the Holy City has been upgraded to Honorary Citizen. You will now receive the benefits of an Honorary Citizen while in the Holy City. You may now stay up to 5 days with each visit to the Holy City. Why is there a time limit when in Titan City? Yulan frowned. Originally, she had thought that, once she gained the slots to enter the city, her lifestyle players could remain in the city until they became advanced forgers or alchemists. She had not realized that each token only had a duration of 3 short days. It was impossible for an intermediate forger or alchemist to reach advanced rank within such a brief time. This meant that each intermediate lifestyle player would need multiple tokens to reach advanced rank. She had never expected this development. Let's head inside and take a look for now, Shifeng suggested. The revelation had not surprised him. Yulan and the others had simply hoped for too much. They had thought that, by obtaining the entrance slots to Titan City, they could nurture a small army of advanced lifestyle players without a care in the world. God's domain wasn't that nice. Otherwise, master lifestyle players wouldn't have been so rare in the past, even more exalted than Tier 4 players. This was also why he had prioritized the first clear. Only by becoming an honorary citizen could one prolong their stay by 2 days. If one's reputation rose further, their allotted stays would also be extended. Of course, the benefits of becoming an honorary citizen weren't limited to an extended stay. At Shifeng's words, Yulan quickly adjusted her mood and nodded before following Shifeng to the teleportation array. She wanted to know if the team's sacrifices had been worth the rumored benefits of Titan City. The holy city of Titan was not like other cities. As soon as Shifeng and the others emerged from the teleportation hall, they were stunned by what they saw. Buildings that were hundreds of meters tall had been erected all over the city, looking very much like a modern city. Various lifestyle NPCs roamed about the streets. In God's Domain's NPC cities, players did not often encounter master lifestyle NPCs. Here, however, it was hard not to. Yet, the mana density was the most shocking aspect of the city. Just by standing on the street, everyone felt an indescribable serenity. Their minds were astonishingly clear. This is a fantastic place to rest. This is a perfect place to relax and unwind after an exhausting day in the real world. Aqua Rose muttered to herself as she inhaled the pleasant air. Even a dark player like Bloodsucker found himself nodding in agreement. All right, snap out of it. Let's investigate the Lifestyle Association first, Shifeng said, chuckling at his companion's reactions. In the past, many people had dreamed of vacationing in Titan City. Unfortunately, very few could afford such a luxury. Following which, the team rode an advanced horse carriage and headed for Titan City's Lifestyle Association. There were 3 buildings that stood out in Titan City, and one was the Lifestyle Association's floating island. Titan City's 10 saints had created the special island and suspended it above the city's western area. Players could take the floating elevator in the spire to reach the island. When Yulan and the others saw the massive island above the 400-meter-tall spire, they fell silent. Yulan had initially assumed that the lifestyle association in Titan City would only be slightly better than those in kingdoms and empires' capital cities. Now, however, it would seem that there were more differences than she had thought. Calling this lifestyle association the Holy Land for lifestyle players was an exaggeration. Shifeng could not help but smile at Yulan's shock. In the past, even Grandmaster lifestyle players had dreamed of visiting the holy city of Titan, and not without reason. Upon entering the spire, Yulan immediately approached an NPC to inquire about this place. "Hello, miss. How may I help you today?" The metal robot, which stood over 3 meters tall, asked from behind the front desk. "I wish to rent a workshop. Can you give me an introduction?" Yulan asked. Immediately, the front desk robot began to explain the various workshops available. However, the NPC robot's introduction was very brief. It conveyed far less information than what Shifeng knew. Even so, it was shocking enough the first-time players heard it. The Lifestyle Association was divided into 3 areas, namely the lower layer, the middle layer, and the upper layer. The lower layer referred to the spire area. Workshops ranging from basic to special rank were found there. However, unlike the workshops in other NPC cities, the mana density in these was much higher. The special workshop here was even superior to the basic meditation room in 3-star shops. Of course, its rental was very expensive. Renting an advanced workshop for 1 day cost 10 gold, while special workshops cost 25 gold per day. This was an astronomical amount to ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, the middle layer referred to the ordinary buildings on the floating island. The island had various research rooms, ranging from basic to advanced rank, but not limited. Research rooms were different from workshops in which they stored large amounts of data that players could use to research and invent their own designs. It was commonly known that, to reach the rank of master, lifestyle players needed to create their own items. Moreover, they needed to create relatively high-ranking items. This was far more difficult than producing an item from an existing design. With these research rooms, advanced lifestyle players would have a much higher chance of becoming a master lifestyle player. It was also precisely this reason that the Holy City of Titan had been known as the Holy Land for lifestyle players. In the past, countless lifestyle players had spent hundreds of gold to get a slot into the Holy City. However, no guild would be foolish enough to sell their slots. Only those top-class adventurer teams would sell entrance tokens. However, the various guilds normally bought these tokens. Independent lifestyle players had no hope of obtaining their own. Of course, with such high benefits, the research room's rent wasn't cheap. A basic research room alone cost 200 gold per day, though players of any status could rent one. As for the intermediate research rooms, each cost 500 gold per day. Moreover, one needed to be an honorary citizen to rent these rooms. Furthermore, loaning the room to others was forbidden. At advanced rank, the research room cost 1,200 gold per day. Only Titan City's nobles were allowed access to these rooms. This was one of the reasons that Shifeng had been desperate for the Holy City's reputation points. Without sufficient reputation, he couldn't rent an advanced research room regardless of how much money he had. In reality, even without the reputation requirement, the rental cost was enough to deter most guilds at this stage of the game. However, if one calculated the cost carefully, they would realize how inexpensive the rooms were. If a guild nurtured a master lifestyle player as a result of renting one of these extortionate research rooms, that player could bring the guild far more profit than the rental costs. Above the middle layer area was the sacred tower in the island's center. Only players who were major nobles in Titan City were allowed to enter the tower. As far as Shifeng knew, the players that had access to the sacred tower had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in the past. Most of them had been Grandmaster lifestyle players, standing at the peak of God's domain's lifestyle players. As for what the sacred tower contained, even Shifeng didn't know. As the NPC robot introduced the Lifestyle Association's various benefits, everyone, except for Shifeng, gasped. NPCs are really skilled thieves. Even Bloodsucker and White Knight, people who had paid no attention to lifestyle classes, were shocked by the research room's prices. Renting an advanced research room for a day cost as much as an epic item. Even super guilds couldn't afford this. Yulon paled upon hearing the NPC robot's explanation. Even the workshop's rent was astonishing. If she calculated the cost of nurturing 20 lifestyle players, each person could spend 6 days in Titan City. If she allowed all 20 to use special workshops, the rent alone would cost 3,000 gold. After factoring in the material costs, the total would even endanger a first-rate guild. Furthermore, she would have to use her own money, and there was still no guarantee that all 20 players would reach advanced rank within those 6 days. While Yulon's head ached over how much it would cost to nurture advanced lifestyle players, Shifeng wandered to the sales counter. Aside from renting workshops, lifestyle associations also sold designs and recipes for the various lifestyle classes. Titan City's Lifestyle Association was no exception. Moreover, compared to the other lifestyle associations in kingdoms and empires, Titan City's designs were more valuable. Reaching Titan City was not easy. By focusing her attention on nurturing advanced lifestyle players, Yulon missed Titan City's true value. Like Blackwing City, Titan City sold many exclusive items. One could say that these items were Titan City's specialties. However, players needed to explore to learn more. "Sir, how may I help you?" The NPC robot standing behind the counter asked. "I wish to purchase forging designs," Shifeng stated. "Understood. Here is the information you've requested." The NPC robot responded before passing Shifeng a list. It was a list of the available forging designs. Elsewhere, one would be hard-pressed to find an NPC selling secret silver equipment forging designs. Here, however, purchasing one was easy. Meanwhile, Shifeng eyed the magic light set equipment forging design, which was unique to Titan City. This was one of the top-ranking sets among level 50 set equipment. Due to the system's evolution, level 50 had become a great divide for players. Not only could players begin class-changing to their Tier 2 classes, but equipment would also receive huge attribute increases. Moreover, level 50 and above monsters had significantly reduced drop rates. Currently, even guild elite players strutted around in the latest fine gold equipment. However, once players reached level 50, this would no longer be possible. Even secret silver equipment would become a luxury, much less fine gold rank. As a result, forger's status would rise exponentially. The magic light set could be divided into 3 ranks: secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold. Titan City's Lifestyle Association sold the forging designs for all 3 ranks. This was a benefit that no other lifestyle association offered. Of course, their prices were maddeningly high. The secret silver rank forging design cost 300 gold, the fine gold design cost 900 gold, and the dark gold design cost 3,000 gold. The dark gold design cost as much as an epic weapon. Among the 3, any player could purchase the secret silver version, while honorary citizens or higher could buy the fine gold rank. As for the dark gold version, one needed to be a Titan City noble to buy their own. However, there was one detestable fact about the designs and recipes available in Titan City. They could neither be sold or traded to other players once they had been purchased. Hence, even if non-lifestyle players earned sufficient Titan City reputation, they would not be able to profit from the city's designs and recipes. Of course, Shifeng also had no intention of reselling the magic light set forging design. Even if he could, other forgers would struggle to craft the set. After all, the set's required core material was a mana stone. Even in 100-man large-scale team dungeons, mana stones rarely dropped. Producing weapons or equipment with one was incredibly expensive. Their production volume would also be limited. Furthermore, the set's forging success rate wasn't high. The magic light set had 6 set pieces. At secret silver rank, forging the set needed a minimum of 6 mana stones, with each set piece requiring 1. At fine gold rank, the amount of required mana stones tripled. At the dark gold rank, the cost rose to insane heights as the set required a minimum of 60 mana stones. The epic treasure chest that Phoenix Rain had obtained had only needed 88 mana stones to open. Even so, Phoenix Rain had given up on the treasure chest due to how much time and effort it would take to acquire 88 mana stones. As for Shifeng, even with the Philosopher's Stone, he needed to invest 50 magic crystals to synthesize 1 mana stone. Based on market value, each mana stone cost 10 gold to produce. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Shifeng. Shifeng only regretted that he couldn't purchase the dark gold rank design. If he could equip the plate armor classes of Zero Wing's main force with the level 50 dark gold ranked magic light set, the team would be invincible. Unfortunately, this dream would remain a dream. In his previous life, even after players had reached level 50, first-rate guilds' main forces had been lucky if they wore a few pieces of fine gold equipment. Level 50 fine gold set equipment was nothing more than a dream. Following which, Shifeng spent 900 gold to purchase the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment forging design. After the team had spent several hours strolling around Titan City, Yulan and War Wolf returned to White River City and started preparing their lifestyle players and required funds. Shifeng did not linger, either, as he also led his team back to White River City. Although Shifeng had wanted to complete a few reputation quests before he left, the Candlelight trading firm could no longer wait. The trading firm desperately needed advanced lifestyle players. They also had to face the issue of manufacturing the bronze mounts. He could not afford to waste much time in the Holy City. While Shifeng had been gone, many changes had occurred in White River City. Not only had the tension of the Abyss invasion alleviated, but more players had also gathered in the city. Currently, the city's streets were packed with players. This looked nothing like a city in decline. Why are there suddenly so many outsiders here? Aqua Rose was slightly surprised by the scene that had greeted her. Although Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm's recruitment campaigns had attracted quite a few of players to White River City, they hadn't attracted this many. She could even see guild players from other kingdoms and empires. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person surprised by this development. White Knight and Bloodsucker were also stunned. Players generally gathered in a city's center. Yet, rather than heading towards the central district, the players arriving through the teleportation hall rushed towards White River City's slums. Regardless of which city, players avoided the slums. Yet, the opposite was occurring in White River City. While players flooded the city, White River City's guilds were in an uproar. They had all believed that White River City had been finished. Even if Zero Wing tried to utilize its recruitment campaign to increase the city's population, no one could change its fate. However, a new building had appeared in the city's slums, and it had changed everything. The moment Shifeng left the teleportation hall, he saw dozens of 100-man teams rushing towards the slums. A few among them immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The reason for such attention was these teams' all-female composition. There was not a single man among them. Such situations seldom occurred in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the woman leading these teams was also extraordinary. The woman was dressed in a set of crimson mage robes that gave off a faint impression of scorching flames. In her hand, she held a silvery white crystal staff that constantly drew the ambient mana, causing illusions to appear around it. She was even level 40, a level which could rank her at the very top even in empires. However, compared to her dazzling equipment and level, her appearance and bearing held an even greater attraction for the surrounding players. She carried herself as if she was the empress of this space. One could not help but want to submit oneself to her rule. Huh? Doesn't that guild emblem belong to the 100 Flowers Palace of the Dark Knight Empire? Lucky! I actually got to see the Frost Flame Goddess Cleansed Rue. This trip to White River City was definitely worth the money. When the male players on the street saw Cleansed Rue, they all fell into a reverie. The title of Frostflame Goddess was not one that Cleansed Rue had long possessed. Cleansed Rue herself was a female player who had become famous in God's domain just recently. However, due to her superb combat power and beautiful appearance, many male players treated her as a goddess. The reason why Cleansed Rue was known as the Frostflame Goddess was her extreme skill in fire and ice spells, which she had used to defeat over a dozen well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Recently, she had even triumphed over the guild leader of a first-rate guild, her victory instantly solidifying her guild's rule over Silver Pine City, the 7th most populous city in the Dark Knight Empire. After that famous battle, She received the rank of 173rd in the latest update of the God's Domain Experts list. Meanwhile, aside from the Hundred Flowers Palace, Shifeng also spotted many teams belonging to other first-rate guilds. With just a single glance, he already noted 4 first-rate guilds, an impossible sight even in Star Moon City. Guild leader, I'll carry out an investigation right away. Aqua Rose hurriedly whispered to Shifeng. She, too, found this situation perplexing. She was prepared to head to the slums personally to find out just what was capable of attracting the interest of so many large guilds. No need, Shifeng said, shaking his head. But there are so many guilds coming here. Aqua Rose was somewhat surprised that Shifeng would actually have so little interest in such a huge incident. All of this is part of my plan. Zero Wings members just need to watch from the sidelines. Shifeng explained secretly. Don't let others know of this matter. Before he headed to Titan City, he had sent Melancholic Smile to purchase some lands in the slums on the sly. The guilds and players in White River City paid practically no attention to the city's slums, and nearly all of the lands there were still ownerless. Hence, these lands were very cheap and easy to purchase. After purchasing the lands, he had constructed a shop there. He then had Melancholic Smile set up the teleportation magic array inside the shop. The location tied to the magic array was the teleportation point he had previously set up at the Twin Towers Kingdom. After that was done, he had hired a group of high-intelligence NPCs to manage the shop as well as ordered them to keep any information regarding the shop an absolute secret. To outsiders, all information regarding the shop would only appear as unknown, preventing players from finding out if an NPC or a player owned the shop. Afterwards, he had Melancholic Smile spread rumors of a shop that had appeared in the slums of White River City. A shop with a teleportation array that could send players directly to the Twin Towers Kingdom where players could freely kill low-level abyssal monsters to earn honor points. After that was done, he just needed to wait patiently for things to develop on their own. The ancient abyssal book was simply too dangerous. He absolutely could not allow others to find out he possessed the book. It would be very easy for others to make a connection between the teleportation array and the ancient abyssal book. Although not many should know about the secret of the abyssal book at the moment, Shifeng did not wish to take any risks. Keeping his identity hidden while earning money through the collection of teleportation fees would be much safer. As an extra precaution, he didn't set up a teleportation shop in just White River City. Cities in the Black Dragon Empire and the Purple Thorns Kingdom also had them. All countries affected by the Abyss invasion had such shops set up in them. Only the teleportation fees charged in these 2 countries were much higher than White River Cities. As a result, ordinary players who could not afford frequent teleportations would choose to come to White River City instead. However, Shifeng never expected that, in less than a day's time, so many people would have already come to White River City. Moreover, everyone was highly interested in killing the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose was briefly stunned when she heard Shifeng's explanation. She was very curious about what method Shifeng had used to attract so many players and guilds. Although she did not investigate, she still managed to catch the gist of the situation from conversations of players on the streets. This sudden development greatly tempted the members of Shifeng's team. Currently, if one were to point out what the players of God's Domain were most interested in, the first would have to be mounts, while coming in second would be the new class. Although the official game developers had only given a brief introduction of the new class, the strength of this new class was simply unbelievable. It was definitely the top pick for players who loved both melee and ranged battles. Growing impatient, White Knight and his group said their goodbyes to Shifeng and directly rushed towards the slums. However, before White Knight left, he also sent Shifeng a friend request. Through this trip to Titan City, Owl's relationship with Zero Wing had deepened further. After White Knight's group left, Bloodsucker's group also grew hesitant. Originally, they had planned to awe Zero Wing with their ability, making Zero Wing aware of the Raven Guild's power, so that they could negotiate from a stronger position later on. However, after seeing Zero Wing's performance today, Bloodsucker's confidence was severely shaken. It would have been fine if their party was inferior to Shifeng alone, yet the ones that surpassed them in damage dealing were not just 2 or 3 people. After such an unsightly performance, Bloodsucker would find it very difficult to negotiate for a higher price. However, he was also somewhat reluctant to settle for just 20%. If he returned to the guild with such a poor result, the upper echelon would no doubt hold him accountable for it. Had he known that Zero Wing's main force was actually this strong, he never would have chosen to have his party perform alongside Zero Wing's main force. After arriving at the reception room of Zero Wing's residence, the assassin Kieran could not help but look at Bloodsucker and ask, "Boss Blood, what should we do now?" As a member of Raven, he always held the guild in high esteem. He looked down on even super guilds. However, after witnessing Shi Feng's horrific strength, for the first time ever, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Before, they had confidently declared their strength to Shi Feng. Now, however, they were nothing more than jokes. "I don't have any ideas either. Let's just contact the guild leader for now," Bloodsucker replied, shaking his head. If possible, he really wished he could stop his past self from speaking so boldly. At the very least, he wouldn't be at a complete loss for words right now. Due to the presence of the teleportation shop, a large number of players had gathered at White River City. In less than a day, White River City's player population skyrocketed past Star Moon cities, becoming the most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom. As soon as Shi Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence, he received the statistics reports made by the guild members. These statistics drew on the latest information gathered from White River City's City Hall. Just recently, White River City's player population broke past 6 million. A large majority of the capital cities of the kingdoms in God's domain did not even possess such a large population. In reality, though, most of these newcomers had migrated from various cities in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, as a byproduct of the flood of players, the candlelight trading firm's business flourished. Even the quality of the players Zero Wing recruited continued to rise. Originally, the guild had lowered its recruitment criteria significantly in consideration of its expansion plans towards the Black Dragon Empire and the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, with the player population of White River City skyrocketing, Zero Wing had no choice but to gradually raise its recruitment criteria again. Even so, Zero Wing still managed to recruit over 10,000 players in less than a day. Such a number might not be a lot to large guilds, but Zero Wing walked the path of the elite. The overall strength of these 10,000 new recruits could easily surpass the 50,000 new recruits of other guilds. Due to this sudden increase in members, Aqua Rose was swamped with work as soon as she returned to the residence. She needed to arrange these newcomers right away into parties and teams as well as assign them dungeons to raid. Unlike independent players, guild players could not raid dungeons as they wished. Their team members would also change frequently. Generally, Zero Wing's guild teams consisted of a mix of veterans and new members. Such a combination allowed newcomers to get their equipment up to standards and integrate themselves into the guild quickly. Having veteran members guiding newcomers also gave Aqua Rose a better grasp of the strengths and weaknesses of these newcomers. After gaining a sufficient understanding, she would then have to assign them to more appropriate teams. Guild leader, at our current recruitment rate, if we don't move some members to other cities soon, our guild members' levels will lag behind other first-rate guilds before long. Aqua Rose had a huge headache when she looked at the report in her hands. Due to the Abyss invasion, abyssal monsters now occupied many high-resource areas in Star Moon Kingdom. This situation had severely affected the leveling speed of Zero Wing's guild members. The recruitment of so many players meant that leveling speed would become even slower. I understand. Start making the necessary arrangements to send 50,000 members to develop at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. During this period, I'll try to have the guild residence at Lake Heart City constructed as quickly as possible. Once it's ready, they can use the guild transfer scroll to teleport there directly. Shi Feng also understood Zero Wing's current predicament. However, he also did not have a better solution. This was the problem with an upstart guild without any foundations. It was especially so for a guild that had developed as rapidly as Zero Wing had. Unlike other guilds that had already existed for several or even dozens of years, Zero Wing did not possess the luxury of starting its development in multiple cities. These long-established guilds could simply split a large and unexpected influx of new members among the various cities under their influence. Upon hearing Shi Feng's decision, Aqua Rose immediately started making the necessary preparations. It was going to be a huge job to decide which teams they would send over to the new branch guild. Seeing how busy Aqua Rose was, Shifeng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Although Zero Wing was gradually moving towards the top of God's domain, management of the entire guild depended mainly on Aqua Rose alone. Moreover, management of the guild involved the core secrets of the guild. He could not assign the job to some random person he did not trust. Although he wanted to help out, he was already bogged down with his own matters. Meanwhile, Fire Dance needed to manage the guild's main force, while Blackie had to deal with the matters of the workshop. Suddenly, Shifeng discovered that he had nobody he could put to use. At this moment, the various flaws of an upstart guild were quickly coming to light. It seems that I'll need to find some trustworthy managers. Shifeng had already considered this matter before. Although he had thought of having some of the core members manage the guild, none of them were particularly suited for the role. Moreover, all of them were busy improving themselves. After all, Zero Wing's internal competition was extremely intense. If one wanted to receive better treatment, they needed to earn it with their own strength. Anyhow, he had already set his sights on a suitable candidate. Liang Jing. During this period, he had occasionally let Liang Jing handle some matters relating to Zero Wing's workshop, and she always dealt with them excellently. She was much more amazing than even Shifeng himself, someone who had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild for many years. Not only was she knowledgeable, but she was also very efficient. Blackie would even often seek guidance from her on various problems. If he could have Liang Jing manage the guild, she would lighten Aqua Rose's burden as well. At the very least, Aqua Rose would not try to run away as soon as she saw him the way she did right now. However, there was one problem with having Liang Jing manage Zero Wing. Liang Jing was an employee of the Big Dipper Training Center. The guild's manager needed to be someone from Zero Wing. It seems I'll need to find time to have a chat with Liang Jing. When Shifeng considered the guild's present situation as well as the problems that would crop up in the future, he felt an even greater need to poach Liang Jing. While experts were necessary for a guild to develop, managers were similarly important. Otherwise, it would simply be impossible to operate a guild with so many members. In truth, aside from Liang Jing, he had another candidate in mind. White Knight. White Knight was strong not only in combat but also leadership capability, if not stronger. When they were fighting against the demonic Ape King, he had led the members of the team as if they were his own arms and legs. Even Shifeng had no choice but to admit defeat against him in that regard. In the past, under White Knight's management, Owl had gradually grown into one of the top adventurer teams in God's domain, an existence on par with the Midnight Tea Party. One could see just how capable White Knight was from this feat. If Shifeng could recruit White Knight into Zero Wing would definitely rise by another level. However, Shifeng could only take it slowly regarding White Knight's matter. In the past, White Knight had rejected even the offers of super guilds without hesitation. Zero Wing would not fare any better at the moment. After Shifeng finished dealing with the various guild affairs, he hurried to the reception room of the residence. "Sorry for the wait," Shifeng apologized when he saw Bloodsucker, who had been waiting for him for quite some time now. "It's fine. I've also just received instructions from our guild leader," Bloodsucker said. "May I know if Elder Yifeng has some time to spare right now?" "Time?" Shifeng stared at him, somewhat confused by this question. Before giving a reply, Bloodsucker took in a deep breath. In a very serious tone, he then said, "Our guild leader wishes to have a personal chat with you in hopes that you can come meet him." After reporting Zero Wing's information back to the guild, he had been shocked to hear that Raven's guild leader wanted to meet with Shifeng. Kirin had also been surprised by this news. Less than 10 people in the entire Raven Guild had ever seen the guild leader's appearance before. Even Kirin himself had never personally met the guild leader, his conversations with the man limited to voice calls. However, just the means displayed by the guild leader so far had already inspired a worshipful mentality towards him in everyone in the guild. Hence, Kirin found it truly inconceivable that their guild leader was actually willing to meet personally with Shifeng. "Right now?" Shifeng asked, feeling somewhat curious as he looked at Bloodsucker. The guild leader of Raven, Bloodfang, was a mysterious existence in God's domain. Even in the past, Shifeng had only heard of the man's name. He had never seen a picture of the man. Yet now the high and mighty guild leader Bloodfang had suddenly asked to meet him. If this situation had happened in the past, it would definitely trigger a huge commotion. Yes, our guild leader has said that some things cannot be expressed in words. It will be more convincing if you see them with your own eyes, Bloodsucker explained, nodding. Back when Bloodsucker heard guild leader Bloodfang's request to meet, he himself had been shocked. As a top-tier expert of the Raven Guild as well as an upper manager of Raven, he had only ever spoken with the mysterious guild leader of Raven through voice calls. To date, he had never personally met the man. For an outsider like Shifeng to actually receive an invitation to meet for a discussion, one could see just how much importance the guild leader placed on Zero Wing. This situation made even Bloodsucker envy Shifeng slightly. Alright then, this reason is indeed tempting. Shifeng was also very curious as to what Bloodfang wanted to show him. However, I still need to deal with some matters first, before I can follow you all. It'll take me a few hours, roughly, to finish. No problem. Guild leader has already said that he is willing to wait for Elder Yifeng's visit. Bloodsucker unconsciously breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Shifeng agreeing to the meeting. The guild leader had already stated that he wanted to meet with Shifeng no matter what. Moreover, the sooner the better. It would be best if they could meet before the match between the Azura battle team and the Evil Dragons battle team. Although he did not understand why guild leader Bloodfang was in such a hurry, he did not try to delve into the man's thoughts. Following which, Bloodsucker left Zero Wing's residence, intending to stroll around the city while waiting for Shifeng to tie up his matters. Meanwhile, at the slums of White River City, the originally desolate streets of the area were currently packed with a sea of players. Well-equipped 100-man teams loitered everywhere, the members of these teams all wearing discontented expressions. Just how long are we supposed to wait? We've already been waiting for over half an hour here already. Half an hour? Our team has already been waiting for nearly an hour already. The various teams gazed helplessly at the simple house in the distance. While this house looked very simple, it contained the teleportation array that could send players straight to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. However, the number of players this teleportation array could accommodate at a single time was limited, while the number of players wishing to earn honor points was a lot. Before long, the queue to use the teleportation array had already meandered through several streets. Among the teams waiting to use the teleportation array, a beautiful woman riding atop a Black Panther looked towards the level 39 female assassin who had just run up to her, and asked, "Frozen, what did you manage to find out?" This Black Panther was over 2 meters tall and looked just like a large-scale jeep. It was a very eye-catching sight on the street. However, compared to this Black Panther, its owner commanded even more respect. The beauty riding atop the Black Panther was none other than the Vice Guild leader of the 100 Flowers Palace, Cleansed Rue. I've already checked everything. All nearby lands suitable for constructing a guild residence have already been bought by someone. In addition, the few strategic locations that can be used to set up a store have similarly been bought by someone. The assassin named Frozen Pearl reported softly. These people sure move quickly. Have you found out who bought them? Cleansed Rue frowned slightly. After receiving news of this teleportation shop, she had immediately gathered a team and hurried over. She had even prepared a large sum of money to construct a guild residence in White River City. This way, their guild members would not have to waste money on exorbitant teleportation fees and could simply teleport to White River City using the guild transfer scroll. The new class would be very beneficial to their guild in future struggles. Hence, they need to nurture a large number of this new class. Moreover, aside from exchanging for a new class, honor points also had other uses. There were only benefits to be had from grinding abyssal monsters. The only problem was the teleportation fee. The Dark Knight Empire, where their guild was based, was somewhat distant from Starmoon Kingdom. They had spent several hundred gold just to transport 300 players to White River City. If their guild were to send thousands of players over, the expenditure would definitely reach frightening proportions. Nevertheless, if their guild wished to have an advantage at the Twin Towers Kingdom, it was naturally better to send as many members over as possible. Hence, it was imperative for them to establish a guild residence in White River City. I have yet to find out. The buyers have all kept their identities hidden, Frozen Pearl replied, shaking her head. They've hidden their identities? Cleansed Rue smiled. Send some people to these locations to leave a message saying that our 100 Flowers Palace sincerely wishes to purchase guild residence land and that we hope they can contact us. If there are any movements from those landowners, notify me immediately. Generally speaking, any guild that managed to secure these lands would be more than eager to boast about their successful acquisitions. They definitely would not conceal it. Since the owners of these lands chose to keep their identities a secret, that meant that they had purchased these lands not for personal use but for resale. Their silence also showed that they were still waiting for the right price. Although Cleansed Rue did not know who would possess such great insight to actually discern the value of these lands so quickly, she had no intention of wasting time waiting for these landowners to sell these lands. Currently, the sooner they obtained nearby guild land, the sooner they would be able to dispatch more guild members to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Even if the price was astronomical, she needed to purchase the land as expeditiously as possible. Understood. Frozen Pearl nodded. She then led her subordinates to the nearby lands that were suitable for constructing a guild residence. Inside one of the basic meditation rooms of the Candlelight Trading Firm, all intermediate and advanced lifestyle players of the firm were currently gathered. Several hundred players were present in the room. These players made up a large portion of the intermediate and advanced lifestyle players in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. This was especially true for the advanced lifestyle players. Nowadays, the various large guilds throughout God's domain were placing more and more importance on lifestyle players. Currently, the treatment an advanced lifestyle player received was already on the level of core members. At this moment, however, all these advanced lifestyle players were quietly seated at one side, all of them unconsciously holding their breaths as they looked with yearning at the black iron tokens placed on the table. These tokens were none other than the entrance tokens Shurfeng had obtained from Titan City. I've already explained the purpose of these Titan City entrance tokens, Shurfeng said as he toyed with the entrance token in his hand. He then took a look at the crowd before him, feeling very satisfied with the eagerness they all displayed. So, what will your decisions be? He had sacrificed plenty in order to obtain these entrance tokens. He had used even his most treasured Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, each Titan City entrance token had sold for over 300 gold at auction, the token's price sometimes reaching even 600 gold. It was not something ordinary players could afford. Moreover, even if they managed to obtain it, they still needed sufficient funds for expenditures in Titan City. Otherwise, there would be no point in visiting the Holy City. Generally, large guilds were willing to purchase the entrance tokens for a high price only if they were trying to get an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank or have some lifestyle master produce a new creation. Sending lifestyle players of intermediate rank and below to the Holy City would just be a colossal waste. However, Shurfeng couldn't care less now. It was simply impossible for current lifestyle players to reach the master rank. Even with the aid of the research room, there was no way a forging genius like Cream Coco could become a master forger within a short time. Achieving the master rank required all lifestyle classes to produce original creations. To do so, one needed extensive knowledge of all sorts of materials. The glimmer chestplate Shurfeng had managed to create early on was merely the result of dumb luck. If he had to create a new piece of equipment right now, the likelihood of success was practically nil. Just creating the bronze-ranked glimmer chestplate was already a miracle. Not to mention, the quality of the items one needed to produce to become a master was much higher. To become a master forger, aside from needing a ton of forging proficiency, one also needed to create 3 mysterious iron items and 1 secret silver item. Hence, the number of players who could successfully become a lifestyle master was extremely low. Less than 1 out of 100 advanced lifestyle players. It was precisely because of this reason that the Holy City of Titan had become holy ground for lifestyle players in the past. Countless advanced lifestyle players dreamed of entering the Holy City to further their careers. The various large guilds also tried to purchase the entrance tokens at all costs. Anyone who managed to become a lifestyle master would become a core component of the trading firm they belonged to. After all, lifestyle masters could produce items unique to themselves. Moreover, one's success at becoming a master also proved that their research into the various materials related to their class had already reached a certain level. In the future, they would have a much easier time producing new items and thus plenty of opportunities to make money. Hence, the various large guilds had treated master-ranked players with great respect. Well, melancholic smile urged in a stern tone as she looked at the lifestyle players before her. Tapping the contract placed on the table, she continued, "If you wish to improve yourselves further, you'll have to sign this contract. Otherwise, the trading firm definitely will not give this precious opportunity to you. But if we sign this contract, it'll be equivalent to us selling ourselves to Candlelight. We won't have any chances to leave Candlelight at all in the future. Moreover, you are even requiring us to go full-time. We need some time to consider this matter properly." A few intermediate lifestyle players voiced their opinions. In their eyes, God's domain was only a game. If they fully dedicated their lives to God's domain, who would guarantee that they wouldn't starve to death in the future? In addition, the conditions listed in the contract were extremely demanding. The contract barred its signatories from working elsewhere within the next decade. They wouldn't even be able to delete their accounts and start all over again. As this was a system-enforced contract, unless they decided to stop playing God's domain altogether, there was no escaping these conditions. Moreover, even if they chose to work elsewhere a decade later, they needed to first delete their accounts before doing so. I won't force you. However, you all must understand that it was extremely difficult to obtain these tokens. If you spend only half a day's time in God's domain, you will simply be wasting these tokens. Not to mention, if you suddenly decide to just up and leave later on, wouldn't all those resources I have invested into you go to waste? You all should know that any resource capable of helping you further advance your skills is priceless in God's domain. There might not be another opportunity after it is used up. The contract already states very clearly that after you go full-time, you will enjoy benefits equivalent to the core members of Zero Wing. Aside from a monthly salary of 10,000 credits, you will also receive commissions for the items you produce. I believe that you all aren't signing this contract just for that little bit of income, right? You should know very well that the treatment offered by Candlelight is also at the very top of the industry. I am a busy person. 10 minutes. I will only give you all 10 minutes to consider. Shifeng also understood the concerns these people had. Even so, they still had to sign the contract if they wanted to receive the opportunity to visit Titan City. Moreover, he had already presented them with very generous conditions. The offers of other guilds simply could not compare to the resources he could provide. If the advanced lifestyle players of other guilds had a 1% chance of becoming a master, then those on his side had a 5% chance at the very least. In the past, as Shadow was a small guild, it had not placed a lot of restrictive conditions on the advanced lifestyle players it hired. In the end, after investing a large quantity of resources into these people, those who managed to become masters simply up and left for other guilds, and there was nothing Shadow could do to stop them from leaving. There were just too many headhunters in God's domain. As the importance of lifestyle players grew, the conditions offered by these poachers would likewise improve. Nobody could guarantee that these lifestyle players would not fall prey to the temptations. Moreover, based on the investigations he had asked Aqua Rose to carry out, quite a few advanced lifestyle players of the Candlelight trading firm had already received overtures from headhunters. He did not wish to risk such an important matter on the morality of these lifestyle players. Right? I forgot to mention this before, but not everyone present will be qualified to sign the contract. You'll have to look for melancholic and take a test first, Shifeng said as he looked at the silent advanced lifestyle players. Also, you lot aren't the only ones allowed to take the test. Melancholic, notify everyone in the trading firm. Tell them that, as long as they pass the test and sign the contract, they will have the qualifications to use the meditation room in the future. Other guilds might have difficulty nurturing advanced lifestyle players, but to the Candlelight trading firm, this was an easy feat to accomplish. Other guilds might find advanced lifestyle players rare, but not him. The intermediate lifestyle players of other guilds would have long since reached the advanced rank had they joined the Candlelight trading firm. After all, the candlelight trading firm was the first to possess special workshops. The trading firm also had a large number of rare designs. If these people weren't willing to sign the contract, he would rather place his resources on lower-ranked lifestyle players. While Sherfong was holding a meeting with the lifestyle players of the candlelight trading firm, Heaven's Burial was also having a meeting at Star Moon City. Among the participants of the meeting were several middle-aged people dressed in plain clothing, aside from a large group of well-equipped expert players. The levels of these middle-aged people were only in the low 30s. The aura that combat experts usually exuded was also absent from these people. On the contrary, they gave off a dull and strict feeling. However, nobody present in the venue looked down on these people. Rather, everyone looked at them with deep reverence. Uncle Seven, you are simply too amazing. I never thought that you would actually manage to recruit these people, the cleric Flameblood said in admiration as he looked at the middle-aged man named Seven Treasures. With this, our guild will definitely rise rapidly. You're giving me too much credit. I simply followed the guild leader's orders to bring them here. Seven Treasures chuckled as he waved his hand. It was guild leader who managed to persuade them? I heard that these people had rejected even the invitations of super guilds, Flameblood said, a look of surprise appearing on his face. While he had known that Singular Burial had been secretly trying to poach the advanced lifestyle players of various guilds before, he had considered it a futile effort. Currently, advanced lifestyle players were like treasures to any guild. Not only did they receive excellent benefits, but they were also subject to a series of restrictive conditions binding them to their respective guilds. These players would not easily defect to Heaven's Burial. However, after seeing these few middle-aged men and women sitting before him, he now realized he had assumed wrong. The virtual gaming world had developed for over 100 years already. Aside from well-known experts and super guilds leaving their names behind in the annals of history, there were also plenty of amazing lifestyle players. These people had relied on lifestyle classes to become famous in the virtual gaming world, and their fame was not one bit inferior to that of top-tier experts. Although there would be some differences between the lifestyle classes of different virtual reality games, those capable of domination in a virtual reality game would perform mainly the same even if they switched to a different game. Aside from that, the middle-aged men and women present were among the best lifestyle players in multiple virtual reality games, and any professional gamer who walked the path of lifestyle classes would know of them. Now that lifestyle classes were becoming increasingly important in God's domain, these several masters had become even more difficult to hire than top-tier experts, yet Heaven's Burial had managed to recruit these people. With them aboard, Flameblood was certain of one thing. From today onwards, things were going to change in Star Moon Kingdom. The candlelight trading firm, which had remained the dominant trading firm within the kingdom all this time, would soon be history. Heaven's Burial had an abundance of capital. In addition, they also had a steady source of magic crystals. Just the number of cities the heavenly trading firm covered right now already surpassed the candlelight trading firms greatly. Currently, it was only lacking in advanced lifestyle players and popular exclusive products when compared to Candlelight. Once the heavenly trading firm dealt with these problems, becoming the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom would be a piece of cake. Daybreak, how is the progress of the quest on your side? Asked Singular Burial, who was seated on the guild leader's throne. We're almost done. At most, we'll need another 2 days' time to obtain the shop promotion order. Daybreak Fog said confidently. Good. As long as we obtain this promotion order, the heavenly trading firm will be able to secure its foothold in Star Moon Kingdom. When the time comes, we'll be relying on you several masters, Singular Burial said, turning to look at the middle-aged men and women seated at a corner. As long as you accomplish what you've promised, we naturally won't disappoint you. The bespectacled middle-aged man seated in the lead of the group said very casually. At that time, not only will the heavenly trading firm become the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom, but it will also become the #1 in the Black Dragon Empire and the surrounding countries. Although the words of the man sounded very arrogant, nobody present doubted his words. After all, this man was the super first-rate forger Lava Heart, someone known as the forging lecturer in the virtual gaming world. In the real world, He was even a famous blacksmith who specialized in producing all sorts of weapons and defensive equipment for bigwigs and martial arts masters. Please rest assured on this point. I am a man of my word. Singular Burial laughed. Inside the candlelight trading firm, after Sherfong was done stating his demands, the intermediate lifestyle players, who had initially been hesitant to make a decision, started applying to take the test one after another. The basic meditation room was simply too tempting. Despite having entered the meditation room for only a short time, they could already clearly feel the benefits it provided. The mana released into the room allowed them to maintain their calm. Their concentration while inside this room was significantly better. Any player that produced items would know just how important concentration was. After the fourth evolution of God's domain, the procedures to manufacture items had become increasingly complex. The lack of fine control over one's movements when producing an item would easily result in failure. Meanwhile, having high concentration could allow players to carry out these fine movements with ease. The meditation room would definitely be able to help them further improve themselves. Are you guys really going to agree to these conditions? An advanced alchemist named Flying Fish could not help but ask as he looked at his fellow advanced lifestyle players. I believe that you guys should have received invitations from Heaven's Burial as well. The conditions they are offering are triple those of Candlelight's. Moreover, they've also promised to assign an exclusive special workshop to each of us in the future. We'll even get priority over choosing rare designs and recipes. We'll have a much better time there than at Candlelight. Why don't we all just move to Heaven's Burial's heavenly trading firm? Although the treatment Heaven's Burial is offering is indeed good, we get to learn extremely rare designs at the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, there's even the basic meditation room available now. Not to mention, if we move to the heavenly trading firm, we'll have to start over from scratch. An advanced lifestyle player replied worriedly. What's there to worry about? Even if we start a new account, the technical skills we've accumulated will stay with us. Moreover, rare designs and recipes are becoming increasingly abundant. We'll be able to regain our lost development very quickly. Also, you shouldn't forget that the heavenly trading firm also has those several masters. Compared to fumbling around in the dark, our chances of reaching the master rank will improve significantly if we follow in their footsteps. Flying Fish said, yearning stirring in his heart when he mentioned those masters. The only reason the Candlelight trading firm could become as strong as it was now was the rare designs it had managed to obtain early on. However, after the fourth evolution of God's domain, the difficulty of making items had increased significantly. It would be very difficult for them to improve further by relying on external factors. If they could receive the guidance of those several masters hired by the heavenly trading firm, their chances of becoming true lifestyle masters would be much higher than if they continued staying at the Candlelight trading firm. Burning, why don't you follow me as well? With those masters guiding us, I believe that you'll be able to become a lifestyle master very quickly. At that time, you might even get to join the upper echelons of Heaven's Burial. Flying Fish urged the tall and thin youth standing beside him. Burning Abyss had entered the Candlelight trading firm just recently. Back then, he had only been an advanced apprentice. However, due to his great talent, he quickly managed to become an advanced engineer. In contrast, Flying Fish became an advanced alchemist only after striving for a long time. However, Burning Abyss shook his head in reply. Usually, aside from making items inside his workshop, the thing he liked doing the most was reading in libraries. In addition, he would also take a look at the information gathered by Zero Wing. From reading the gathered information, he had obtained many secrets that others did not know about, which was also one of the reasons why he had managed to improve so quickly in engineering. Previously, when he saw Sherfong take out the Titan City entrance tokens, his legs had nearly gone limp from shock. Although Sherfong had kept his explanation of the function of the entrance tokens brief, only stating that those who used it would get to train in special workshops as well as learn some rare designs and recipes, Burning Abyss knew exactly what kind of place the Holy City of Titan was. That was a place known as the Holy Land. Titan City even had the research rooms that all lifestyle masters dreamed of entering. The help the research materials there could provide was many times more accurate and detailed than any guidance from a bunch of players. Are you really planning to defect to the heavenly trading firm? Burning Abyss asked seriously as he looked at Flying Fish. Of course. Flying Fish replied in a determined tone. At Flying Fish's reply, Burning Abyss could not help but sigh as he said, I advise you not to go. If you defect to the heavenly trading firm, you will definitely regret your decision today. Burning, you sure know how to joke. Burning, you can't be reluctant to part with the meditation room, right? Although the basic meditation room is indeed good, there are too many advanced lifestyle players in the trading firm. We'll have to wait for a long time before our turn to use it comes. Not to mention, the meditation room simply provides very little assistance in getting us promoted to the master rank, compared to the guidance provided by those top-tier lifestyle experts. Also, rather than the current situation where super guilds look down on us, once we become masters, super guilds will beg us to join them. When the surrounding lifestyle players heard Burning Abyss's words, they could not help but start laughing. Lifestyle classes were different from combat classes. The aid that external factors could provide lifestyle players was limited. One had to rely mainly on their own techniques and experience to perform well. Meanwhile, these things required frequent practice. During the early stages of the game, the external conditions provided by the Candlelight trading firm were indeed much better compared to those of super guilds. However, the aid from these external factors stopped when a player reached the advanced rank. This was also the reason why super guilds thought little of advanced lifestyle players. After all, players relied on an abundance of resources to obtain that rank. It was a different story for lifestyle players who had reached the master rank, which was not achievable through resources alone. Burning, if you don't want to leave, so be it. Is there a need to try and scare us into staying as well? Flying Fish's expression darkened. Although he did not think that Burning Abyss's words would come true, he still felt displeased after hearing them. Regret leaving the Candlelight trading firm? He refused to believe that the basic meditation room could compete with guidance from those several masters. Moreover, he would receive much more attention and better treatment at the heavenly trading firm. With those several masters present, it was only a matter of time before the heavenly trading firm became the #1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom. Suit yourself. After saying so, Burning Abyss walked towards Melancholic Smile to apply for the test. The only reason he had cautioned Flying Fish was the good relationship they usually had. The Titan City entrance tokens were extremely limited. In order to nurture talents, the guild would no doubt prioritize sending intermediate lifestyle players to Titan City. The number of slots reserved for advanced lifestyle players would definitely be very few. If Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players left, he would have a much better chance of getting selected to visit the Holy City. Guild leader, just like you've speculated, for advanced classes and over 20 intermediate classes are requesting the termination of their contracts with us? Melancholic Smile said as she handed a stack of withdrawal applications to Shurfeng. Frowning slightly, she asked, Guild leader, are we really going to let them go? Currently, the Candlelight trading firm had a dearth of advanced lifestyle players. If they let these people go now, it would only serve to undermine the trading firm's competitiveness. Don't worry about it. Candlelight's future has no need for these people. Shurfeng chuckled. If they wish to terminate their contracts and gift us money, I very much welcome them to do so. Zero Wings Workshop had recently recruited a large number of people and required money urgently. Since other guilds were willing to pay to poach these lifestyle players, he was more than happy to oblige them. Upon hearing Shurfeng's words, Melancholic Smile could not help but fall speechless. Other trading firms were selling products to earn money, yet Shurfeng was actually selling lifestyle players to earn money. However, this was also a good outcome. To begin with, those lifestyle players never had any intention of staying at Candlelight over the long run. Now, not only could they rid themselves of these leeches, but they could also make a huge profit off the termination fee while they were at it. Right? How are things on the teleportation house's side? Shurfeng asked quietly. Based on the test I conducted, each individual needs roughly 1/5 of a magic crystal's energy to teleport from White River City to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Hence, I set the teleportation fee for White River City at 20 silver per person. The profits we've made so far already exceeds what the entire Candlelight trading firm makes in a day by a considerable margin. Melancholic Smile answered. great joy brightening her face when she spoke about the teleportation house. The Candlelight Trading Firm was the #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. The coins it earned in a day could make even first-rate guilds drool. Even so, the trading firm's income still paled significantly in comparison to that of the teleportation house. Deducting the daily management fees of the several NPCs, as well as the cost of the magic crystals used to fuel the teleportation array, the teleportation house had already earned over 2,000 gold after just a few hours of operation. Unfortunately, the amount of magic crystals they could obtain through the guild and purchasing from others was limited. They couldn't provide players with unrestricted use of the teleportation array. Even so, based on Melancholic Smile's calculations, they could still make a clean profit of around 5,000 gold every day. This was several times the income of the Candlelight Trading Firm. If super guilds were to learn of Zero Wing's daily income, they would definitely take action against Zero Wing regardless of the cost. After hearing Melancholic Smile's report, even Shurfeng was surprised. Although he had expected the teleportation house to be extremely profitable, he never thought it would be this profitable. If not for the limited supply of magic crystals, this amount would most likely be several times higher. It was no wonder so many people had gone crazy over the ancient abyssal books in the past. It seems magic crystals will always remain a problem. The amount we can obtain by relying on just Stone Forest Town and purchases is simply too little. Shurfeng started pondering methods to earn large amounts of magic crystals in God's domain. As players progressed further into the game, the amount of magic crystals they required would also increase. However, the sources of magic crystals in God's domain were just too few. Currently, aside from dungeons and certain hidden locations, the only other method to obtain a large amount of magic crystals was through mining magic crystal veins. However, the standard of current God's domain players made it utterly impossible for them to go to that kind of place. Sometime later, the results of those who applied to take the test inside the meditation room came out. Based on the ranks of each class, Shurfeng chose 50 players with the highest production success rates. Among these 50 players, only 5 were advanced lifestyle players, while 20 were intermediate lifestyle players, and 25 were basic lifestyle players. The reason he had decided on such a distribution was his wish to nurture a large number of advanced lifestyle players. He had no plans of having the advanced players strive for the master rank at the moment. Moreover, even if Shurfeng wanted to, the current advanced lifestyle players were simply incapable of doing so. As for Cream Coco's group of advanced classes, who wielded the core secrets of the guild, Shurfeng would use the Holy City's emblem to transport them over. If he had them working in the special workshops of Titan City, they would be able to produce the mounts and strengthening devices slightly faster. The Holy City's emblem could open a transfer gate to Titan City and allow up to 10 people to pass through it. However, the emblem had a cooldown of 7 days. Although it was not as convenient as the entrance tokens, which did not possess a cooldown, it was valuable in the fact that it was reusable. It could continuously send the lifestyle players of the Candlelight Trading Firm to Titan City. After everyone had teleported to Titan City, Shurfeng silently departed the trading firm. This is the Holy City of Titan? Originally, everyone had been extremely excited over the fact that they were going to get to have their own exclusive special workshop as well as learn rare designs and recipes. However, upon entering Titan City, they were utterly shocked by the scenery of Titan City. Inside Heaven's Burial's residence in Star Moon City, Guild Leader, I've just been notified that those 4 advanced lifestyle players from Candlelight have agreed to our conditions. Moreover, Candlelight isn't forcing them to stay. As long as we send the money, they'll let those 4 go. Flame Blood reported excitedly upon receiving the news. Advanced lifestyle players were currently a rare commodity to any guild. They were precious resources for guilds in the war over market dominance. Hence, the various guilds held onto their lifestyle players tightly, preventing other guilds from poaching. If a guild wanted advanced lifestyle players, it would have to start by nurturing complete novices. However, doing so was time-consuming, and it would be very hard for a trading firm to gain a competitive edge in a short time. Hence, Singular Burial had used those several masters and offered irresistible benefits. Flame Blood had not expected Singular Burial's strategy to be effective enough to poach 4 advanced lifestyle players. This would significantly weaken the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, even though these advanced lifestyle players' proficiency had been reset and they had lost the designs and recipes they had learned, they still retained their experience and technical skills. With Heaven's Burial's resources, it would not take long for these players to recover the losses. This was far more cost-efficient than simply nurturing advanced lifestyle players from scratch. Black Flame really is quite interesting. While other guilds are keeping a tight leash on their advanced lifestyle players, he generously allowed four to walk away. It seems he is relatively confident in the candlelight trading firm. The corners of Singular Burial's mouth twitched when he heard this news, and he could not help but admire Sherfong. They were talking about 4 advanced lifestyle players. After investing plenty of resources into its trading firm, Heaven's Burial had only nurtured 5 advanced lifestyle players thus far. Among them, 3 had only recently achieved their promotion. Yet, the candlelight trading firm had abandoned for such individuals without hesitation. Guild leader, will these players be a problem? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly from the side. They shouldn't be. I spoke with all of them in secret earlier. Their item production techniques and success rates are genuine, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued. Since Candlelight is so generous, we don't need to be courteous with them. Uncle Seven, deal with this matter right away. We can't let another guild steal these people from us. With these 4 advanced lifestyle players and the 5 masters in the Heavenly Trading Firm, it wouldn't be long before the position of Star Moon Kingdom's top trading firm switched owners. Once the Heavenly Trading Firm surpassed the Candlelight Trading Firm, Heaven's Burial would have a stable source of income. At that time, Heaven's Burial could officially begin its conquest of Star Moon Kingdom. Guild leader, rest assured. I'll head over right away, Seven Treasures said. He immediately departed the meeting room and dashed towards Star Moon City's teleportation hall. On the streets of Titan City, the city's dense mana intoxicated Melancholic Smile and her companions. The mana density in this city is even higher than the basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile grew breathless when she felt the city's mana. Although the difference in mana between the basic meditation room and the special workshop seemed small, it was precisely this small difference that made it far easier for intermediate lifestyle players to reach the advanced rank. Lifestyle players gained proficiency in a slightly different way from combat players who only needed to gain EXP by killing monsters. Take intermediate forgers who were trying to become advanced forgers, for example. When their forging proficiency reached a certain degree, even if they only produced ordinary items befitting their rank, they would not gain any forging proficiency. They would have to produce rare items befitting their rank to raise their proficiency. Soon, even rare items would not provide any proficiency, at which point, intermediate forgers would have to produce items that were 1 rank higher to improve. One could just imagine how abysmal an intermediate forger's success rate with producing advanced items would be. If one could not complete the forging procedures flawlessly, they would waste an astonishing amount of materials. Moreover, intermediate forgers would be producing advanced merchandise which required rare materials. Even super guilds would not waste their rare materials so recklessly. Guilds mainly nurtured lifestyle players to make money. Although they would have to invest, this investment was not limitless. There was definitely a cap. In the Candlelight Trading Firm, rare materials were extremely limited. The trading firm did not have the leeway for everyone to produce higher-rank merchandise limitlessly. Hence, the trading firm would conduct a quality check every now and then, using the opportunity to determine how many rare materials to allocate to each person. Those with high production success rates received a larger supply of rare materials. This way, they could gain more proficiency each day, increasing their promotion speed. This was precisely the reason that the basic meditation room's mana density was extremely important. The dense mana in the air could allow players to maintain a calm mind and high concentration. This way, they wouldn't make errors as easily when crafting. If they could cut down on unnecessary mistakes, their production success rate would increase. Their promotion speed would also increase. This was why the various large guilds were more willing to pay a huge price to poach advanced lifestyle players rather than nurture their own. Following which, Melancholic Smile led everyone to the Titan Lifestyle Association. As Sherfong had requested, She rented special workshops for everyone for 3 days. Including the cost to purchase designs and recipes, she had spent over 4,000 gold. This expenditure dumbfounded Cream Coco and the others. Even first-rate guilds would be hard-pressed to collect more than 4,000 gold. None of them had ever imagined that the trading firm would spend so much on them. They finally understood why the trading firm had required them to sign such a strict contract. In fact, if not for the money earned through the teleportation house, even Melancholic Smile's heart would have stopped by now. Coming here to raise one's proficiency and techniques was the epitome of luxury. However, upon entering the Lifestyle Association's special workshop, her opinion changed. Although the workshop here was only half the size of the Candlelight Trading Firm's special workshops, the mana density was 3 times that of the outside world. Inside this room, she experienced a mental clarity like never before. Moreover, aside from its high mana density, there was a large amount of research materials available inside this special workshop. After a cursory search for information on the strengthening device, Melancholic Smile compiled a few dozen pages of information. Among them were production videos from master forgers and key crafting points. Master-ranked production videos? Melancholic Smile clicked on the video out of curiosity. The moment Melancholic Smile clicked on one of the master's production videos, a tall, robust figure appeared inside the room, which was the size of a basketball court. The man had tan skin and a long beard. What? This is a hologram? Melancholic Smile was shocked when she saw the bearded man. While there were production videos of many capable individuals on God's Domain's official forums, one could only watch them on a flat screen. At the end of the day, one could not experience their production process. Moreover, compared to this holographic master forger's techniques, every forging player throughout God's Domain was practically garbage. A master forger is impressive. So, I can use this method to forge the strengthening devices as well. After watching the holographic video once, Melancholic Smile was aware of her flaws. Particularly, her rune drawing techniques needed work. The bearded man's rune looked natural on the strengthening device. Moreover, he completed the rune with one smooth motion. The original strengthening device design only offered a simple introduction and a few basic demonstrations. It did not contain any forging techniques to speak of. Melancholic Smile had no choice but to experiment. After watching the Master Forger's video, Melancholic Smile felt as if doors to a whole new world had opened for her. If this is what the videos are like, what are the key production points? After calming herself, Melancholic Smile shifted her attention towards the key points of production, clicking on one of the several available links. As soon as Melancholic Smile clicked on it, she heard a system notification. System, production annotation mode activated. Energy is required to activate this mode. Magic crystals. 1 magic crystal will last 1 hour. Do you wish to continue? It even needs magic crystals? Melancholic Smile could not help her surprise. The Master Forger's holographic video had not required any payment. Seeing as energy was required to annotate the key points of production, this function should be far more valuable than the videos. Melancholic Smile did not take long to consider her options. As she had come to produce strengthening devices, she had plenty of magic crystals on hand. Wasting one wouldn't matter. Following which, Melancholic Smile clicked Accept, and a single magic crystal disappeared from her bag. System, production annotation mode activated. Loading strengthening device template number 017. You may now produce the strengthening device. That's it. Melancholic Smile had not noticed anything different about herself, and nothing new had appeared in the room. However, since the system had said as much, she decided to start forging the strengthening device. In any case, Shurfeng had stated that they needed to produce a large quantity of strengthening devices as quickly as possible. As Melancholic Smile took out the necessary materials and prepared to smelt them, various images and data appeared before her. The information consisted of semi-transparent holograms and wouldn't affect her production directly. When Melancholic Smile looked through the images and data, she was shocked. After all, this information guided her through producing the strengthening device. All she needed to do was overlay her actions with the holographic images and observe the smelting process. The data displayed also provided specific hints for carrying out these actions. The production annotation mode was like a copybook that provided ideal forging procedures, and all she needed to do was familiarize herself with these procedures. Learning how to forge the strengthening device this way was many times more effective than simply watching a master forger at work. As Melancholic Smile forged the strengthening devices according to the hints provided, her forging success rate and speed steadily rose. Originally, Melancholic Smile's success rate with the strengthening device had been around 40%. After using the intermediate mana source, her success rate increased to roughly 50%. However, she rarely achieved a 50% success rate when actually crafting them. Before arriving in Titan City, she usually succeeded 4 of 10 tries and sometimes less. After an hour inside the special workshop, however, she could now stabilize her output to 4 or more out of 10 tries. Many of her uncertainties when forging the strengthening device had also vanished, and now her actions were more decisive. This resulted in a faster forging speed. She was practically as fast as she had been before God's Domain's 4th evolution. She was overjoyed. With the videos of the master forgers and the key production points, her forging techniques improved with each second she spent in the room. Her growth was at least 10 times faster than when she had been in the candlelight trading firm's basic meditation room. Melancholic Smile felt that the 4,000 plus gold they spent was worth it. After such a short time here, she was confident of trying for the master rank. As for the firm's other lifestyle players, rising from basic or intermediate rank to advanced would be a piece of cake. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only one excited about Titan City's special workshops. All those who experienced the special workshops instantly fell in love. Everyone felt that, if they could stay here, they could easily become masters. Unfortunately, this was only a misconception. After all, techniques and high success rates were not the only requirements to become a master. One also needed extensive knowledge of materials. Without sufficient knowledge, creating an item of their own would be impossible. If Flying Fish and the others knew about this, they'd go mad. Burning Abyss, who resided in his own special workshop, could not help but sigh when he thought of Flying Fish and the other advanced lifestyle players. Before coming to Titan City, although he had known that the city was the holy land for lifestyle players, he had not expected it to be this amazing. Titan City definitely deserved to be called a holy land. It now seemed that, in his search of a shortcut to become a master, Flying Fish had suffered a huge setback. Even if those several masters were extremely skilled in other virtual reality games, at the end of the day, those games were not God's domain. How could those masters' guidance possibly compare to God's domain's true masters? Furthermore, there were the research rooms. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City's teleportation hall. Due to the new teleportation house, large groups of players flooded into White River City. Among them, a majority consisted of guild players. Only a small minority were independent players. After Shurfeng finished sorting out his matters, he arranged to meet with Bloodsucker and the others at the teleportation hall. When Shurfeng discovered Bloodsucker among the crowd, he also noticed an unfamiliar man beside Bloodsucker. The other party noticed him as well. Although this man hid his appearance with a black cloak, Shurfeng felt his piercing gaze. It was the gaze of a predator. Shurfeng was not comfortable being its target. Meanwhile, Bloodsucker and the others obviously treated this man with great respect. Kirin and Masked Angel, who stood beside the man, did not even dare to breathe loudly. "You must be Yifeng, right?" the unfamiliar man said after looking at Shurfeng. Coldly, he continued, "Before you meet our guild leader, the guild leader has said that he wants to show you something." "Show me what?" Shurfeng asked curiously. "Strength." The man laughed. After the unfamiliar man spoke, he shifted his gaze towards Bloodsucker. "Blood, follow me. Everyone else, return to the guild." Kirin and the others nodded to the man's commanding tone, reverence filling their eyes when looked at him. This surprised Shurfeng. During the entrance trial, Shurfeng had discovered that Kirin was a Void Realm expert. Throughout Zero Wing, only he could trump over the assassin. Both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud were still weaker than him in terms of combat standards. Though, if it came to an actual fight, Fire Dance would defeat Kieran easily as the difference between their equipment was massive. Regardless, with Kieran's combat standards, he would be an apex expert in any guild. Yet, the unfamiliar man had clearly expressed that they were heading somewhere where an expert of Kieran's caliber wasn't qualified to be. Among the party, only Bloodsucker was allowed to accompany them. "Brother Blood, where are we going?" Feng sent Bloodsucker a private message. He was very curious about their destination. "I don't know. This is only my third time meeting one of the guild leader's dark guards." Although he was a part of Raven's upper management, he was not qualified to meddle with Raven's core. In addition, Raven's internal affairs were kept hidden. As a dark guild, Raven did not prioritize killing monsters or developing cities. Instead, dark guilds killed players and plundered cities for a living, and everything they did demanded secrecy. After all, NPCs desperately wanted to eliminate them. Hence, even an upper manager like Bloodsucker knew very little about the Raven Guild. He was only responsible for managing his area's bounties. As for the guild's core secrets, he knew nothing. The Dark Guards were the guild leader's trusted aides. Everyone possessed extremely high combat standards. Even he admired them. The guild leader almost never revealed himself during his various tasks. He even left crucial matters for his Dark Guards to handle. A Dark Guard. Feng glanced at the cloaked man, shocked. He had heard about Raven's Dark Guards before. Raven had become one of the 6 great dark guilds in God's domain due to its Dark Guards. These Dark Guards possessed inhuman combat standards. There were also many of them. Moreover, as they constantly covered themselves with black cloaks, nobody outside of Raven knew of their identities. Initially, many people had wondered if a super guild had established Raven. However, facts had proven that Raven was not related to any super guild in God's domain. Every super guild in God's domain had been under the care of Raven's Dark Guards at some point. Despite the Dark Guards robbing them of many riches, none of these super guilds had any real method of dealing with the Dark Guild. This was because Raven had no fewer top-tier experts than a super guild. Meanwhile, Feng could clearly feel that the Dark Guard before him was even more impressive than Bloodsucker. Of course, impressive did not refer to combat techniques. Rather, it was the Dark Guard's aura that impressed him. He felt more like a machine, cold and emotionless, than a human. Bloodsucker was a dark player. He could build a mountain with the corpses of the players he had killed, yet he could not feel as intimidating as this Dark Guard. Like a soulless robot, this Dark Guard revealed neither joy nor sadness. After Kieran and the others had departed, this indifferent Dark Guard led Feng and Bloodsucker through numerous teleportations, traveling far from Starmoon Kingdom and arriving in a remote town in the Dawn Empire. Following which, the trio rode their mounts for several hours before finally arriving in a seemingly uninhabited town. Unlike NPC towns, this town had plenty of NPC guards patrolling its borders. A captured town? After seeing the town's situation, Feng could not help but admire Raven. Various large guilds hungered to capture their own town. However, capturing a town was easier said than done. He had only managed to capture Stone Forest Town because the town was slightly unique. He had also been able to use hundreds of thousands of players as bait. Although players had reached higher levels and their attributes had increased significantly, capturing a town was still very difficult. Even super guilds needed to plan long-term to do so. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely dire. There was even less need to mention other guilds. On his way here, Feng had noticed that the surrounding monsters were all above level 40. With this, the town's original NPCs should have been level 60 at least. It was no longer possible to capture a town by relying on players' strength. One needed powerful external assistance such as Tier 3 summoning scrolls or a small army of personal guards. They could also use siege weapons. However, without any of that, capturing a town of this level was impossible. As for Bloodsucker, who was a member of Raven, he wore a dumbfounded expression. He could not believe his eyes. Despite being one of the guild's upper echelons, he had no clue that his guild had its own town. "Is this the Strength Guild leader Bloodfang wants me to see?" Feng asked the Dark Guard leading them. Currently, Among God's domain's various powers, those capable of capturing a town of this caliber could be counted with one's fingers. However, after entering the town, Shifeng realized something. The town was extremely poor. Aside from a guild residence, the only other buildings were a hotel and a smithy. There was nothing else. Although the town was extremely poor, the several hundred players in the town were far from ordinary. Not only were they all level 38 or above, but they felt like ferocious beasts. The chill in their eyes was similar to the dark guards. There was not a shred of emotion in their gaze. They seemed even less human than high-intelligence NPCs. If not for the green, diamond marker above their heads, Shifeng would have wondered if these players were the town's NPCs. When Shifeng arrived before the town's only hotel, 3 cloaked men emerged from the dilapidated building. The auras around these men were the same as the dark guard who had led them here, and they felt just as dangerous to Shifeng. Guild leader has said that only Yifeng may enter. Bloodsucker, wait outside. After hearing the dark guard's command, Bloodsucker had no choice but to wait. As for Shifeng, he boldly waltzed into the hotel. He was very eager to learn just what kind of person Raven's guild leader was. Inside the tattered hotel, aside from a man dressed and cloaked in black sitting on a windowsill and the 2 dark guards standing beside him, there were no players inside the establishment. There were only 2 NPCs inside the hotel, a bartender and a waiter. It was difficult to call this establishment a hotel. From the moment he entered to the moment he stopped before the black-cloaked man, the 2 dark guards watched Shifeng's every movement. If he made any sudden movements, they would eliminate Shifeng immediately. They both felt like well-trained bodyguards. This is their hotel. Why are they so nervous? The dark guard's behavior confused Shifeng. Their behavior furthered his interest in the man named Bloodfang. In his previous life, Bloodfang had never once revealed his true appearance to the world. He had been a complete mystery, even more secretive than the legendary Flower of 7 Sins. Although many people had looked into Bloodfang's background, no one ever learned anything. Bloodfang's identity was so obscured that nobody even knew whether he was a man or a woman. After all, there were many items in God's domain that could disguise a player. Moreover, Bloodfang wore a black cloak constantly. Even if one used an advanced identification skill, they would learn nothing. The only thing everyone knew was that Raven's members referred to their guild leader as Bloodfang. Care for a drink? Bloodfang asked after Shifeng sat. The beverages here are very good. Unlike the dark guards, Bloodfang's voice was not void of emotion. Only his tone was somewhat gravely. No need. Just tell me what you want. You didn't invite me all this way just for a drink, right? Shifeng declined, shaking his head. Indeed, just as Bloodsucker had said, you really are straightforward. Bloodfang chuckled. Pointing to the town outside the window, he continued, I'll just get straight to the point. What do you think of this town? It is very shabby. However, the fact that your guild has captured this town shows that there must be something of great interest to your guild here. Shifeng said honestly. The Dawn Empire was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. Teleporting from Starmoon Kingdom to the Dawn Empire cost 4 gold, 24 silver. Even current expert players would be reluctant to pay this price. In the past, Shifeng's activity had always remained centered in Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, other than knowing their general location, Shifeng did not know much about distant kingdoms and empires. Of course, he still had some knowledge of major incidents. Although he had never personally visited these countries, the secret pavilion often reported major incidents that occurred in God's domain's various kingdoms and empires. However, as far as he could remember, nothing significant had occurred in the Dawn Empire at this stage of the game. Your senses are sharp. Indeed, as you've said, this town is quite shabby. However, Raven has paid a huge price to capture it. We've almost invested everything we've accumulated since joining God's domain to do so, Bloodfang said, sighing. I'm ashamed to say this, but although Raven has accumulated a lot of resources so far, constructing this town is too expensive. Shifeng revealed a surprised expression as Bloodfang explained the situation. He was very familiar with a town's construction. The construction's early stages required a hefty investment. However, to a power like Raven, it should not pose a problem. I don't expect you to believe me. However, I am not lying. This town is somewhat special. Although it looks like this now, this town was initially flourishing. What you're seeing is our second reconstruction. Helplessness tinged Bloodfang's voice as he spoke. The second time? Had the town been destroyed? Feng's shock grew. It was common knowledge that a newly constructed city could hire NPC guards to protect it for 15 days. To current players, level 150 NPC guards were invincible. Even if the surrounding level 40+ monsters sought to cause trouble, Raven could take care of them easily. This town was indestructible. That's right. This town has been destroyed once before. Even after hiring so many guards, in the end, we failed to defend it. Raven has invested too much into this town during its early stages. As a result, we can't afford the reconstruction. Hence, I sought to cooperate with Zero Wing, hoping to convince your guild to invest into this town and develop it with us. Bloodfang said, nodding sternly. Confidently, he continued, no other guild knows about the town's true value. I only discovered it after reading through an ancient document. If Zero Wing invests 100,000 gold, your guild will receive 20% of the town's income. Guild leader Bloodfang, you're talking about 100,000 gold, not 100,000 copper. With that kind of money, you can rebuild this town 6 or 7 times over, or construct 6 or 7 other towns, yet you're only offering 20% of this town's earnings. Even if there were a literal gold mine here, this town would never be worth that much money, Feng said, shaking his head. After hearing Bloodfang mentioning the words ancient document, Feng more or less understood that this town was different. However, he could construct a city's basic structure with 100,000 gold, much less a town. Even if this place had a gold mine, harvesting the ore would require tons of resources and manpower. Furthermore, they would have to smelt the ore into actual gold before they could sell it. Even if the harvest were high, if he only got 20% of the profits, who knew how long he would have to wait just to earn back his initial investment? He could not afford to throw what coins he currently possessed at this town. Elder Yifeng, don't reject the offer so quickly. I have yet to explain why this town is so special. Feng's refusal did not seem to surprise Bloodfang. Special? What's special about this place? Feng asked. There is a manatite vein here. One can also obtain magic crystals alongside the manatite Oregon. Although the vein does not yield much, I believe that it does yield more than Stone Forest Town's daily income. This could certainly benefit the Candlelight trading firm, Bloodfang said, chuckling. How about it? Do you think my offer is worth consideration now? It's no wonder why guild leader Bloodfang is so confident. However, why Zero Wing? Wouldn't it be better to work with super guilds? With the financial strength and manpower of a super guild, you would have more than enough to develop the town, Feng said. He had to admit that the offer was tempting. Manatite was one of God's domain's particularly rare minerals. As manatite or contained dense mana, magic crystals formed as a byproduct in a manatite vein. Although one could collect more mana crystals by grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, there was one benefit to harvesting magic crystals from a mine: the absence of danger. As long as they had a sufficient mining level, any player could mine magic crystals. Moreover, the higher their mining level was, the greater their chances were of obtaining magic crystals. In God's domain, many players used mining and herb gathering to get rich. Ordinary players had very few income options. Generally, players relied on quest rewards as common monsters rarely dropped coins. Only elite rank and higher monsters had any chance of dropping money. Even so, the chances were only around 2 or 3%. Moreover, they dropped copper coins. As for monsters dropping materials, the chances were even lower. After first joining God's domain, players could mostly afford their repair fees with their earnings from grinding common monsters. However, as their levels increased and the quality of their equipment rose, the money they earned from common monsters wouldn't be enough to maintain their items. Usually, they had to grind elite monsters to cover their costs. If they were lucky and obtained a bronze weapon or piece of equipment, not only could they afford a day's worth of repair fees, but they might also have something to save. Unfortunately, that had only been the case after God's domain had first launched. Every time God's domain evolved, the main God system lowered weapon and equipment drop rates. Now that the game had undergone its fourth evolution, even elite monsters rarely dropped bronze weapons and equipment. One usually had to obtain such items from field bosses or dungeons. It was precisely this reason that lifestyle classes had become popular. Meanwhile, the lifestyle classes' development relied on various materials. As players moved through maps, they usually paid attention to their surroundings. However, they were not only doing so to avoid player or monster ambushes, but to find ores and herbs. A gathering player who was familiar with the environment could earn more money by selling the raw materials they gathered than what guild elite members could earn from fighting monsters. In the past, Shurfeng had frequently heard about gathering players obtaining excellent weapons and equipment solely by gathering ores and herbs. Many guilds and trading firms had signed contracts with expert gathering players. As long as these players fulfilled their monthly quota, not only could they sell their materials at market price, but they would also gain bonus credits. Hence, for players in God's domain, both mining and herb gathering were usually very high-leveled. If there truly were a manatite vein beneath this town, they only needed to hire players with high-level mining skills. They could certainly earn far more magic crystals than Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town only earned magic crystals from players' repair and hotel fees. The town didn't earn nearly as much as players did in the Stoneclaw Mountains. My initial plan was to earn a large sum in the Dark Arena. However, Zero Wing's abilities have surpassed my expectations. While I have considered cooperating with super guilds before, they are simply too powerful. They might just take the town from Raven. Moreover, even if we form a partnership with super guild's appetite, Raven won't obtain much. Although there are a few more powers aside from super guilds that we could approach, these powers cannot provide as many coins as Zero Wing. How about it? By cooperating with Raven, not only would Zero Wing not lack magic crystals, but the Candlelight trading firm would also have plenty of manatite Oregon. You will certainly earn more than 100,000 gold. Bloodfang believed that the conditions he had proposed were quite generous. There was simply no reason for an upstart guild like Zero Wing to reject his offer. Currently, Zero Wing did not have many assets in God's domain. However, it was extremely difficult to invest in the real estate in other kingdoms and empires. The local guilds had long since claimed the available lands. As for kingdom and empire's main cities, although some golden lands were still available, without sufficient reputation in those cities, purchasing those lands was impossible. By the time someone from Zero Wing obtained the required reputation, others would have claimed those lands. In other words, Zero Wing should have a lot of money lying around right now, yet it could not effectively utilize the coins, spending money to make money. However, this could not be helped. After all, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. Its income couldn't even compare to a veteran second-rate guild, much less a super first-rate or super guild. If Zero Wing continued to hold on to its funds, it would eventually depreciate. This was also why, despite earning boatloads of gold, super guilds had very little liquid funds. This was because these super guilds had long since invested the money into something more valuable, particularly various cities' lands with high potential. If Zero Wing invested its excess coins into Raven, it could kill two birds with one stone. Guild leader Bloodfang, as I've said before, 100,000 gold coins are not 100,000 copper coins. Even super guilds can't hand over such a large amount, not to mention Zero Wing, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. And again, you're only offering 20%. It will take ages to earn back our initial investment. God's domain changes each day. Zero Wing cannot make such a huge gamble. Why don't we change our method of cooperation? Bloodfang shook his head, responding, if you wish to invest manpower, forget it. Current players cannot defend this town. With the number and level of monsters attacking this town, we can only rely on NPCs to defend it. In fact, we need a small army. We also need to construct extremely powerful magical arrays and defense turrets before the 15-day protection period is over, all of which requires a large sum of coins. If not for his urgent need for money, he wouldn't have considered cooperating with Zero Wing at all. He very much preferred to have the town's profits to himself. There was not a single power in God's domain that would complain about having too much money. not to mention an essential item like the magic crystal. As expected, these monsters must be unusual. Hearing Bloodfang's words, Shurfeng could faintly discern the true reason the town had been destroyed, and he could not help the corners of his lips curling up. In the past, towns with rare mineral and herb fields nearby were often harassed by the local monsters. Needless to say, a town with manatite would be assaulted once every few days. During God's domain's early stages, the various large guilds had headaches over these towns. After all, most of the money they earned had to be spent on the town's defense, with some towns needing additional investment. As Bloodfang had said, constructing one Tier 3 defensive magic array to defend a town would cost 32,000 gold. Although the magic array would block any monsters below Tier 4, level 200, it required a lot of mana to operate. As for the defense turret, each one cost 7,000 gold to construct. Generally, monsters would come from all directions when raiding a town. Even if they placed only one defense turret at each of the 4 cardinal points, they needed at least 4 defense turrets. Moreover, the turret's artillery shells were very expensive. At market price, each shell cost 5 gold, with higher quality ones costing dozens. Furthermore, a single defense turret at each corner wasn't nearly enough. They would need at least 2. With this, the total cost was around 88,000 gold. It was no wonder why Bloodfang wanted a 100,000 gold investment. However, players' wisdom was infinite. In the past, after the various large guilds had experimented countless times, they had finally found a method to not only save on the high construction cost, but also resist against the swarms of invading monsters. If you can't make a decision right now, you can return after discussing it with your guild leader. However, I can only give you a day to consider. Bloodfang did not believe that there was another option for cooperation. He believed that Zero Wing could not afford to hand over that much money in such a short time. 100,000 gold is no small amount. I do not believe that Zero Wing can collect that much money in so little time either. You can pay 40,000 gold up front and the remaining 60,000 in the next 5 days. Raven was currently broke. They had used almost all of their money to reconstruct the town and hire the necessary NPC guards. However, these NPC guards were still not capable of standing against all those monsters. If they wanted to defend the town, they needed to construct the defensive magic array. With the magic array and the NPC guards, they should survive through the 15-day protection period. As long as they constructed the defense turrets during the protection period, they could begin mining the manatite vein without issues. Guild leader Bloodfang, 100,000 gold is just too much. Even Zero Wing can't spend that much money. Shurfeng again rejected Bloodfang's offer. Why don't we try a different method of cooperation? Zero Wing will be responsible for protecting the town. However, you will pay us 30% of the vein's income. He still needed a large sum to construct his own city. How could he possibly give Raven his coins? Moreover, even without the defensive magic array and NPC guards, it was possible to prevent monsters from trampling the town. He could simply head to Blackwing City and purchase a monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll was an item that could disperse monsters within a certain area, preventing low-intelligence monsters from actively approaching. Although the effect was temporary, the scroll was very cheap. Each scroll only cost 5 gold. It was much more cost-effective than constructing a defensive magic array or defense turrets. In God's domain, the defensive magic array and defense turrets were mainly used during monster raids. When dealing with players, however, they were not as effective as NPC guards, yet they cost far more. Rather than wasting money on that particular plan, Shurfeng would be better off investing his money into his own guild or somewhere else. Generally, the monsters that raided towns and cities possessed very low intelligence, so the monster repellent scroll could chase them away. As for using the scroll against the Abyss invasion, very few abyssal monsters possessed low intelligence. Hence, the scroll wouldn't be as effective. Let Zero Wing defend the town? Bloodfang could not help but laugh at Shurfeng's proposal. It's not that I am looking down on Zero Wing, but rather, these monsters are over level 100. There are thousands of them. With players' current strength, it is impossible to defend against such an onslaught. And even if you succeed, Why should I give you 30% for defending the town when I can ensure its safety for 100,000 gold? Wouldn't that be more of a loss? If this is your offer, I would rather contact several other major powers. I believe that they will be more than willing to cooperate. Zero Wing was not Bloodfang's only option. The only problem was that none of the major powers could afford a 100,000 gold investment. However, he did not necessarily need 100,000 gold. As long as he had the initial 40,000 gold, he could construct a sufficient number of hotels during the 15-day protection period. With a place to replenish their stamina in, his subordinates could mine for magic crystals continuously. He could earn enough money to construct the required defense turrets before the protection period ended. However, Raven would have to be particularly frugal during this period. If so, I have another suggestion. For each monster raid Zero Wing stops, Raven will pay 6,000 magic crystals. What do you think of that? Feng casually suggested. Are you serious? Bloodfang asked in surprise. If they utilized this method, the town's income would belong to Raven fully. As long as they could begin their mining operation, Raven wouldn't have any financial problems. They could quickly construct a powerful defense. Only the initial period would be the most difficult. He hadn't expected Feng to be interested in such an exchange. Had Feng simply handed over 100,000 gold, he could have received 20% of the town's income. As time passed, he would earn far more than 100,000 gold. Yet for short-term profit, he had given up on a future gold mine. Bloodfang found it hard to believe that a large guild's upper echelon would make such a rash decision. Of course, I'm serious. I've already discussed this with my guild leader, and he has approved. Now, it is up to you whether or not to accept this condition. Feng chuckled. All right, I agree to work with Zero Wing. I just hope that you don't regret this decision, Bloodfang said. Even after watching Feng for a long time, he did not understand the man's thoughts. He could not figure out what Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader, was thinking, either. The only reason he had agreed to offer Zero Wing a share of the town was because he had worried the guild would not be willing to fork over the money. That Zero Wing had refused the shares, only asking for some magic crystals, was good news for Raven. The monster raids did not occur every day. Generally, they only attacked every other night. Even if Zero Wing defended the town from 10 attacks, he would only spend 60,000 magic crystals. When the town's defenses were complete, he would not need Zero Wing's assistance. Based on the current market price, each magic crystal was worth 25 silver. Even if Zero Wing defended the town for 20 days, he would only spend 15,000 gold. No matter how he looked at it, he would profit from this trade. Following which, Feng signed a contract with Bloodfang. As long as Zero Wing helped Raven defend against a monster raid, Raven would pay 6,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the payment could only be made in magic crystals. If Raven could not pay up, it would have to pay 5 times the value of the magic crystals with coins or other products. Aside from that, Raven must also allow Zero Wing to construct a guild residence in the town, so that Zero Wing's members could travel here easily. Of course, if Zero Wing failed to defend the town, it would have to pay Raven a reconstruction fee of 30,000 gold. It is highly likely that the next raid will happen tomorrow night, but I can't say for sure. I hope that you will be prepared before then. Although Bloodfang had signed the contract with Feng, he was still worried. Could Zero Wing really defend against that many monsters? Rest assured. Once Zero Wing's residence has been constructed, you won't have to worry about monsters. Feng replied confidently. Now that they had signed the contract, he was in a great mood. Although it seemed as if Raven had just secured Zero Wing's help, dealing with the Dark Guild's biggest concern, Zero Wing would gain far more than 20% of the town's income. However, Bloodfang didn't know this. While the monster repellent scroll was very convenient, it also had a huge flaw. The scroll could only chase monsters away, not exterminate them. As they fled, the monster army would grow. When players stopped using the monster repellent scroll, the subsequent raid would be intense, even horrific. As long as the army grew 4 or 5 times, the town would fall even if they had 30 turrets, Feng had no intention of telling Bloodfang about the monster repellent scroll's flaws. They were collaborators, not friends. They were simply obtaining what they needed from each other. Whether or not Raven could fend off the monster army was none of his concern. After all, he only needed to pay a small price for Raven to endure through the early phases of the town's construction. Moreover, it would be a waste if he did not rip off a magic crystal tycoon like Raven. White River City's teleportation house urgently needed magic crystals. As long as he had enough magic crystals, he could turn them into coins. Once Zero Wing had its first city, it would have a safeguard of its own. As the main god system had administered the contract between them, both parties felt reassured. Feng had initially planned to leave using a return scroll. However, Bloodfang suddenly stopped him. A moment! Bloodfang held Feng back. Smiling, he continued, "I still have information that I think will be of use to Zero Wing." Saying so, Bloodfang took out a black envelope and passed it to Feng. Feng raised his brows when he saw the envelope. Although the envelope looked normal, it was actually an encrypted message. No one would be able to read the message aside from the intended player. Moreover, after the message was read, it would self-destruct. Even recording the message would not be possible. A video message? After opening the envelope, the message came in the form of a video file. Following which, Feng clicked to open the file. When he finished watching the video, however, he was shocked. In the video displayed numerous players encircling a one-horned humanoid creature that loomed over 3 meters tall and wore a black robe. Numerous crimson runes, resembling flames, decorated this humanoid creature's body. Moreover, the humanoid creature exuded black fog from its body, and players shuddered when its crimson eyes turned towards them. Aside from this monster's level and HP, the video showed nothing about it. Neither the monster's level nor its HP was very high at level 40 with just over 1,000,000 HP. With a rough guess, Feng surmised that the monster was only chieftain rank, yet even it had massacred several hundred elite players. However, rather than the deaths of several hundred level 35+ elites players, the one-horned monster's extraordinary actions were the key points of the video. The monster's combat style was similar to a player's. Moreover, whenever this monster killed a player, not only did it recover some HP, but its attributes also rose slightly. Most importantly, Feng noticed something familiar on the monster's body. The spirit seal used to absorb immortal souls. Charlin had only marked the spirit seal on the back of his hand so that he could complete his quest, and this spirit seal would only shine silver when absorbing an immortal soul. The same spirit seal had been imprinted on the humanoid monster's chest. Every time the monster killed a player, the spirit seal radiated a faint silver glow. From an outsider's point of view, the glowing spirit seal throbbed like the monster's heartbeat. A passing expert assassin had recorded this video. As this assassin had maintained his distance from the battlefield and stayed in stealth, they had been hard to detect. Hence, this video was a record of the entire battle. After the one-horned monster finished killing the elite players, something even more astonishing happened. Usually, monsters didn't pay attention to the items players dropped when they died unless they were quest-related items. Yet after killing the players, the one-horned monster looted the drops. Before the monster left the area, several other figures appeared. Among these figures, a few looked like the monster. Not only were they tall, but a single horn also grew from their foreheads. Surprisingly, a player stood among them. However, as this scene had been recorded from far away and due to the player's black cloak and mask, Feng could not even discern the player's gender, much less their identity. Yet, Feng was certain that it was a player due to the green, diamond marker about their head. The marker was unique to players. The assassin expert had tried to follow the monsters. However, he had been discovered. Although the level 38 assassin expert tried, with all his might, to flee, in the end, he failed to escape the one-horned monsters. How can there be such monsters? Feng inwardly shuddered as he watched the monsters kill the assassin. In terms of combat techniques, the assassin could reach the trial tower's 6th floor with his standards. He would be a considerably powerful expert, even in a first-rate guild. After all, the general public recognized players as experts once they had reached the 4th floor. Yet, the monsters' combat standards were stronger than the assassins. Unfortunately, due to a lack of combat footage, Shurfeng could not discern the one-horned monster's true capabilities. Even so, Shurfeng roughly guessed them to be near the half-step refinement realm at the very least. If they had been NPCs, Shurfeng would not be surprised if they had reached this standard. After all, he had encountered NPCs with much higher combat standards than that. However, for God's domain's monsters to fight like this, their intelligence must be extremely high. Even great lords didn't fight like this. The assassin who recorded this video is a red player and a slightly famous one at that. It had been 2 days since he had died, but even now, he cannot log into God's domain, Bloodfang informed Shurfeng. Very few people know about this. From what this player has said, these monsters are extremely powerful. Before these monsters dealt with that elite team, they were roaming the area killing field bosses. These monsters were also capable of increasing their attributes by killing both monsters and players. Moreover, their intelligence is very high. The assassin reported that, when he had faced those one-horned monsters, it had felt as if he had been fighting expert players. They were so intelligent that they could easily predict his movements and implement the appropriate countermeasures. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Shurfeng asked. Although he agreed that these monsters were extraordinary, there were many bizarre situations in God's domain. It might be some sort of in-game event. Furthermore, he was already swamped with his own matters. He did not have the time to concern himself with someone else's business. This video was taken in Starmoon Kingdom, only a short distance from Stone Forest Town. Although these monsters are not yet a threat to the NPCs protecting the town, I believe that the town's safety will be a problem once the protection period ends. After all, nobody can say for sure just how powerful those monsters can become, Bloodfang said, chuckling. They are near Stone Forest Town? Shurfeng fell quiet as he pondered the situation. He could not remember such monsters in Starmoon Kingdom in his previous life. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. If they were mutants, they wouldn't let any creature live. And they might allow a payer to tag along. They were somewhat similar to mutants in that they could grow stronger by killing other monsters and players indeed, just as Bloodfang had said. While there was nothing to worry about right now, as the monsters grew stronger, they would become very dangerous. Before I sent Bloodsucker to negotiate with you, I sent him to investigate. Based on Bloodsucker's report, not only was every field boss in the area dead, but he couldn't find a single common monster either. Moreover, he discovered a similar situation in the nearby level 60 map, Bloodfang said. He then shared several pictures with Shurfeng. Bloodsucker took these images in the level 60 area. With the monster's growth rate, it won't be long before they're a threat to Stone Forest Town or NPC towns. When Shurfeng saw one of the pictures, he could not believe his eyes. The originally lush forest had become a scorched land pocketed with craters. Bloodsucker had also captured the corpse of a level 63 Great Lord that had been over 30 meters tall. The corpse had withered like a mummy. What was more frightening was that common monsters stopped spawning in the locations the one-horned monsters had visited. This was the equivalent of crippling an entire map. Although the effects were barely noticeable right now, if this continued, there wouldn't be any leveling spots left in Starmoon Kingdom. Thank you for your information, Guild Leader Bloodfang. I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Shurfeng frowned deeply as he finished looking through the pictures. After saying his goodbyes, he retrieved a return scroll and activated it. After Shurfeng transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared, Bloodfang turned towards one of the dark guards beside him and commanded, "Tell Bloodsucker to pull out our men from Starmoon Kingdom and relocate them in the Black Dragon Empire temporarily. Guild Leader, our business is doing relatively well in Starmoon Kingdom. If we pull out of the kingdom now, we will lose a significant amount of income. Moreover, those monsters are only around Starmoon City right now. Do we need to be this cautious?" The Dark Guard asked in surprise. "Do you really think those monsters are that simple?" Bloodfang eyed the Dark Guard. "There's one thing that I didn't mention to Zero Wing. I recently received a report from the Thorn Shadow team stating that they've discovered the one-horned monster's whereabouts. Do you know what else they discovered? The Dark Guard shook his head. Those monsters are currently based in an NPC town in a level 50 map. They have nested in the town. The previous reports counted less than 10 monsters, yet now there are hundreds. Moreover, the lowest level among them is level 50, while the highest are over level 80. With their development speed, something is bound to happen in Starmoon Kingdom sooner or later. It is best if we bow out now. Don't forget that every player that those monsters had killed still can't log into God's domain, Bloodfang said. Chuckling, he continued, moreover, I've received news that the bastards from the Blackwater Corporation have decided to make their move in Starmoon Kingdom. It is best that we avoid them for now. What? Blackwater Corporation has finally joined God's domain? Why are they starting with Starmoon Kingdom? When the Dark Guard heard Bloodfang mention the Blackwater Corporation, his indifferent expression changed as fear flashed in his eyes. I'm not sure. However, my guess is that it is likely due to this new class. After all, throughout God's domain, it is the easiest for players to obtain the new class through Starmoon Kingdom. A batch of players with this new class would benefit their development in the game, Bloodfang said, shaking his head. Among the many major corporations, I hate Blackwater the most. They always use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, and they never follow the rules. Zero Wing will have to rely on its own power to weather this coming storm. Shortly after Bloodfang issued his command, although the command confused Bloodsucker, he began to move the several hundred Raven members hidden throughout Starmoon Kingdom, shifting their operations to the Black Dragon Empire. As for Shurfeng, rather than traveling to Blackwing City to purchase the monster repellent scrolls, he visited Starmoon City instead. Starmoon City had visibly changed over the past few days. Many of the players roaming the streets were from other kingdoms and empires, all hawking their weapons and equipment. The city had also experienced an increase of their non-combat players. These players were relatively low-leveled, with some even below level 20. However, they were all very rich. These people were merchant players. In cities, it was extremely difficult for ordinary players to obtain their own shops. There were also fixed times when players could set up stalls in the free market. As for using the auction house, the handling fees were too high for ordinary merchant players. Hence, these players generally peddled their items on the streets. If they found an interested buyer, they would conduct a trade. Although doing so was somewhat time-consuming and strenuous, every coin an ordinary player earned counted. Merchant players who dealt weapons and equipment in particular could earn a nice income. After reaching level 10, merchant players roamed between various cities and countries, purchasing items from players in one city and reselling those items elsewhere. After all, every city and country's prices were different. Merchants could earn a lot of money due to this difference. As these players had chosen the merchant class, they received a discount on teleportation fees as they traveled across God's domain. Moreover, like lifestyle classes, merchants were divided into ranks. The higher their rank, the higher their discounts were on teleportation fees. In the past, many players had earned enough capital from their travels to construct shops in NPC cities. Otherwise, if one relied on an ordinary combat player's income, they could never afford a plot of land, even after a lifetime of saving. Following which, Shurfeng followed the main street to Grand Duke Heartfield's mansion. The NPCs guarding the mansion didn't stop Shurfeng, allowing him to enter the Grand Duke's home. However, Shurfeng had not come here for the Twilight treasure chests this time, but for the one-horned monsters. Shurfeng had not initially recognized the one-horned monster's origin. However, from what he had learned from the pictures and Bloodfang, he was certain of one thing. Those one-horned monsters were somehow related to the evil god's temple. Across the continent of God's domain, abyssal monsters weren't the only threat to humans. There were other dark powers at play. Among these dark powers, the most dangerous was the evil god's temple. Unlike the war god's temple, which specialized in resisting abyss invasions, the evil god's temple focused on destroying God's domain. Moreover, the temple thirsted for the destruction of all life, unlike the abyssal monsters, who only aimed to conquer.